What else do we see from the Holy Land of Mecca but just an ocean of trash everywhere? Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. It's everywhere. This is supposedly the holiest place on earth. Hello everyone and welcome back to the show. I hope everyone's keeping well. In today's episode of What on Earth is Going On in the World, we're going to be taking a closer look at Mecca in Saudi Arabia, because my goodness is this place dark. This is the holiest place within Islam, and it's not an option to go there as a Muslim. You have to go at some point in your life to Mecca. And what goes on at Mecca, you may ask? Well, let's show you. So these are the kinds of scenes that are surfacing all across the internet, mostly on X, showing you the true face of what goes down. It's like pandemonium. This is like a scene from hell. There's all these people selfishly trying to get their turn at kissing the black stone, and the screams, the tramplings underfoot, people die in their hundreds here, as we're about to show you. And women especially have a very, very hard time here, as you can imagine. And we are seeing huge numbers of sexual harassment cases happening here. So, for example, here's just a small list of them, but a Pakistani woman said that while circling the Kaaba, a man grabbed her butt and repeatedly while smiling at her. Remember how creepy that is. A British Muslim pilgrim, who's a woman, described men rubbing their tools against her in the crowd and grabbing her body during the ritual. Wow. An Indonesian girl who was only 17 said that a man pressed his against her during tawaf, which is like the whole circling around the Kaaba thing, and she was harassed later in her hotel. Now get this, a 10-year-old Pakistani girl reported being during tawaf and later assaulted by a bus conductor during the pilgrimage. Many women said police ignored their complaints, surprise, surprise, in an Islamic country, or dismissed the assault as unavoidable in dense crowds. Some victims even reported guards themselves behaving inappropriately. Alright, so this should give you an insight into the Islamic world's attitudes towards women. Now, I'm probably going to touch a little bit more on this in just a second, but just check this video clip out here. So, this is actually a video clip of an old man, a father, being strangled to death by his son at the Kaaba in Mecca. Like he's killing his father. Because Islam has this belief that if you die at Mecca, you're going to go straight to heaven. Because of course within Islam, the understanding of salvation is a very, very strange one. Like, there's a few sure ways of making it to heaven, and I guess this is one of them. And the other one is jihad, like blowing people up to get into heaven. And that's why we see all this kind of chaos, just darkness, at supposedly the most holy site. Now, one of the other interesting things about Mecca is the stoning of the wall that represents Satan. So at Mecca there is this wall, and many Muslims believe that Satan actually lives there. Like Satan lives in Mecca. I can strangely believe that one. And in this case, this man isn't just throwing stones at Satan, he's actually using an umbrella to pretend that he's shooting Satan with an automatic weapon, right? So this is like a kind of Hamas fighter throwing grenades using an umbrella. And this isn't a parody. Like, this would be blasphemous. You know, he's serious about this, right? This is like a genuine role play of how much he hates Satan, and so he's doing this with an umbrella. Just quite remarkable to see this kind of stuff. Now, in terms of the prayers that you will hear on the loudspeakers at Mecca, what would you expect to hear? Help achieve world peace, help my father, help my mother. Let's try and save the world from all kinds of war and poverty and violence. Let's pray for our enemies. Let's pray for good things. No, this is what you'll hear.
What the fuck?
There you have it.
Fuck off. Holy fucking annoying. Wow, dude.
Electricity flows through wires. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. You flip a switch and electrons rush through the copper like water through a pipe, all the way from the power plant to your lamp. That is what they taught you. It makes perfect sense. The wire is the highway. The electrons are the cars. The energy rides along inside the metal like passengers in a bus.
No.
And I'm telling you, right now, standing here in front of you, that picture is wrong. Not a little bit wrong. Not missing some details wrong. It is wrong in a way that once you see it, you cannot unsee it. The energy that lights your lamp does not travel through the wire. It never did.
Nope.
Now, I am not trying to be clever. I am not playing some rhetorical game. I want you to sit with that for a second. Every light bulb, every motor, every toaster, every radio you have ever used in your life, the energy powering those things did not come through the wire. And by the end of what I'm about to show you, you will understand exactly what I mean by that. And you will never look at a wire the same way again. Let me start where any sensible person would start. Let me start by telling you why the standard picture seems so reasonable. Because it does. It is a beautiful picture, and the people who developed it were not fools. You take a battery. You connect it to a light bulb with two wires. The bulb lights up. What happened? Well, the battery pushes electrons. Electrons are negatively charged particles, sitting inside the copper. One free electron per atom, just milling around. The battery creates a voltage, which is like a pressure, and that pressure shoves the electrons along the wire. They flow out of one terminal, through the wire, through the filament of the bulb, back through the other wire, into the other terminal. A complete loop. The electrons carry energy from the battery to the bulb, and the bulb converts that energy into light and heat. Simple, clean, done. You can teach this to a 12-year-old. The current is the flow of electrons. The voltage is the push. The resistance is the opposition. Multiply the current by the voltage, and you get the power. It all clicks together like a jigsaw puzzle. And you know what? For designing circuits, calculating currents, choosing the right fuse, this picture works splendidly. Engineers use it every single day. And the bridges do not fall down, and the machines keep running. So why am I telling you this? Because something is hiding in something nobody mentions in the first explanation. And once you see it, the whole thing falls apart like a sweater when you pull the right thread. Let me ask you a question. A very simple question. How fast do the electrons move through the wire? Most people, if you ask them, will say something like, well, electricity moves at the speed of light or close to it. So the electrons must be going pretty fast. That seems reasonable, does it not? When you flip a light switch, the light comes on immediately, not a second later, not half a second later, instantly. The moment your finger hits that switch, the room is flooded with light, so those electrons must be absolutely flying through the copper. Let us do the calculation. I love calculations, not because I love arithmetic, but because nature cannot lie to you through arithmetic. Take a typical piece of copper wire in your house, 12-gauge wire, about 2 millimeters in diameter, carrying maybe 10 amperes of current. That is a typical household current for, say, a hairdryer or a toaster. Now, copper, if you look at its crystal structure, has about 8.5 times 10 to the 28th free electrons per cubic meter. Let me me say that number more carefully. 85 billion electrons in every cubic meter of copper. That is a staggering number.
Wow.
Each copper atom donates roughly 1 electron that is free to wander around the metal. The wire is absolutely packed with mobile charge carriers. The current, 10 amperes, means 10 coulombs of charge passing a given point every second, and each electron carries a charge of about 1.6 times 10 to the minus 19 coulombs. So if you work out how fast the electrons have to drift on average to produce that current through that wire, you get a number. And the number is about 2/100ths of a centimeter per second. 0.02 centimeters per second. Let me put that in perspective. That is about 1 inch every 2 minutes. That is slower than a snail, considerably slower. A garden snail moves at about 1 centimeter per second, which is 50 times faster than the electrons in your wire. The electrons are moving at snail divided by 50 speed. If an electron started its journey from the power plant and tried to drift through the wire to your house a mile away, it would take the electron approximately 400 years to get there. 4 centuries. That electron would have started its journey in the reign of Queen Elizabeth I and still would not have arrived at your lamp. And here is something even more absurd. Those electrons are not just sitting still waiting for orders. Inside the copper, at room temperature, each free electron is bouncing around at enormous speed, roughly 1 million meters per second, crashing into copper atoms, ricocheting off in random directions like a pinball in a machine gone haywire. That is the thermal velocity. It is huge, but it is random in every direction equally. So all that frantic motion cancels out and produces zero net movement in any particular direction. The drift velocity, the tiny crawl I just calculated, is the small bias layered on top of that randomness. Imagine a crowded train station where thousands of people are rushing around in every direction, bumping into each other, going nowhere on average. Now imagine a gentle breeze blowing from the east. Each person leans a tiny, tiny amount to the west as they walk. That lean is the drift velocity. The frantic rushing around is the thermal velocity. The lean is roughly 10 billion times smaller than the rushing. And yet, because there are so astronomically many electrons all leaning together, that minuscule collective drift adds up to a current of 10 amperes, enough to run your toaster. So the electrons in your wire are moving fast, chaotically, violently, but going essentially nowhere. The net drift that constitutes the current is slower than a snail on a cold morning. So wait, pause, sit with that. If the electrons are barely crawling, drifting at less than 1,000th of a mile per hour, and yet the light comes on the instant you flip the switch, then the electrons themselves cannot be delivering the energy. Not by carrying it bodily from the power plant to the bulb. There is not enough time. The energy arrives at essentially the speed of light. The electrons are moving at the speed of a glacier. Something does not add up. That is your first clue that the standard picture is hiding something. Now the usual response to this puzzle is actually quite clever, and I want to give it its due. People say, well sure, individual electrons move slowly, but the signal propagates fast because the wire is already full of electrons. When you push one in at this end, one pops out at the other end, like a tube full of marbles. Push a marble in one end, and a different marble pops out the other end instantly. And that is a good analogy up to a point. The electrical signal, the push, does propagate very fast through the wire, about 2/3 of the speed of light in typical copper. So there is a rapid chain reaction of nudging. You push one electron, which pushes the next, which pushes the next, and so on. And in a tiny fraction of a second, the nudge has traveled the entire length of the wire. But think carefully about what that analogy is actually telling you. In the tube of marbles, when you push a marble in one end, the kinetic energy has to travel through marble number 1 to marble number 2 to marble number 3. The energy propagates through the marbles, through the material of the tube's contents. Each marble pushes the next, and the energy hops from marble to marble all the way down the line. Is that really what happens in a wire? Is the energy hopping from electron to electron through the copper? And if so, there is a second puzzle, which is even worse. The energy in a wire flows in one direction, from the battery to the bulb, let us say. But the electrons in the wire are everywhere. They fill the entire loop. In one part of the circuit near the battery, you might say the electrons are giving energy. In another part near the bulb, the electrons are receiving energy and turning it into heat. But the electrons are all connected. They are all pushing on each other. How does the energy know to flow only from the battery to the bulb and not the other way around. The marble analogy breaks down. Something more subtle is happening. And the answer, when you finally dig it out, is startling. The energy is not in the wire at all. Let me back up and approach this from a completely different direction. Forget electrons for a moment, forget circuits, forget copper. Let me talk about fields. In the 1860s, working in his study in Scotland, James Clerk Maxwell did something that I think ranks among the greatest intellectual achievements in human history. And I do not say that lightly, I mean it. It belongs alongside Newton's laws and Darwin's theory. It changed everything. Before Maxwell, electricity and magnetism were two separate subjects. You studied one, then you studied the other, and there were some curious connections between them. Oersted had shown in 1820 that an electric current deflects a compass needle, so electricity can create magnetism. Faraday showed in 1831 that a changing magnetic field can create an electric current, so magnetism can create electricity. But nobody had a unified picture. Nobody had asked, what are the rules for how these two phenomena dance together? Maxwell took four sets of relationships discovered by Coulomb, Ampere, Faraday, and others, and he unified them into a single coherent framework. Four equations, that is all it took. Four equations that describe how electric charges create electric fields, how there are no isolated magnetic poles, how a changing magnetic field creates an electric field, and how a moving charge or a changing electric field creates a magnetic field. But then Maxwell did something audacious. He noticed that his equations implied something nobody had asked for. They predicted the existence of waves, not sound waves, not water waves, a completely new kind of wave. An oscillating electric field creates a magnetic field. That magnetic field, as it changes, creates an electric field. And the two leapfrog each other forward through the vacuum, carrying energy as they go, needing no medium, no material, nothing but the empty void to travel through. The electric field generates the magnetic field, which generates the electric field, which generates the magnetic field. On and on, propagating outward like ripples from a stone thrown into a pond. Except there is no pond. There is no water. The ripples travel through nothing. Maxwell calculated the speed of these waves, using only the known constants of electricity and magnetism, and got a number, roughly 186,000 miles per second, 300 million meters per second. He recognized that number immediately. It was the speed of light which had been measured by other means. The coincidence was too perfect. Maxwell concluded with what must have been a breathtaking shock that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. Visible light, the stuff pouring from the sun, the stuff our eyes detect, is nothing more and nothing less than oscillating electric and magnetic fields traveling through space. That realization, published around 1865, unified optics with electromagnetism in a single stroke. And it had implications for circuits that people did not fully reckon with for another 20 years. See, once you accept that electromagnetic fields can carry energy through empty space, you are forced to ask a very uncomfortable question about a simple wire carrying a current. When current flows through a wire, there is an electric field associated with the voltage drop along the wire, driving the electrons forward. And there is a magnetic field circling around the wire, because moving charges create magnetic fields. Ampere showed us that. So around every current-carrying wire, you have both an electric field and a magnetic field existing in the space outside the metal. And Maxwell has just told you that electromagnetic fields can carry energy. So, are those fields around the wire carrying energy? And if so, how much? And in what direction? In 1884, a man named John Henry Poynting, a physicist at Mason Science College in Birmingham, England, sat down and worked out the answer. Poynting was not flashy. He was methodical, careful, thorough, and what he found would turn the standard picture of circuits on its head. Poynting derived a formula. You take the electric field at any point in space, you take the magnetic field at the same point, and you compute what mathematicians call the cross product of the two. The result is a new vector, a quantity with both a magnitude and a direction. The magnitude tells you how much energy is flowing through that point per second per unit area. The direction tells you which way the energy is going. This vector has come to be called the Poynting vector. It points in the direction of energy flow. People love that coincidence. It points, literally. Now, Poynting applied his formula to the simplest possible electrical situation, a straight wire carrying a steady current. And what he found was, to put it mildly, disturbing. Near the surface of the wire, the electric field has two components. Along the wire, there is a component parallel to the current, the field that drives the electrons forward. This comes from the voltage drop. But there is also a component of the electric field pointing radially outward from the wire, perpendicular to it. This comes from the tiny distribution of surface charges that accumulate on the wire to maintain the proper voltage gradient at each point along the circuit. These surface charges are not usually mentioned in introductory courses, but they are there, and they are essential. They steer the field inside the wire, and they create a field outside the wire too. Meanwhile, the magnetic field circles around the wire in loops, perpendicular to both the direction of current flow and the radial direction. Ampere's law tells us this. So you have an electric field with a radial component and an axial component, and a magnetic field wrapping circumferentially around the wire. When pointing computed the cross product at the surface of the wire, the result pointed inward, radially inward, toward the wire, from outside. Let me make absolutely sure you catch the significance of this. The pointing vector at the surface of a current-carrying wire points from the surrounding space into the wire. The energy is not flowing along the wire. The energy is flowing from the outside space into the wire, perpendicular to the wire, from all around it. At a resistor, at a light bulb filament, the pointing vector plunges in from every direction, carrying energy from the surrounding electromagnetic field into the material of the resistor, where it is converted into heat and light. The wire is not a pipe carrying energy. The space around the wire is carrying the energy. The wire is more like a drain, soaking up energy from the field around it. I know what you are thinking. I can see it in your faces. Or, well, I can imagine seeing it because I have seen that expression many times. You are thinking, this cannot be right. This is absurd. And I want you to hold on to that feeling because it is an honest feeling. And it is exactly the feeling that the physics is fighting against. Oliver Heaviside, working independently in England at roughly the same time, reached the same conclusion. Heaviside was a remarkable character, self-taught, reclusive, cantankerous, brilliant. He took Maxwell's original equations, which were written in a sprawling, unwieldy form involving 20 separate equations, and he compressed them into the 4 compact vector equations we use today. The man essentially invented vector calculus as a practical tool for physics, and he was not shy about what the pointing vector meant. Heaviside said quite bluntly that the notion of energy flowing through the wire is wrong. The energy flows in the electromagnetic field. The wire is a guide, not a carrier, a guide. And Heaviside did not just say this in the abstract. He had practical reasons for caring. In the late 19th century, the great technological challenge was the undersea telegraph cable. These cables ran under the Atlantic Ocean, thousands of miles of copper sheathed in insulation, carrying telegraph signals between Europe and America, and they were a nightmare to operate. Signals sent from one end arrived at the other end, smeared out, distorted, weak. A crisp dot sent from London arrived in New York as a slow, mushy blob. Lord Kelvin, the most famous physicist in Britain at the time, analyzed the problem using the standard wire picture. He treated the cable as a kind of leaky pipe for electrical fluid. His analysis was useful but limited, but Heaviside looked at the same problem through the lens of fields. He realized that the signal was not really traveling through the copper. It was traveling in the electromagnetic field in the insulating layer between the central conductor and the ocean. The geometry of that insulating layer and the electrical properties of the materials determined how the signal propagated. Heaviside developed the mathematical theory of transmission lines, still used today by every electrical engineer. And that theory is fundamentally a theory about fields, not about electrons marching through metal. The irony is that Heaviside's work was rejected by the establishment for years. The Royal Society refused to publish some of his papers. He died in poverty, but his analysis was correct, and eventually the engineering world adopted it. Every time you use a coaxial cable, every time a signal travels through a transmission line, you are relying on the physics that Heaviside understood. The energy is in the field. Let me give you an analogy that I think helps. Think about a river flowing through a canyon. The canyon walls do not carry the water. The water flows between the walls in the open space. The walls shape the flow, constrain it, direct it. Without the walls, the water would spread out and go nowhere useful. But nobody looks at a river and says, the canyon walls are transporting the water. The water transports itself through the space that the walls create. A wire is like the canyon walls. The electromagnetic field is the river. The wire wire shapes the field, guides it, constrains it. But the energy is in the field, flowing in the space around the wire, not locked inside the metal. This is a complete inversion of the way most people think about circuits, and I want to dwell on it, because the implications are profound. Think about what a battery actually does in this picture. A battery does not inject energy into the wire the way a pump pushes water into a hose. A battery maintains a charge separation, positive on one side, negative on the other, through chemical reactions that forcibly move charges against the electric field. This charge separation creates an electric field. That field does not exist only inside the wire. It exists everywhere in the surrounding space, spreading outward from the terminals, guided by the surface charges on the wire. The battery sets up the field, and the field carries the energy. And those surface charges I keep mentioning, they deserve more attention, because they are the unsung heroes of circuit theory. When a circuit reaches its steady state, tiny amounts of charge accumulate on the surface of the wire. Not inside the wire, on the surface. These surface charges are not uniformly distributed. There is a gradient, a steady change in the amount of charge from one end of the wire to the other. And this gradient is precisely what maintains the electric field inside the wire that drives the current. But those surface charges also create a field outside the wire. And it is that external field, combined with the magnetic field from the current, that creates the pointing vector. The surface charges are the mechanism by which the wire shapes the field in the surrounding space. Without them, the field outside the wire would have no structure, and energy could not flow in an organized way from source to load. This is a remarkably intricate arrangement. The battery sets up the initial field. The field redistributes the surface charges. The surface charges reshape the field, and the reshaped field carries the energy. It is a self-consistent, self-organizing system, and it all happens in a fraction of a second when you close the switch. The electrons inside the wire, they respond to the field. They drift slowly, pushed by the electric field. Their motion creates a magnetic field around the wire. And the combination of the electric and magnetic fields is what the pointing vector operates on. The cross product of those two fields tells you where the energy is going. The electrons are not porters carrying suitcases of energy from the battery to the bulb. They are more like signposts or guardrails, maintaining the field pattern. They enable the field, they do not replace it. Now let me address the obvious objection, because I know it is coming. If the wire is not carrying the energy, you say, then why do we need the wire? Why can I not just take it away and let the fields do their thing? That is an excellent question. And the answer reveals the partnership between fields and matter. Without the wire, there is no closed circuit. Without a closed circuit, you cannot sustain a steady current. Without a current, there is no steady magnetic field around the wire. Without the magnetic field, the pointing vector drops to zero. No energy flow. The wire provides the path for the electrons. The electrons provide the current. The current provides the magnetic field. And the magnetic field combined with the electric field creates the energy flow in the surrounding space. Take away the wire and the whole pattern collapses. It is like asking, if the river flows through the canyon and not through the rock, why do I need the canyon? Because without the canyon, the water spreads into a thin, useless sheet over flat ground. You need the channel to direct the flow. But notice something crucial. The channel directs the flow. It does not carry the flow. There is a difference. Let me push this further with a thought experiment that really drives the point home. It is a thought experiment that has driven physicists slightly crazy for over a century, and I think it is wonderful. Imagine a circuit with very, very long wires, a battery on one side, a light bulb 1 meter away from the battery, but instead of connecting them with a short wire, you connect them with two wires that each stretch 300,000 kilometers outward, loop around, and come back. Each wire is approximately the distance light travels in 1 second. The total wire length is about 600,000 kilometers. The wires go out to approximately the distance of the moon, and then return. Close the switch. How long before the light bulb starts to glow? If the energy traveled through the wire, following the copper, it would have to traverse 600,000 kilometers at roughly 2/3 the speed of light. That would take about 3 seconds. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more, depending on the exact propagation speed in the wire. But that is not what happens, not exactly. The moment you close the switch, the electromagnetic field begins to reorganize. The change in the field propagates outward from the switch at the speed of light in every direction. The light bulb is 1 meter away. In about 3 billionths of a second, the field change reaches the bulb. And as soon as the field arrives, energy begins to flow flow into the filament. The pointing vector at the filament surface becomes non-zero. The bulb begins to glow almost immediately, not at full brightness. Full brightness requires a steady state current in the entire circuit, and that cannot happen until the electromagnetic signal has traveled all the way down those long wires and come back. That takes seconds. So what you would actually see is a dim glow almost immediately, getting brighter over the next few seconds as the circuit approaches steady state. The initial energy arrives through the field, cutting directly across the 1 meter gap. It does not wait for the electrons to start moving all the way around the loop. The field gets there first. I should mention that the amount of energy reaching the bulb in that first fraction of a second is tiny, extremely small. The initial pulse is weak because the impedance of the circuit is enormous when it has not yet reached steady state, but it is not zero. And the fact that it is not zero is what reveals the truth about where the energy actually travels. Some people object to this thought experiment on practical grounds. They say no real circuit works this way, and the thought experiment is misleading. But that is missing the point. The thought experiment separates two things that normally happen together: the field reaching the load and the current being established in the loop. In a household circuit, where the wires are a few meters long, both happen in nanoseconds. You could never tell the difference. The thought experiment pulls them apart, so you can see them individually. And what you see is that the field gets there first, always, because the field is what carries the energy. One more thing about this thought experiment before I move on. It illuminates something about energy conservation that is easily overlooked. Where does that initial burst of energy come from? It comes from the electromagnetic field energy that was already stored in the space around the battery and wires even before the switch was closed. The battery just sitting there already has an electric field around it. When you close the switch, the field reconfigures, and some of that stored field energy propagates to the bulb. You are not getting something from nothing. The energy was already in the field, waiting. With the long wires, the mask comes off, and you see the truth that was always there. I want to go one step further into strangeness because pointing's result has a consequence that borders on the absurd, and I think you should see it. Imagine a point electric charge just sitting in space. Next to it, a permanent magnet, both completely stationary. Nothing is moving, nothing is happening. The charge sits there with its radial electric field. The magnet sits there with its magnetic field. Static, silent, dead. Now compute the pointing vector. Cross the electric field with the magnetic field. And what you get is a vector that circulates, energy flowing in circles around the charge and the magnet, endlessly, in loops, with no beginning and no end. Nothing is moving, no work is being done, no energy is being generated or consumed, and yet, according to the formula, energy is flowing in circles through empty space around two objects that are just sitting there minding their own business. When I present this to students, some of them look at me as though I have lost my mind, and I understand why. It is a deeply weird result. Energy going around in circles forever, for no apparent reason. What kind of theory predicts that? But here is the part that should keep you up at night. That circulating energy carries momentum, real, physical, angular momentum. And if you try to disassemble the system, if you try to move the charge away from the magnet, you have to account for that angular momentum. It shows up in experiments. It has been measured. It is real. So the pointing vector is not just a mathematical convenience. It is telling you something true about the physical world. The fields contain energy. They contain momentum. They are, in a very real sense, physical things. Not just mathematical abstractions drawn on a blackboard. Physical things that push, pull, carry, and flow. In my own lectures, I describe this whole business to the students, and I tell them, look, I know this sounds crazy. I say, our crazy theory tells us that the electrons are getting their energy to generate heat because of the energy flowing into the wire from the field outside. Intuition would seem to tell us that the electrons get their energy from being pushed along the wire, so the energy should be flowing down or up along the wire. But the theory says the electrons are really being pushed by an electric field that has come from some charges very far away, and the energy somehow flows from the distant charges into a wide area of space, and then inward to the wire. And I call it a theory that looks obviously nuts. Those are my words, obviously nuts. Because when you first encounter it, that is exactly how it looks. Energy sneaking sideways into the wire from the surrounding void. That is not how we imagine things working. But then you do the math, and the math works every single time. You compute the total energy flow into the surface of a resistor, and you get the current squared times the resistance. exactly what Ohm's law says. You compute the energy flow out of a battery, and you get exactly the power the battery should deliver, watt for watt. No discrepancy, no fudge factors. That is the thing about physics. When the math works, you pay attention. And when it works perfectly, and it has worked perfectly for over a century, you change your intuition. You do not throw away the equations because they feel strange. You retrain your gut until the strange result feels obvious. Let me explain why this matters beyond the classroom. This is not just an academic curiosity for physics professors to argue about. Understanding that energy flows in fields, not wires, is the conceptual foundation for everything we do with electromagnetic waves. And it resolves some puzzles that the simple picture cannot touch. Here is one. In alternating current, which is what comes out of your wall outlet, the electrons do not even drift in one direction. They oscillate back and forth. At 60 cycles per second, the electrons wiggle back and forth by less than 1/100th of a millimeter. They go nowhere. They are vibrating in place. And yet somehow energy is steadily delivered from the power plant to your house. If you think energy is carried by the electrons, this is mystifying. How can particles that go nowhere deliver energy from somewhere? But if you understand that the energy is in the field, it makes perfect sense. The oscillating current creates an oscillating electromagnetic field. That field propagates energy outward from the source, through the space around the wires to the load. The electrons shake, the field carries. The electrons are the medium that sustains the field pattern, but they are not the messengers carrying the energy. Take a radio antenna. An oscillating current runs up and down the antenna. This creates oscillating electric and magnetic fields. Those fields propagate outward through empty space as a radio wave, carrying energy. Miles away, the wave arrives at a receiving antenna. The oscillating fields push electrons back and forth in the receiving antenna, recreating the signal. The energy traveled through space in the field with no wire connecting the two antennas at all. If you already understand that energy in a simple DC circuit travels through the field around the wire, then radiation is just the next step. The training wheels come off and the field goes out on its own, without any wire to guide it. But the principle is the same. The field carries the energy, always. A coaxial cable is another beautiful example. You have an inner conductor and an outer cylindrical shield. The electromagnetic field is contained entirely in the space between them. All the energy flows in that gap, that annular region of empty space. If you compute the Poynting vector in a coaxial cable, the energy flows parallel to the cable axis in the space between the conductors, not through the metal, through the gap, through what looks like nothing. That is why coaxial cables work so well for carrying signals. They are designed to contain and guide the field perfectly. The outer shield prevents the field from leaking out and prevents external fields from leaking in. The engineering of the cable is really the engineering of the empty space between its conductors. The metal defines the boundary conditions. It tells the field where to go and how to behave. But the field itself does the heavy lifting, carrying all the energy and information in that narrow ring of empty space. If you have ever wondered why the thickness and the dielectric material between the inner and outer conductors of a coaxial cable matters so much, this is why. You are engineering the medium through which the field travels. Change the gap, change the dielectric, and you change how the field propagates. You change the impedance, the velocity, the losses. The metal barely enters into it, except as a boundary. Power companies know this too, even if they do not usually talk about it in those terms. High voltage transmission lines are separated by large gaps. Why? Partly to prevent arcing, yes. But the separation also matters for the field geometry. The arrangement of the wires determines the structure of the electromagnetic field around them, and that field structure determines how efficiently power is transmitted. If you squeezed all the wires together, the field geometry would change, and you would lose more energy. Let me address one more subtlety, because I want to be thorough, and I do not want you to leave with a lopsided picture. Some people, when they first hear this, swing too far the other direction. They say, all right, the wire is not important. The field is everything. Throw away the wire. And that is just as wrong as the original misconception. The wire matters. It matters enormously. Without the wire, you cannot sustain the current. Without the current, you cannot sustain the magnetic field. Without the magnetic field, the Poynting vector is zero and no energy flows. The electrons, slow as they are, play a critical role. They maintain the configuration of the electromagnetic field. They are not the carriers of energy, but they are the maintainers of the channel through which the energy flows. Imagine the difference between a superconductor and a normal wire. In a superconductor, there is zero resistance. The electrons flow without any collisions, without any energy loss. The Pointing vector at the surface of a superconductor runs parallel to the surface, not inward. No energy enters the wire. All of it flows in the space outside. The superconductor is a perfect guide. In a normal wire with resistance, the Pointing vector tilts slightly inward. Some energy is absorbed from the field, converted to heat. The wire gets warm. The more resistance, the more the Pointing vector tilts inward, the more energy the wire absorbs. In a light bulb filament, the resistance is high. The Pointing vector plunges almost straight into the wire from all directions. Energy pours in from the surrounding field, is absorbed by the resistive material, and comes out as heat and light. That is what makes the bulb glow. The energy does not arrive through the filament from one end to the other like water flowing through a hose. It arrives from outside, from all around, pouring inward from the field. It is a partnership, you see. The field carries the energy. The matter shapes the field. Neither works without the other. The field without the wire dissipates uselessly. The wire without the field is just a dead piece of metal. Together, they create something marvelous. I think that is the most beautiful aspect of this whole business. Nature does not pick favorites between fields and particles. It uses both intertwined, each enabling the other. Let me pull all of this together, because I have thrown a lot at you and I want the picture to be clear. The standard model of electricity says electrons flow through wires and carry energy from source to load, like water through a pipe. This model gets the right numerical answers for currents and voltages and powers. It is a useful tool, and it is not going away. But it is misleading about where the energy actually is and how it actually moves. The correct picture, the picture that comes from Maxwell's equations and Pointing's formula, says the energy is carried by the electromagnetic field in the space around the wire. The field flows from the source, through the surrounding space, guided by the wire, and enters the load from outside. The electrons inside the wire play an essential role in maintaining the field, but they are not the energy carriers. The field is. This is not a matter of interpretation. It is not a philosophical stance. It is what the equations demand. And every experiment ever done is consistent with it. Now I know some of you might be thinking, well, who cares? If the simple picture gives the right answers, why bother with the complicated one? And that is a fair question. I will tell you why. First, because the complicated picture is the true one, and there is value in understanding how nature actually works, even when a simpler lie would suffice for everyday calculations. Knowing the truth changes how you think about things. It deepens your understanding, and it opens doors that the simplified picture keeps shut. Second, because the field picture is essential for understanding phenomena that the wire picture simply cannot explain. Radiation, antennas, waveguides, electromagnetic interference, fiber optics. Everything beyond the simplest DC circuits requires you to understand fields, and if you have been taught from the beginning that energy lives in wires, making the jump to fields feels like learning a completely new subject. But if you understand from the start that even in a boring battery and bulb circuit the energy is in the field, then everything else follows naturally. Third, and this is the one that matters most to me personally, because it is beautiful, the realization that the humble, invisible, seemingly empty space around a wire is in fact teeming with flowing energy. That is a glimpse into how nature really operates. It is the kind of thing that, once you see it, makes the world feel larger and stranger and more wonderful than it did before. And it connects to something even deeper if you want to follow the thread. The idea that fields are real, physical things, not just convenient mathematical bookkeeping devices, is one of the great transitions in the history of physics. Newton's gravity acted at a distance, instantaneously, with nothing in between. That always bothered people, and it bothered Newton himself. He called it an absurdity. But it worked, so people used it. Maxwell changed that. With electromagnetism, the field is the intermediary. The charge here does not reach out and directly push the charge over there. Instead, the charge here creates a field. The field fills space, and the charge over there responds to the field in its own neighborhood. Everything is local. The field is the messenger, the carrier, the medium, and it is as real as the charges that create it. When you look at a wire and think about the Pointing vector, you are touching that idea with your fingertips. The field between the wires is not nothing. It is something. It has energy. It has momentum. It has direction. It is doing something specific, measurable, and essential. The The space around the wire is as full and as active as the wire itself. More so, in fact, because that is where the energy actually lives. I find that deeply satisfying. That the emptiness is full. That the nothing is something. That the most important part of the machine is the part you cannot see or touch. So here is the picture I want you to carry with you. The next time you flip a light switch, think about what actually happens. The switch closes. A charge redistribution occurs almost instantly along the surface of the wires, setting up the proper electric field pattern. That field, combined with the magnetic field from the current, creates a pointing vector pointing from the surrounding space into the wire at every point. At the filament, where the resistance is high, energy floods in from the surrounding field, pours into the thin tungsten wire from every direction, heats it to incandescence, and light fills the room. The light in your room is not powered by electrons trudging through copper at a snail's pace. It is powered by invisible fields, filling the space around you, carrying energy at nearly the speed of light from distant generators through the empty air and converging on the glowing filament. Those fields are there right now. Every wire in this building, every cable, every cord is surrounded by an electromagnetic field carrying energy through the space you are sitting in. You cannot see it, you cannot feel it, but it is as real as the chair beneath you, and it is the real thing doing the work. I want to leave you with one last thought. People sometimes feel cheated when they learn this. Why did they teach me the wrong picture? They ask. But the simplified picture is not a lie. It is a model. And models are tools. You pick the simplest tool that does the job. For household wiring, the simple model is perfect. You do not need the pointing vector to wire a lamp. But if you want to understand, if you want to see behind the curtain, if you want to grasp how nature actually transports energy from one place to another, then you need the deeper picture. And the deeper picture is astonishing. Energy does not flow through matter. It flows through fields, through the invisible, intangible electromagnetic field that fills all of space. Maxwell showed us the field exists. Pointing showed us the energy flowing through it. Heaviside confirmed it. And every experiment since 1884 has agreed. The wire is not the story. The wire was never the story. The field is the story. That seemingly empty, boring, nothing space around the wire, that is where all the action is. That is where the power flows. And the wire, for all its copper solidity, is just the guide standing at the edge, pointing the way. If someone had told me years ago that the most important part of a circuit is the empty space around it, I would have thought they were pulling my leg. But nature has a sense of humor like that. The most important things are very often the ones you cannot see. So the next time you look at an ordinary wire dangling behind your desk, plugged into the wall, think about what you are not seeing. Think about the fields wrapping around it, the energy streaming through invisible space, the entire electrical universe humming quietly in the air around that simple piece of copper. That is the real electricity. And it was there all along, right under your nose, waiting for someone to notice. Tell me this. If you could somehow make the electromagnetic field visible, if it glowed in proportion to the energy flowing through it, what do you think a simple lamp plugged into the wall would look like?
But we begin this Sunday morning with the chance for justice, finally, and the DOJ's strike force, named last week to investigate evidence disclosed about the Russia collusion hoax, with a look at next legal steps as we continue to search for accountability for the biggest political scandal of our time. And after a bombshell week with DNI Tulsi Gabbard disclosing something this audience has suspected for a long time, that President Barack Obama may have been pulling the strings after Trump won in the November 2016 election, pushing a plan to muddy up the incoming president's name and handicap his new administration with a phony story about Russia. This past week, DNA Gabbard sent criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and the DOJ announced the formation of that strike force to evaluate the evidence presented. Coming up, the timeline to destroying Trump's reputation, with the two men who saw it coming from day one, while exposing the Russia collusion with Trump made-up fantasy concocted by Hillary Clinton and her 2016 presidential campaign. CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Trump Media and Telecom CEO Devin Nunes are here. Just days after Director of National Intelligence Gabbard declassified the House Intelligence Committee report, prepared in 2020, based on then Congressman Nunes' investigation, that the intelligence community did not have direct information or evidence that Russian President Putin wanted to help elect Donald Trump in 2016. Despite the assessment repeatedly listed in the daily presidential briefing, then President Obama ordered a new report which completely contradicted the original assessment. Here's DNI Kelsey with me here, exclusively last Sunday.
The tasks that came out of that meeting was coming from President Obama directing the intelligence community, then Obama's ODNI director Clapper, to produce a document, to produce an intelligence assessment that detailed not if, but how Moscow affected the outcome of the election that had already occurred, electing Donald Trump to the presidency. This document that they published in January of 2017.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe will join me shortly, but first, a flashback to 2018 with me here, 7 years ago.
It's very troubling. All of this ties in. It's not just Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, Maria. What's important and significant about what Devin Nunes told you earlier is more than 70 witnesses appeared before the House Intelligence Committee. All of them were asked the same question. What evidence do you have of Russian collusion with Donald Trump or the Trump campaign? What evidence do you have of conspiracy? What evidence do you have of coordination? And they batted 1,000 in their response. These are folks like Susan Rice and Samantha Power, senior DOJ and department officials and intelligence and law enforcement officials, and they all said, we don't have any. So what we have known and what I want the public to see from these transcripts is that our law enforcement and intelligence communities have known for a while that there isn't evidence of Russian collusion with Donald Trump or the Trump campaign. The sooner the public finds that out, the better off we'll all be.
And joining me right now, back 7 years later in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive, is the current director of the CIA, once again, John Ratcliffe. Director, thanks so much for being here this morning.
Great to see you, Maria. Great to be back with you.
And thank you for all of your truth-telling over the years. We will speak with Devin Nunes, who opened this up wide so many years ago. But I want to get your reaction to what we're seeing now with Tulsi Gabbard highlighting the truth here, as you have done so many years ago.
Well, Maria, before the intelligence community assessment that DNI Gabbard was talking about, and before Devin Nunes' report about that intelligence community assessment, before the Mueller investigation, before Crossfire Hurricane, there was this. In the summer of 2016, U.S. intelligence intercepted Russian intelligence talking about a Hillary Clinton plan to falsely accuse Donald Trump of Russia collusion, to vilify him and smear him with what would become known infamously as the Steele dossier. And Maria, this intelligence was so explosive that John Brennan briefed President Obama, Vice President Biden, Jim Clapper, James Comey, the entire national security team, telling them about this Hillary Clinton plan. Again, but think.
By fools, and it is exhausting. You think your intelligence is your greatest asset.
Nope.
Grab my tractor. Grab my tractor. I go up there, because if they don't move, I'm going to physically push their vehicle. Because they're a private when they're trespassing. It was not moving. Then I start getting flanked from two corners. So I took one, and the other came in and slammed me to the ground. I'm sure they're showing you some video up there, so it should show that.
Can I step in, please?
No.
Well, you're under arrest.
Well, that ain't gonna happen today.
Okay.
You just sing it back.
No.
It's a sunny autumn afternoon in Chillicothe, Ohio, when the Ross County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call reporting a heated dispute between the Roth family and a...
I grab my tractor. I go up there, because if they don't move, I'm gonna physically slam you to the ground. I'm sure they're showing you some video up there, so it should show that.
Can I step in, please? Well, you're under arrest.
Well, that ain't gonna happen today.
Okay.
You will send me back.
No.
It's a sunny autumn afternoon in Chillicothe, Ohio, when the sheriff's office received a 911 call about a dispute between the Roth family and A&S Towing, a company which had recently acquired the plot of land next door.
Hey, we have a huge fight and they're ganging up on one guy. Let go of him. Do not touch me. Get off of him first. That's not fair. There's several people up against him, so shut up. He was threatening our grandma. Hey, stop. Wait,
Has it gone physical?
yes.
Okay.
Due to the way the properties are laid out, visitors to A&S Towing often mistakenly pull into the Roth family's driveway to park temporarily while conducting business. According to the Roth family, A&S employees had been telling customers it was acceptable to use the driveway, despite no agreement ever being made between the two parties. Whether that is accurate remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that on October 26th, 2025, a family visiting A&S did exactly that. Initially, several members of the Roth family told the visitors they needed to move their vehicle, which they did while apologizing for the misunderstanding. As they began doing so, 58-year-old Brian Roth pulled up in his tractor and blocked them in. That move, ladies and gentlemen, prompted one of the male visitors to confront Brian, and a heated argument quickly followed. During the confrontation, more male Roth family members emerged and eventually attacked the visitor. An A&S employee then ran over to help, and that's when the family members turned their attention to him.
Shut up! Hey, that means you too. Shut your mouth. Hey, stop, or we're gonna start going to jail. Well, I feel like doing paperwork. I feel like doing paperwork. Go away before I start taking people to jail. So, what happened?
So, I'm not talking till she moves.
Okay.
I'm on my property now.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, now.
All right, then we'll walk over here. Shut up. Stop. Can we act like adults for 5 minutes, please?
So, since they moved in over there, people parking over here. It's the biggest thing. We come to town, blah, 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 this, that, the other. They're getting ready to move. My husband's upset. He comes out. Then the other guy comes over, running his mouth. They get into it. Then the tow truck guy comes over, pushes on my husband, I guess, because I'm over here, like, cool it. And then he gets on top of my son. Then my daughter had to push him off.
Where's your husband at?
He went back. He took his tractor to go back to the house.
Okay, well, he's coming back up here.
Okay, go get that. But they're saying they didn't know, and what I was trying to tell them is, I said that I understand that. I said, but this has been going on for a year and a half, almost 2 years since they moved in. If they're running a business and we're telling people, we're being polite, don't park over here, it's private property, and she pulls out, she's like, well, you could have told her. Well, why didn't your tow truck guy tell them that they was on private property over here?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. They said it was all right.
Yeah.
The two people were parking here were told that it was all right to park here.
Okay. So who was the fight between?
It was between my husband and the older guy in the hat.
Was he the truck driver? Or?
No, the guy with the green is the truck driver.
Okay, so how did the...
The guy with the hat came over with his bags and was like, don't threaten my mother or whatever. He had stuff in his hands. He threw it down and got in my face.
Okay.
That's when my dad came.
Okay.
But it was when I tried to separate the tow truck driver, that's when he flipped around and threw me down.
Okay.
The woman said it's fine. It was okay for us to do that. So we did, and she asked us to move it. We come over to move it. Before we could get in the car to move it, and we explained, we're sorry, we accidentally pulled in there because we just found out where it was at. She said, that's fine, they do it all the time. We were getting ready to move it. He comes against that tractor. He pulls it right up to this close to my car, like he's going to ram my car. And my son says, you can't ram her car, that's a felony. And he gets off, and he sucker punched my son. My son can't find his glasses. And look what they did to this guy.
Hey, look, you set it up. You get them over here. I'll take care of it.
Just stop. Just stop. I get you're frustrated. I would be too. I just don't want to see it get worse. Who is it that is? She was already saying move the car. She's in the car trying to move it. There was a car behind her. And then the old man come and threatens my mom with a tractor. That's the truck back there. Right into Henry. He kept moving up on us. That's him. He was over here telling him to stop. And then the kid, or not kid, but the young guy, started beeping up and coming up. So I drove to back to get ready to get attacked. And the old man come out of nowhere and sucker punched him.
And the old man is now in the house. He's hiding.
Agitated.
And this lady here.
I just tried to let them know that I wasn't going to sit there and let that guy keep attacking him. So I shoved him off of him. I shoved him, that was it. And then all these guys attacked me. But they put me in a chokehold, told me a chokehold. I got the other plate, gallons round, got on top of him, started choking him while they were choking me and punching me in the face. Two of them behind.
But the old guy in the black shirt, he's the one that hit first.
Yeah.
The guy in the gray sweatshirt, he also hit you.
The guy in
That young boy right there? Yeah.
the old guy's not here. He parked the tractor and went inside.
And there was
He's
girls
close,
behind
but
me
he's,
too.
yeah.
Which house did they go in the trailer or that house?
The tractor came from back there.
So, dude in a black t-shirt, he's in that house. Sucker punched him. It's on video. Do you need an ambulance?
I need an ambulance. I told the three of them why it's square face to face that's coming from behind me. I can do that too.
The old man was the problem. Not the woman, not the... So the old man punched my son. It's like chaos. Then, and everybody was in. The old man is the instigator. And then actually, the wife and the daughter, who's not there now, and the son, they were all saying, it's okay, just move the car, it's fine. And then he stands out. They were supposed to teach the police. From the
After collecting an initial round of statements from both parties, Ross County Sheriff's deputies focused their attention on the primary suspect, Brian Roth. As you would have heard earlier, after the fight, he returned to his home, a short walk from the recovery site. The video shown to the deputies clearly identified Brian as the aggressor, so they were preparing to place him under arrest after collecting his statements. But Brian had other plans, and this simple dispute
Other
was about
plans.
to take a deadly turn.
Other plans, Brian.
Hello. So what happened today?
Just take her in.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
They're still up there. They don't move. So I grab my tractor. I go up there because if they don't move, I'm gonna physically push the vehicles out into the street. So I dropped it, told them that, told them they're trespassing. It was not moving. And I started getting flanked from fucking two corners. So I took one and fucking the other came in, fucking slammed them to the ground. I'm sure they're showing you fucking video up there, so it should show that. And it just escalated.
Do you have your ID with you?
Oh.
Ross Owen. Just one, two. What kind of words were you guys having? Were there threats being made or what?
No, I just told them to move their shit. If not, I was going to push it out into the street, which is what I was going to do with that tractor right there. If they wouldn't move their vehicles, I would put their vehicles in the street.
Okay.
And they just wanted to stand there and argue. They said, okay, let's sit there and argue and get in their truck. I told them, vehicle, get the hell out of mine.
your tractor make contact?
Yeah,
I'm
it did
sorry.
not touch it.
Okay. I didn't mean to drop it. I apologize. So you said they started cornering you, and that's...
Yeah, he flanked one from one side of the tree that I engaged first.
Oh.
Was on this side of the tree, then the guy came from the other side of the tree and fucking tackled me like fucking we're playing football or something.
Okay.
And that's when my son went over to get him off of him, and then he turned around and was on top of my son.
Okay.
So then my daughter was trying to help get him off my son.
And things are heated, so they might get out of proportion then. I don't know, that's the way I recall.
So the video I just watched just shows you punching the guy.
So they didn't show the other guy tackling me?
That kind of happened after you punched a guy in the face.
Yeah, the one that was coming towards and fucking shouting at me and shit.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If I was to say whatever, it probably wouldn't be right. I don't know what the fuck he said. I don't remember.
Okay.
Things were too heated.
Can I step in, please? Well, you're under arrest.
Well, it didn't happen today.
Okay.
You see anything.
Nope.
Now he's getting resisting arrest.
Then you better get.
Shots fired.
Holy shit.
Man, get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Dog everywhere. Get back!
Somebody get her cuffed.
You got eyes on the gun?
No. Fort 17, did you copy? I'm relieved.
Trust me.
Holy shit.
86, can you have her way?
You good?
Holy shit.
Nope, I'm good.
How did this turn into that quick?
We're gonna do this slow.
Yep.
We're trying to get eyes on this gun. Sir, do not move. You move, you're gonna get shot again. Do not move.
Brian, can you hear us?
Keep your light on. You have eyes on it? I have eyes on him. He's not moving. I'm gonna move to this front right post. All right.
Do I need to get a tuner on your own?
Yes, please.
Stage. Gun's laying right here facing me. I'm moving. Where's it at? I can't. Like, give us an idea. Right where that dog is. Okay.
Brian!
Facing that way. Is it inside the house? Yes. Right inside the door. Barrel's laying up against the door.
All right,
You know
hold.
me how to stage or respond in.
Stage. I got a shield in my car. We're gonna hold here.
Blake, is his hands on the gun? Does not appear so.
Was that him?
He's down hard.
Okay. Second to pop up.
Move. No, not right now. Move. Yeah. Where I'm going to.
Fucking assault charge. That's all it was.
Hey, if you're gloved up, go ahead, holster, let Blake take your place. You get behind that.
transported to a local hospital
Is he big?
where he was pronounced dead a short
Yeah.
while later. No deputies were injured during the incident. As is standard procedure in officer-related shootings in the state, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation was called in to take over the case. Special agents processed the scene, collected evidence, and executed a search warrant at the Roth's property as part of the independent investigation. That ended up being swift. No one else was charged in relation to the fight, and the Ross County Sheriff's deputies were cleared of any wrongdoing in relation to the shooting.
SO3 is 9 dispatch. I've located the body. The scene's about 50 yards on a trail.
This lone cop just discovered a dead body in the middle of the woods.
Oops.
Sounds like it's in this way. 10-4 signal 7. Please send another unit to my location.
What he doesn't know yet is that the lifeless man in front of him has been tortured for hours by the twisted man hiding in this very forest.
That's some creepy shit right here. Smell this, right? You don't smell gas right here? Yeah. Is it gonna torture? I'm not sure what it is, but I got movement east of my location in the woods. There's something moving around back this way.
He carries 3 or 4 knives on him. He thinks he's random. You're what? I'm just trying to get God.
It's December 23rd, 2022, and Officer Azure has just received a 911 call from a distraught man reporting that he's found his best friend's lifeless body in the middle of the Lake Jackson forest. Officer Azure, along with a group of first responders, quickly arrive at the scene.
That's not me. Okay, y'all stay right there.
Here they encounter Jamie, the 911 caller, and his best friend Robert, both of whom urgently want to show the officer where their dead friend is. Considering the serious circumstances, Officer Azure decides to follow Robert into the forest despite being alone.
Sweet, man. I'm 10-12 with him. Just give me a minute. I'm 10-12 with you. I'm head down to take a look. 361 if you want to come down, and 56 for you mess in the back.
Whoa, she looks like shit.
We don't have to worry about it. Okay. My watch is good. Yeah. Knife was laying on the ground. There's no blood on it. Did you touch the knife? I did pick up the knife. Okay. Well, we're gonna need to get fingerprints from you, okay? No problem. I walked by the car. And you said see James. Okay. And then Alan walked by the truck and goes, "What's that?" And he picked the truck up with sticky on his hand. And James was laying there face down. And I dropped the knife in the ground. Okay. All right. So we're gonna need to get a very detailed statement from you, okay? Just because I understand. Well, the thing is, I'm not accusing you of anything, but you have to be ruled out. You see what I'm saying? 100%.
At this point, the officer can't yet confirm, but with a dead body reported, he has no choice but to push deeper into the woods. However, alone with a suspicious man he's just met and a killer who could be lurking nearby,
Torture forest.
the officer knows he must proceed with extreme caution.
You stay on there right here for me, okay? Let me get up there and take a look. Oh, shit. Okay. And then remove that nightstand. All right.
Please leave my back hint.
Where's the knife? Okay. Okay. Just hang out there for me, okay?
Jamie was telling the truth. Wrapped inside the tarp is the body of James Leidendecker. He's lying naked in a pool of his own blood, covered in cuts and scrapes. Realizing the severity of the situation, Officer Azure immediately instructs Jamie to head back while he investigates further. That's when Officer Azure begins to hear some unsettling noises.
sure if it's a person or I'm not sure what it is, but I've got movement east of my location in the woods. Sounds like it's heading this way. Hey, LT.
Fortunately for Officer Azure, backup arrived just in time, providing some relief from whatever might have been lurking in the forest.
There's nothing for y'all to check. He's cold to the touch. All right, we got knife right here, body here, tents and camp spread up back here. We've also got one outstanding. There's two people who live in this camp.
And one's not here?
And one's outstanding at the moment.
Did you find the knife? Yeah.
I got a knife right here.
There's no blood on it, huh?
Well, there's something right there, but got those two guys 212 up front.
We're standing around.
Good, because one that led me back touched the knife, so we need to get his prints and a statement off him. The other one touched the tarp. They found out what was going on and they took off. I checked the camp and he's the only one back here.
Well, I thought coming in was pretty small turkey at 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so, and I got what looks like maybe his clothes right over there. So, he's naked, and there's some clothes right there on the fire.
As medical staff arrives and examines the body more closely, they observe a brutal manner of death.
Exclamation mark X spine.
Strangulation, and something even more disturbing, gasoline, found in James's lungs and stomach. Detectives are left with a burning question. Why would a victim have gasoline inside him? However, this would be only one of the many disturbing details officers uncover at the scene.
Somebody's gonna burn him.
Exclamation mark X doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks awful shiny.
From what I can see. But he's butt naked, face down on the tar with his upper torso covered. It's definitely somebody put him here.
It's definitely somebody who put him here.
So I don't know what his face looks like. If he was stabbed in the neck or the face, the blood may be hidden by the tar. I'm not seeing any obvious blood. Apparently the witness picked up the knife, and the knife has like screws around it. Wow, there's blood on it. Yeah, the tar's brown, but there's blood all over the tar, like blood splatter.
It looks like, he was moved post-mortem, you can tell by the way he was dressed.
Oh, he's got fucking leaf in his ass right now. That's hollow demolition, he said?
Yeah, that's crazy. Almost looks like it's carving noses. Missing the one eye. You see that? Nuts.
Artistic. Oh, wild.
Yeah, it looks like
By now,
Somebody carved a big wood thing in there? That's crazy.
the injuries to the body, the bloody knife, and the presence of gasoline all point to one thing. This wasn't just a killing, but a calculated act where the victim had likely been tortured for hours. With this in mind, officers would return to question Jamie, the man who had originally called 911, and what Jamie reveals would soon lead investigators directly to the killer. But before we continue, it's worth noting that tragedies like these could affect any of us. Take Yvette Torrent with their biggest lead yet.
I heard arguing and stuff. So I go through the woods.
Exclamation mark X bloom.
Because, all these people argue all the time about dog shit.
Mm.
It's been a while now, and I haven't heard anything from James or anybody over there. So I go over there to me and my friend that's with Officer now. Go over there, right? So when I get to a certain point, I see a tarp laying there beside this tree, which is never there.
And inside
The tarp is, I don't even know if it's changed or.
All right, well, we're gonna get
Yeah, it's the only word I can think of. Like, blogs?
Exclamation
Block?
mark X block.
Yeah, fucking A. Sometimes it's the easy one, eh? CK, I guess it's... What else is that? The blood?
According to Jamie, a man named Dusty
But we
McDonald
only had the
had
one O,
attacked
so...
another man, Rick, with a hatchet earlier that day. Police
They
were
must know
unable
it's the
to
first of the day for me.
or confront Dusty at the time. While this incident was concerning,
Oh man, look at that guy. Looks like Eric.
home to establish Dusty as a primary suspect.
Rick?
Until nearly every witness interviewed pointed to him as well. Eventually, officers had gathered enough statements to justify bringing Dusty in for questioning.
Man, Eric would rape and torture a guy.
As police began searching for Dusty, other officers on scene
Shit.
would sit down with the two 911 callers to piece together a timeline. According to them, the day had started with unsettling signs that
Especially a guy.
was off.
If you raped a guy, he would definitely have to kill him. Because he couldn't let anybody know.
So I walked down. I seen Dusty have James on the ground. He was saying, you should talk shit about this, not, you know what I'm saying? Her, like, no, they get shit out there.
Oh, maybe that guy is the murderer guy. Okay.
I'm like, real name or Dusty McDonald? Did you say the gangster called him today and said, hey,
Oh, Dusty moved out, huh? You see a dead body anywhere?
James was there. Dusty went over there to cut his tent. Cut him up, threatened with a machine, cut his tent up, all kind of shit. They called the police. The police made a report, and the police just said, stay away from him. There's a tarp laying beside the tree that's never there because I live here. And I took the stick when I picked it up, I seen legs.
Based on these witness accounts, officers now have a fairly detailed picture of what likely happened hours earlier. They also have a lead suspect, Dusty McDonald, a name one of the officers happened to be familiar with.
Supposedly killed, and some militia come down there this morning with a machete and started hacking up some of the tents because he wanted to clear the area. So he was signal pointing off of the meds.
They said Dusty. They said Dusty is the one that was outstanding. Yeah, they said this guy Dusty left from over here like later in the evening.
By now, it was clear Dusty had likely been involved in the murder, and with Jamie and Robert's statements in hand, police began piecing together the sequence of events leading up to the brutal killing. Earlier that day, Rick, another man who lived at the camps, had called 911 claiming a Dusty McDonald had slashed his tent with a machete while searching for a man named James, even threatening him in the process. Later that afternoon, Dusty managed to find James, and witnesses reported hearing
Oh, that's a haircut. Look at that.
checked to see what was going
Ooh.
on. They saw Dusty on top of James, wrestling and yelling. It didn't appear to be anything more than a heated argument, so they returned to their camp. However, hours would pass.
A heated argument. A lover's quarrel.
Robert and Jamie began to worry and decided to go looking for him. And that's when they found a blue tarp covering James's lifeless body. Nearly all witness accounts lined up perfectly with this timeline of events, making the next step for officers clear.
That's crazy.
Dusty and bring him in for interrogation.
Dusty should definitely wear a hat.
Fortunately, since officers had begun the work of locating him earlier that day, they already had Dusty's address. Soon after, they surrounded the house.
I thought Dusty lived in the woods. In that tent. Excuse me.
Sheriff Office, put a knife down, man.
Ha!
Come on out. Come on out. Come on out.
Like, bro, I'm just making a sandwich.
Come on. Come on out. I'm right here, sir. Come on out.
Why did they say put the knife down like that?
Dude, yeah. Turn around, put your hands like that. Dude, man, just trying to light me on fire, dude. Y'all know what happened down there. Step in first, light me on fire, man. It's all on surveillance, dude.
Tried to light me on fire, so I tortured his naked body.
I'm not
Dusty's behavior would be bizarre from the start, immediately insisting that James tried to set him on fire and that the officers, quote, already know what happened down there. Whether he's trying to
That's
claim
crazy.
self-defense or is just completely unhinged is anyone's
He like stabbed the guy up and poured gasoline down his throat. Get out of here, dude.
That's what we're trying to figure out. There's man inside the light mail at fire, is that correct? Okay, listen, we got one side, right? That's why you need to come with us, okay? I know you are.
With the supposed killer in custody, officers concluded the disturbing on-scene investigation and began preparing for interrogation. If Dusty was their killer, given what had been done to the victim's body,
Who's doing that shit to the tree?
someone deeply disturbed. That suspicion would soon be confirmed. By now, Dusty had already raised serious concerns. He had slashed Rick's tent and threatened him. On top of that, multiple witnesses had just reported
And they say he's off his meds.
James hours before the murder. However,
Well, that guy looks like a zombie though.
there was one major complication. Dusty was claiming self-defense. He alleged that James had thrown gasoline on him and threatened to set him on fire. This wasn't a claim
Self-defense.
detectives could easily dismiss, especially given the distinct smell of gasoline at the scene, meaning there was a possibility he could get away with his crime. Even though it's clear who's behind the murder at this point, Dusty's story now carries a shred of credibility. Detectives have one goal: to break that story, either by disproving his self-defense claim using witness statements, or, ideally, by getting a confession. Either way, the investigation is about to get a lot more complicated. To move forward, detectives start by bringing in people from the encampment who knew Dusty well and interacted with him regularly. If Dusty had a pattern of violent behavior, these individuals were the most likely to have seen it firsthand.
My goal here is to kind of get, from your perspective, kind of what you saw, what you heard.
He ain't really been bumping with me at all. I ain't never had no crossword. He's always insisted, oh, come up here and do your laundry and all that shit, you know. Come up there and get a shower. That's what, come and get a shower. Come get a shower all the time. I fucked up. Got a shower and needed $2 afterward, you know. That's gesture.
Rick explains that Dusty often offered showers and laundry to homeless individuals in the area, sometimes charging a small fee. This catches the attention of detectives. These seemingly generous acts may be a part of a larger pattern of manipulation, a way for Dusty to assert control over the homeless community. It's a detail that could support their efforts to build a stronger case against him.
I tried my best to get along with him. You know, he had a shower that we all used, you know, sometimes try to keep him good with him for those reasons and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I get that.
Under my wildest dreams that I think he was capable of murdering us, all is true. I was just over there basically using his necessities like we all were.
No,
we got a chance to, you know, in the shower, usually offered it. That's his way of making friends with us, I think. I had stayed with him before and he kicked me out. I thought I was gonna laugh. I was taking pictures of him and stuff like that with my phone. I didn't have a phone. Like I saw you taking pictures of me with your phone. I still didn't have a phone. He said, you gotta go. I left. That.
Dusty lives in a house near the homeless camps, a property owned by his grandfather. At first, much like Rick, Busby describes Dusty as someone who seems generous, allowing members of the homeless camp to use his home for basic amenities. As investigators continue interviewing members of the homeless community, a more troubling picture of Dusty begins to emerge. He has a history of strange and violent behavior marked by paranoia and delusions. However, officers face a challenge. The interviews so far have been too vague, highlighting patterns of behavior but lacking concrete details to build a solid case. This leads detectives back to Jamie, the original 911 caller and the person with the clearest recollection of events so far. And he's able to offer
Everybody's too drunk or what?
to who Dusty really is.
Mr. Allen, my role here in all this, it's just kind of to get from your perspective.
Mr. Alien.
What you saw, what you observed.
Me and Jane went last night. I used to stay up there with him. He's a violent person. Okay. This papa was one that let me stay there because he's going home. Right. The reason I don't stay there is because you don't do what he says and he gets all angry and threatening.
It's Eric.
He just crazy.
Haha.
What is he even here?
Yeah,
He thinks he's Rambo.
Well, Dusty had a reputation as a bully who routinely harassed the homeless community. No one expected his behavior.
Oh man, that's so Eric.
Blooded murder. His so-called generosity, offering his home for showers and laundry, masked a deeper need for control and manipulation. The same people he claimed to help were also the ones he intimidated and threatened, giving an enormous sense of power and superiority. In the end, this contradiction
Eric's
really
going to
set the
jail.
stage for the gruesome murder. When Dusty was brought in for questioning, his demeanor was strangely calm. At this point, he seems to believe that he is seen as a victim of an attack by this homeless man. He didn't seem like he was in his right mind at all. Detectives were hoping to learn about Dusty's side of the story, but instead were met with, well, a lot of nonsense.
Wild, dude.
You know I'm an owl, right? You're what? You know I'm an owl, right? Okay. You know what that means, right? Yes, sir, I do. Okay, thank you. Thank you. This has been a really hard day. Sir, I waved all right there a long time ago. You know, I still have a great sense of innocence within me if it ain't obvious to you this time.
Throughout his interrogation, Dusty's responses are filled with incoherent delusions and deflections. In Dusty's mind, he's, quote, an owl, constantly watched, monitored, and under surveillance. It's clear that without his medication, his schizophrenia is spiraling out of control.
Nah. There's people always watching me. I'm a streamer.
Crazy shit. And still be able to get us some usable intel. You know, you wonder why staying at that place is so dangerous for me. I know a lot of trust is getting to me like that, but man, I need to second get to talk about this.
Dusty seems to believe he's outsmarted the cops, thinking he's there to provide valuable intel as the victim. But he will soon find out that he's actually a suspect in the cold-blooded murder of an innocent man.
Nah, Mike, I'm here to help.
You know, I've been going hard. You know, I'm so exhausted. How long have you done? What, this kind of work? Not very long. That was my first. I think everybody knows that. From the get-go. You know, making this deep psychological connection. It's helping a lot. Good.
Listening closely to Dusty's words, it seems as if he's openly admitting to the murder. Although his statement is scattered and unclear, it gives detectives the impression that he's acknowledging responsibility without fully grasping the seriousness of his actions. But Dusty's bizarre admissions wouldn't stop there, as he continues rambling incoherently.
There's busting, and then there's and then he tries to get us now because you saw how I was pulled up down there. Dude, I thought I was just doing it for the other. You know what I mean? Because that was my intention. I've been managed to hit that DOG vibe, but come out like that, I don't know how I do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. I mean, when I'm just experimenting in the house with blades, like before when I took the lift guns and threw it in curves, like I mean, shit, I don't know how I do this shit. I just know my beautiful mind that I'm just, it's a three-way. You know, it's the photographic, the audio intake, and then the kinetic. Yeah. You know, if y'all don't ever think I'm so amazed that I'm just like, God, man, I never thought it would be something like that, but my God, what that thing was.
While Dusty's ramblings could be interpreted as an admission that James was his first murder, the statement is buried in a mix of delusions about retinoids, his photographic memory, and other incoherent claims. The detective picks up on this and pushes further, trying to separate fact from fiction in Dusty's fractured account.
For me to verify everything that I see elsewhere, yeah, I'm not trying to. I know tell me this. I know you're not mad at me. That's just I don't want you to think that that's because of me. It reflects what my personality is. I can't talk to me. I can, yeah, but I don't want you to think I'm mean. Sir, I am very upset we were having this conversation.
Dusty claims he's not mad and that people don't understand how he communicates. This shows he might have a twisted view of himself, how calm and relieved Dusty seems. Most guilty people would be nervous or scared during an interrogation, but Dusty is different. He seems to still believe he's the victim and doesn't grasp the seriousness of his actions. Instead of taking responsibility, he thinks people just don't understand him. This becomes even clearer when Dusty asks one final question to the detective.
Will I be able to go home? I'm gonna figure that out. Yeah, because either am I going to him or we're going down to Dan's? We're gonna have to figure that kind of out because how this thing kind of is weird. I guess. I'm gonna come talk to you about it. Okay.
After this bizarre exchange, the detective had heard enough to know it was time to wrap up the interrogation. Dusty's lack of remorse and distorted grip on reality made it clear they were dealing with someone who didn't fully understand the weight of his actions. According to the pathology report, the victim, James Leighton Decker, was subjected to horrific torture before his death. His body showed severe blunt force trauma, including cuts, bruises, and fractures to his face, nose, ears, and mouth. His eyes had severe bleeding, and many of his teeth were broken. The injuries also extended to his neck, with heavy bleeding in the muscles and a broken hyoid bone, suggesting he had been strangled. His torso displayed several broken ribs, and internal bleeding was found in his chest and abdomen. One of the most disturbing details from the report was that James had been exposed to gasoline. His skin had begun to slough off in areas, and a strong smell of gasoline was found on his arms, thighs, and hands. Gasoline was also detected in his lungs and stomach, indicating he had inhaled and swallowed it before he died. This made the murder even more gruesome. Dusty was processed for forensic evidence and transported to the Leon County Detention Facility. The witness statements, his vague confession, and the forensic evidence from the scene were enough to formally charge him. Dusty McDonald was charged with one count of first-degree murder, and as of this video's upload, his case remains ongoing. Police are at the home of Keith and Amber Zotto. Amber's mother, Betty, had called 911 earlier that day, asking officers to check on her daughter. Amber hadn't responded to any calls or messages in 2 days, and Betty feared the worst. The officers arriving at the scene initially expected a routine missing persons call, but what's said inside the house would be far more twisted and disturbing than anyone could have imagined.
Show me your hand! I got the dog. Get off the ground! He's reaching! Stop!
When police first arrive at the Zotto home, they encounter something strange. Only Keith and Amber's children answer the door, claiming their parents are gone and they don't know when they'll be back. This alarms the officers, so they decide to call Betty, the person who originally dialed 911, hoping she can shed some light on the situation. But what Betty reveals to officers would quickly transform this simple welfare check into one of the town's most disturbing mysteries yet.
Hello?
Betty, it's Officer Crowley of Aurora Police Department. I'm at the Malone Circle address. I'm talking to the kids. What's your relation to this family, just so I know?
I'm their grandma. She didn't take her truck because you can see it in the driveway.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Her phone, the day card is still in the house.
Yeah. Betty, how many times do you think she's done that?
Well, she's come over to my house. Oh, 3-4 times this year. But it's always been for a day.
So what I'd like to do is start where we always start, and that's the last place she was seen. I don't want to ask these kids for permission to go in the house, so I may have to call your son-in-law, talk to him on the phone, and see if he'll give me permission to go inside.
Betty would mention that she had been to the house earlier that day and noticed a few strange details. Amber's car was still in the driveway of the home, and her phone was left inside the house, as well as all of her credit cards and important documents. These minute details would prove to be much more important later on. Shortly after this call, Betty and her husband Ronald arrived at their daughter's home to meet with the police. It's here where Betty would reveal what she believed really happened to her daughter.
Hey, I'm Officer Carly. Thanks for coming out. So I called him, but I left him a message. He didn't pick the phone up. So I can't just go inside anymore. I need to give him a warrant or his permission to go inside the house. We're in a tiny residence, and I can't ask you for permission. I mean, obviously the kids are too young for me to ask for permission. So just want to do it the right way before anything else, if that makes sense. Yep. Let's listen to what you saw about it.
Saturday afternoon when I came to pick up the kids, they spent the night with me Saturday night.
Was there any problems at that point, or was it just pick the kids up? The kids are going to stay at their house for the weekend?
Everything is fine. She says, hope you feel better. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Had there been any drinking at that point?
No, we had to drink in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then no sign that there's been any argument or anything like that? Yeah. Okay. As you can see, I don't want you to think that I dropped any conclusions, but I'm just trying to put like a kind of a piece of timeline and kind of behavior as well too.
According to Betty, the family typically had dinner together on the weekends, and although Keith and Amber occasionally argued, things never turned physical, at least not to her knowledge. But with no parents home, officers still couldn't legally enter the residence, so they continued speaking with Betty, hoping she'd reveal something that could explain Amber's sudden disappearance. Betty explained that Amber was highly active in the community, volunteering at her children's elementary school as the treasurer of the parent organization, and everyone around town knew her as a family-first mother, spending most of her time with her children. That's why Amber's disappearance was so puzzling. It simply wasn't like her to spontaneously leave her kids alone. But this confusion would only heighten when Betty showed officers something that made the case even more unsettling. A note suggesting Amber might have harmed herself.
The note is what concerns
Do you
me.
mind if I read that?
I don't have a problem.
Is this a copy of it, or is this?
Yes, I made a copy. I don't know if this is the original.
Okay.
I didn't want to.
Just remember, we're going to have to take your hands up for evidence of property at some point, okay? But I'm going to sit and read this in the meantime.
The note Betty had discovered earlier read in part,
I haven't been the best wife. I deserve everything and all the horrible thoughts you think of me. I have always had it in my mind. Make sure my mom has to identify my body. Everyone would be better off without me.
At first glance, the note appears as a tragic, heartfelt goodbye. Amber seemingly detailing years of self-doubt, despair, and emotional pain. But something about this note didn't align with what police knew about Amber. According to her mother, whenever Amber and Keith fought, Amber always stayed at her parents' house and had never just disappeared. Certainly not without contacting her family first. And although Betty clarified that her daughter had a history of self-harm ideation and emotional struggles, the note's tone sounded off. Especially the disturbingly specific instructions for her own mother to identify her body, which seemed strangely cruel. To investigators, these unusual details hinted at the chilling possibility that the note wasn't exactly what it appeared. They began to suspect Amber might not have written these words freely. Something wasn't right. So based on these signs, officers decided to speak with Betty again, this time on the oddities found inside the note.
Do you think it's something that, would he harm her in any way? Would you have any information or inkling that that might happen? No, okay. If she had walked away, I mean, I'm just wondering where else or how far she could have gone.
She has walked to our house. We're living
Okay.
when she's been drinking and kind of.
I understand, of course. I agree. That's why I'm so concerned.
And that's where, that's why I searched Sunrise Park, because that's the closest park to here. And I don't know why in my head it's, you're not going to do it in your home.
Betty would also find the note strange, but doesn't think Keith would have anything to do with Amber's disappearance. At this point, nothing makes sense. So, without any further clues, officers decide to move to the next step in their investigation, searching the property. As we know, without the homeowner's permission, officers still can't go inside the house without a proper search warrant. Fortunately, by using the kids, they were able to get on the phone with Amber's husband, Keith, hoping to get the permission they needed.
Derek?
Derek, call to you. Somebody want to talk to you?
This is Keith.
Yes, this is Keith.
Keith, this is Officer Crowley with your police. How are you?
I'm alright, boss. How are you?
I'd like to go over a couple series of events and then ask you for permission if I could go inside your house. And where we start searches is the last place she was seen, and that would be your house. But I don't have a warrant, and I'm asking you for permission to go inside your house to.
Go ahead, man.
Luckily, Keith seemed to have no problem letting officers search his home. While one officer continued his conversation with Keith, another would immediately begin searching the property, completely unaware they were both minutes away from uncovering the horrifying truth. But before we continue, it's worth noting that covering stories like this, you realize just how much people are forced to carry. Fear, trauma, even the day-to-day burden of surviving. And sometimes that weight shows up in other ways too, like debt. Do you feel crushed by debt? Those high-interest loans, that mountain of credit card debt, or even the overwhelming medical bills? All the debt that has been keeping you up at night could be gone quicker than you think. Imagine being debt-free, not in 10 years, but in as little as just 2 years. Think about that relief. You can finally feel free. PDS Debt are experts at making this happen. They know precisely how to negotiate with the companies you owe, strategically working to get you a resolution where you owe them significantly less and can be relieved of your debt. They listen to your unique situation to create a personalized plan that works, regardless of your credit score. There's no minimum required to see how they can help you. They tackle credit card debts, personal loans, collections, medical bills, finding the right solution to save you money and get you debt-free faster, putting you back in control. And their results speak for themselves. PDS Debt holds an A-plus Better Business Bureau rating, boasts hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. That's because they've helped tens of thousands of people break free of debt. Stop living in debt. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/insanity. You're just 30 seconds away from starting to get out of debt. That's pdsdebt.com/insanity. With that said, let's get back to the investigation. One of the officers was about to search the family's home, with no idea just how close they were to discovering the gruesome scene hidden in plain sight.
So he gave verbal consent for us to go in the house. I'm just gonna go in. You want to come with me? I will. Yeah, they can just show me. Okay. Where did you find those books in the garage? In the garage. They literally. Okay, let's start there.
So Keith, in a bigger picture, what's going on?
Man, me and Amber drink a lot, we fight a lot, and she likes to walk away, or actually drive away, and I took her keys from her, so she couldn't drive away. She grabbed her purse, slammed her phone on the ground, and left, and I have not seen her since.
Did you actually see her leave, or you just assumed she left?
No, sir. I begged her to stay on the couch. We fought a little bit more, and I said, well, whatever, Amber, you sneak out there on the couch, I'm going inside. And I went inside. I don't know, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then when I woke up at 9, 10 o'clock Sunday morning, there was a letter on the fucking coffee table.
Has she ever threatened to hurt herself in the past, or was this? Oh, she has.
For the last 5 years, it's been her go-to. And that's what I try to tell her grandma and grandpa too. She does this to me all the time, almost every weekend. She'll leave, and then she won't come back till Monday or Tuesday. And then my kids get all mad at me because I let her back in.
I hope you don't mind me asking you personal questions, but is it possible she's seeing somebody else and she stays there?
Oh, for sure she is. That's another thing. That's why we fight all the time. She's been seeing somebody for about 5 years now, and she don't pay our bills. That's why we always fight, man.
Based on Keith and Betty's statements, both were aware Amber had struggled emotionally in the past, but neither realized just how serious the situation had become or how tragically wrong their assumptions would soon turn out to be.
Where exactly was the book when you found it? Right there. Okay. And you recognized her handwriting? Yes. Okay. It's unmistakable. Right there.
Okay, you guys are arguing about her seeing somebody, or you guys arguing about lots of stuff?
Well, that always comes into play, but this particular argument was about her not paying my mortgage for 6 months. I gave her all my money. I just cashed my check and she pays all the bills. And lately she hasn't been paying her bills.
Hey Keith, did it get physical at all, or was it just arguing?
Yeah, we've been physical a couple times, but I want to say Saturday night, no.
You know, this is a fair question.
all the time, and she always comes back.
Okay.
The only thing I'm worried about is she always lives at her fucking mom's house. She doesn't go anywhere. She does go somewhere else, but she always ends up at her mom's house.
Listening carefully to Keith's account, the officer initially found him credible as he described an argument about money and Amber's alleged infidelity. But the officer's concern grew when Keith admitted he'd been heavily intoxicated and couldn't remember if things turned physical. Suddenly, the possibility that Amber hadn't actually walked away became disturbingly real. Officers now suspected more clues were hidden inside the home. A drunken fight, maybe getting physical. Whatever happened, the answers were likely somewhere inside.
He gave me permission. I have it on my body camera recorded it. Okay. He gave me full permission to look in the house. So. What he's got? Are they generally friendly? Okay. Just in case, yeah. Did we look in there?
It doesn't look like it's been here. There's a vegetable yellow part of it, but we want to work on opening it.
Yeah.
Gloves.
As officers continued their search, their body language indicated something was off. Careful not to alarm the family, neither officers openly acknowledged it yet, but they both recognized the unmistakable stench hanging in the air, the odor of decay. At this point, the only thing they were looking for was the source of that disturbing smell.
Your eyes.
Kind of like a black.
No, it's a flat. Okay. It's right here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Gun.
Magazine. Okay. Do you want to call someone? Yeah.
One second.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have you stay inside, please.
She's in there.
Inside the trash can in the garage was a gun, and underneath that was Amber's decaying body with a gunshot wound to the head, discarded with the rest of the garbage. This was now a crime scene, and police immediately began to suspect that this was far from self-inflicted.
When I searched the house, my fear was, something funky. I looked in that trash bin.
Okay.
There was nothing in it.
Okay. Well, when was that?
I was here at about 9 a.m.
Okay.
There was not. I would have noticed that.
Okay.
The top was the carpet, and because of the smell, I literally thought
I'm just gonna go see
forensic files.
It was not there. So somebody's been. Okay. And the kids were sleeping and they are out there. Okay. But so somebody. Okay. Did that. Okay. So.
Ready? What's your first name? Ron. When you get kids, they're still waiting in your house.
Strangely, although Betty had noticed the same foul odor of decay earlier, she didn't realize its implications, instead believing, or perhaps choosing to believe, that all this concern was simply because of the firearm police discovered in the trash can. Betty didn't know it yet, but her statement would soon cast serious suspicion on her, making detectives question whether she herself had played a role in Amber's death. For now, though, officers had to secure the area and move Amber's family away from the gruesome scene.
I don't want the kids to.
I mean, this isn't fast. So if you look to your, and obviously there's a gun there, but if you look to your, you can see a foot. She weighs about 160 170 pounds. Right there, where your hand is. Where you thought. Yeah. So I called Reno. He's calling into you, and I know he sent you too.
While officers waited for the major crimes unit to arrive and process the scene for forensic evidence, they began to grapple with several troubling inconsistencies surrounding Amber's family. Keith had admitted to being heavily intoxicated the night Amber disappeared. He couldn't say for certain whether his argument with Amber had turned violent, only that things had gotten heated, and that much of the night was a blur. But Keith wasn't the only one officers considered a suspect. Amber's mother, Betty, claimed she had checked the trash can earlier that morning and had seen no sign of Amber's body or the gun. Yet, just hours later, both appeared right there in plain sight, exactly where she swore she'd already searched. Even stranger to officers was Betty's demeanor. Despite the horrifying situation unfolding around her and the possibility that her daughter had taken her own life, she remained unusually calm, at times even casual. And then there was the note. Supposedly written by Amber, its wording struck investigators as strange, too composed, almost performative. Still, in a situation as dark and desperate as contemplating suicide, people sometimes write in ways that defy logic or expectations. At this point, everyone's story seemed suspiciously incomplete, and anyone could be responsible in the eyes of detectives. Investigators started realizing that Amber's murder might be far more complicated than they initially thought. So, to investigate these disturbing possibilities, police knew they'd soon need to sit down with Amber's family and carefully interview each member to uncover who might be hiding something. But before doing that, officers needed to finish one crucial step: a final, thorough search of the Zotto home, carefully looking for any signs of violence or attempted cover-up. And sure enough, it didn't take long before they started noticing blood spatter throughout the house.
So a lot of these carpet pieces here, I wonder if the carpet are already back or, right? So you see like spattered.
I know, right?
So the book was right here. There was space open with the last page showing, and that bill was on top of it. No red pen. Got blood on the light switch. We've got a lot of blood on the sink.
Yeah, so we left it the way we found it as well too. And the way the door was when we searched. But yeah, she found a little bit of obvious blood in the kitchen and the sink as well too, so.
Within minutes, officers found clear evidence that something violent had occurred before Amber's body ended up in the trash can. Their first sign that foul play was likely involved. Additionally, the Major Crimes Unit documented critical forensic evidence, including the silver revolver found over Amber's concealed body, blood spatter around the trash can, and debris deliberately placed to hide her remains. Despite these findings pointing towards foul play, detectives still needed clarity on whether Amber's death was a premeditated act or the result of a heated argument that spiraled violently out of control. But they had two major issues preventing them from answering this crucial question. First, Keith was nowhere to be seen, and his phone had gone completely unreachable. Second, and most important, detectives had yet to determine exactly who was responsible, because at this point, several people remained under suspicion, including Amber's mother and even her own children. Police didn't know it yet, but in the coming hours, these questions would be fully answered, and the case would take a completely unexpected turn. So, to fill in these gaps, all of Amber's closest family members were transported to the police station for questioning. Detectives hoped they could uncover each member's potential motives, credibility, and who was hiding secrets, and finally reveal who might actually be responsible for Amber's murder.
I don't want to falsely alarm you, but I also believe in being as honest as we can with loved ones. We may have found Amber.
No.
Yeah, but we're not going either accidentally or intentionally? Would he hurt or kill her? If he were to mistreat her, would she protect him?
She probably would.
So I've been out there and I've seen the letter, or it was a 4.5 page note. And it's very important. I looked in that trash bin.
Okay.
It had an ungodly trash odor, honestly. But I tried to, there's carpet squares were on the top. I tried to lift up, make sure there was nothing under it. Not that, I don't know what I was expecting, but I did. So I absolutely looked in that bin. I love that'll be important. And didn't see anything, and I went out.
Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, the fighting. And do you know why?
Yeah, I do know why.
Okay.
My mom cheats on my dad, and like she's not good at it, I guess. And like so he finds out, and then they just go at it because she like tries to lie about it. Like he has evidence of her doing it, and so like it's like, yeah.
Okay. And the last Saturday is in just a couple days ago?
Yeah, last Friday was the last time I seen her.
Okay. Did you talk to her at all on the phone or anything?
No, she came over for dinner because my grandma was cooking dinner, and she came over and we had dinner, and then she left, and
then you were there
from
Saturday.
Friday all the way to Sunday.
Okay.
After speaking with Amber's family, investigators finally had some clarity. Betty remained adamant she'd checked that trash can that morning, insisting the gun and Amber's body weren't there, which made her case seem more suspicious. Meanwhile, Amber's father, Ronald, was shocked by his daughter's death and found it was hard to believe Keith was capable of harming her. As for Amber's children, Annabelle explained they'd both been staying at their grandparents' house during the weekend, clarifying why they didn't hear the gunshot that ended their mother's life. However, Annabelle's unusual calmness and detailed awareness of her parents' unstable marriage raised some concerns about exactly what else the children might know or could still be protecting. After concluding the interviews, investigators were preparing to search for Keith Zotto, the one critical piece still missing. But just before they could act, they received unexpected news from Keith's sister, Susan Ross. It turns out Keith had visited her just hours earlier, and what he confessed would finally expose the horrifying truth behind Amber's murder.
I saw my brother park up there, and so I got the dogs out. And I didn't know the front door was open, and he just came in, and I seen it on his face, and he goes, "You know, I don't hate you." That was the first thing out of his mouth, and he said, "I know, I love you, you're my best."
Okay.
And then I said, "It's Amber that's trying to keep us apart."
Okay.
And he just looked at me and started crying, and he said, "Oh my God, what'd you do?"
Okay.
And I asked him if Amber was okay. And then he looked at me and he said, "You know what, I don't remember anything."
Okay.
I just remember waking up and seeing her.
Okay.
I asked him what the hell happened to tell me what he did.
Okay.
He said they'd been drinking and fighting all night.
Okay.
It was over money, I guess. He opened some bills and found out that the house had been foreclosed on.
Okay.
And then Amber pulled out the gun and he hit my brother with it, and then Keith said he took it away, and it just happened like that. He said he blinked his eyes, and that was it. He said I blinked my eyes too, and I opened them, and I seen her on the ground.
Susan's testimony finally cleared up everything for investigators. Keith himself admitted he'd woken up from a blackout to find Amber dead and openly acknowledged a violent confrontation that spiraled completely out of control. It was now clearer than ever that Keith Zotto was at the heart of Amber's murder, and it was time to track him down. Just a couple of hours after detectives left Susan's house, Aurora police received a call they never expected. Keith Zotto had surfaced at his sister's house again, ready to surrender. By now, officers knew Keith had already killed once, and for all they knew, he was still armed and dangerous. So they came prepared. A SWAT team descended upon the location, ready to take Keith down if he made even the slightest wrong move.
7-9?
7-9, sir.
All right. Sorry. Ready? Watch out, Bubba. Show me your hand! Front door. Ma'am, come to me.
Going out.
I see him. I see him. Come to me.
Going out. Turn right.
Point to me. Come to me.
I got a guy out.
Hands up. Everybody hands up, please. Very good. Walk to my voice. Go hands up.
Stop. Just you. Just walk towards me. Nice and easy. Okay? All right. We'll talk to you in a... No, we're not. We're not. We're not going to hurt him. Okay? Walk towards me. No. Just keep walking. Walk towards this guy.
Very good. You're good, man. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. There you go. Sit right here. Yes, sir.
All good. Yeah, feel free to go ahead and be here.
Oh.
It all looks normal.
Bro, if you just want to hold it, I'll be back with you.
You guys good?
Is that your mom, and who else is the other lady? Gotcha. Okay, man. Very good. We appreciate you coming out, bud. We'll explain it all to you, okay? Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Finally, after hours of uncertainty, Keith Zotto surrendered to Aurora police without incident. He was immediately taken into custody and formally processed for the murder of his wife, Amber. Keith would go on to admit to killing Amber late Saturday night, claiming his gun accidentally went off during a drunken argument over money and infidelity. Though he insisted he couldn't remember placing her body in the trash or concealing the crime, Keith accepted responsibility for her death. However, Betty's earlier statement surrounding the infamous trash can remained unclear, and investigators were never able to determine why she didn't see the gun or Amber's body that morning. In May of 2021, Keith Zotto was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This video is brought to you by SimpliSafe. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Police just arrived at an airport parking lot to investigate reports of an abandoned truck. Initially, it seemed like just another routine call with nothing unusual, but that's when it hit them. Inside the truck lay 4 brutalized and dismembered bodies hidden inside boxes. What officers didn't know at the time is that 11 more bodies lay buried and hidden in remote areas of the state. An active, twisted serial killer was on the loose, and detectives were already months behind.
Remember the last time you saw him? A couple of months ago?
We don't care about anything else other than finding Mac, Jeff, and Jesse. Whoever did that is our focus.
I tied everything together yesterday when he did that. You know what I mean? Like, I know we all fully agree, man, on what we did.
Taking these other 11, could you take them all to the same place? If you ever came back out to New Mexico, would you be willing to take us?
It started on a Sunday afternoon when police in Grants, New Mexico received a mysterious call. A landlord had just discovered something he described as disturbing while cleaning out an evicted tenant's home. Officers immediately headed to the address to investigate.
This guy hasn't paid us since July, but with COVID going on, we couldn't evict him, so we've had nothing but problems with him. Anyways, we finally got him to move out, so I see him today. We haven't come by, we haven't messed with him. But when I came by, he says, I'm gonna give you a pile to throw. Well, we didn't know which pile, so we started to load it up. While we were moving some things, and we found this puppy in a box underneath some of the kid stuff, you know. Okay. So we go to put the puppy in the bag because we were gonna bury it, and then we see that they had tied a cord on its
myself. I at least want to put a report on file. I know we won't be able to say who did it and when, but that needs to be associated with him, you know, because we're going to take him to court for a lot of other things, and if I can just have that on file, it'll help.
Okay.
It was clear the puppy had suffered a horrific death. Animal control arrived shortly afterwards and confirmed it had been deliberately tortured, noting a cord tied tightly around its neck. The cruelty of the scene was deeply unsettling, and the officer immediately recognized they were dealing with someone truly twisted.
Yeah, that was just strange.
Absolutely. That's just sad. That right there just really gets me because it's like that's not cool at all. No. Absolutely. Cruel, awful people. Yeah, he tried to get in as a landlord. He tries to go into it. They went in, they painted everything their own colors, and they just ruined everything.
Unfortunately for investigators, the puppy was just the first body. And in the coming days, police would uncover more gruesome scenes, strange disappearances, and disturbing evidence pointing to something far more calculated than anyone expected. That same day, Detective Robert Turney was assigned a missing persons case involving 19-year-old Matthew Miller. Matthew's grandmother had called 911 a couple of days earlier, worried because she hadn't seen or heard from him in nearly a week. It turned out police were already familiar with Matthew and knew he had previously struggled with substance abuse, so initially they assumed his disappearance was drug-related. Maybe he overdosed somewhere. But Matthew's family insisted something was different this time and urgently requested to speak with detectives. Trusting their instincts, Detective Turney decided to visit Matthew's grandmother, where he would discover some unsettling new possibilities.
So you guys can help me out by just calling around to hospitals, clinics, rehabilitation places, other county jails, and just see if he's there. So prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Okay. But I will tell you, I had more than enough to arrest Matthew several times, and he's not one of those people that I want to arrest. Matthew's not going to pull a gun on anybody, right? To get his drugs. Yeah. He's not that kind of person.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my main fear.
And he probably has a little bit of a complex because he knows he's that kind of person. And so he's going to be real hesitant to reach out and tell you guys the actual truth about this person if it is.
Yeah, no, he's
So just forgive him. All you can do is tell him you love him and you forgive him and go from there.
After rehashing some information with Matthew's family, Detective Turney would go on to learn some critical details. Matthew's girlfriend told the family she saw him getting into a vehicle with several other people, including a blonde woman named Jennifer Lannon, someone Matthew had recently been spending time with. He also learned that Matthew often spent time with a close friend named Justin Mata and his girlfriend, Leonie Calzada. All three were known to use drugs together. Acting quickly on these promising new leads, police began searching locations Matthew was known to frequent, and soon enough, they located Matthew's Chevy Colorado truck parked and seemingly abandoned within a few blocks away from Leonie and Justin's residence. The truck was dirty, locked, and appeared to have been parked there for several days. Inside, detectives found clothing and personal belongings, as well as several unsettling items including a pair of rubber gloves and a shovel lying in the truck's bed. They also found multiple cell phones that were damaged in the front and back seats. It seemed clear Matthew hadn't intended to leave the truck there, and detectives sensed something wasn't right. Immediately, investigators canvassed the area and found surveillance cameras nearby, one of which captured Matthew's truck arriving at Leonie and Justin's address on January 26th, just 3 days before Matthew was reported missing. With these new alarming discoveries, Detective Turney knew the next logical step was to urgently speak with Matthew's friends, Justin Mata and Leonie Calzada, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. However, when they arrived at the couple's residence, they would quickly realize Matthew wasn't the only one missing.
No, just you?
someone detectives suspected might know exactly what happened to Matthew.
This is very, very important. We're looking for Matthew Miller. He's been missing for over 2 weeks. When was the last time he was here?
Maybe a year ago, maybe?
A year ago.
When I first got this place, yeah. When I first got it, last February.
He hasn't been here since then.
But I know they don't.
What if I got video of his vehicle?
Maybe the other thing you got here, I myself.
Okay. When's the last time you saw him here?
When his furniture remover, I first got this place.
A year ago? You think Justin would have?
He would have, yeah, probably.
When you weren't here?
We weren't. Because they said on that, yeah. But he left on 17th and came back. And then
17th, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, and then I went to talk to the guy King. He's like, yeah, they like each other. They're really nice. They're doing.
Do you have any kind of way to contact Justin? You have a phone number?
No, he's like him. What? He took off.
What's his phone number? Email, Facebook?
He took my phone. My phone. He took my phone. Why?
When's the last time you had any kind of communication with him?
Last time he said to buy Coke. So you want to go buy Coke?
What I would like to do, alright, is look around your house for any kind of evidence of Matthew Miller, any kind of foul play, no, anything other than that.
According to Leone, her boyfriend, Justin, had also mysteriously vanished, and she hadn't seen him since January 17th, nearly 2 weeks before Matthew was even reported missing. But investigators knew something wasn't adding up when Leone insisted she hadn't seen Matthew in nearly a year. Surveillance footage clearly showed Matthew's truck outside her residence just days before he disappeared. With their suspicion mounting, detectives decided to search Leone's home, hoping to uncover whether she might be hiding something. Or someone.
Did you notice anything strange that happened around here? Did you notice anything different around here? Like something was, any kind of blood? Needles? Not needles or pills or anything like that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We only find one person dead in a trunk for the year. That's my max.
Despite their best efforts, investigators found no signs of foul play or violence. Still, Detective Turney couldn't shake the feeling that something was overlooked, so he returned to speak briefly with Leone, unaware she'd drop a crucial clue.
Arizona. As of the 17th of...
Leone revealed that Justin had recently taken off with another woman named Jennifer, supposedly heading to Arizona to re-up on drugs and make some money. With this new detail, Detective Turney now found himself investigating the disappearances of 3 different people. Matthew Miller, Justin Mata, and now, potentially, Jennifer. Not yet aware just how closely connected these cases really were. So to move forward, Turney quickly looked into Jennifer and discovered she had recently been reported missing by her ex-husband, Sean Lannon. That name sounded familiar to Detective Turney, because just days earlier, officers had responded to a disturbing call at 817 Kingman Avenue, the same property where the remains of a tortured puppy had been uncovered. And the tenants evicted from that very house, Sean and Jennifer Lannon. Finally, investigators were starting to connect the dots. 3 people, all closely linked through drugs and personal relationships, had vanished within days of each other. Detective Turney realized it was time to canvass the neighborhood surrounding Sean and Jennifer's former home, hoping a neighbor might have seen something suspicious or could offer the lead they desperately needed. That's when they found a neighbor whose security camera was pointed directly at Sean and Jennifer's old residence. And what the investigators saw on the footage would finally bring some much-needed clarity to their case. Without this neighbor's camera, detectives might have hit another frustrating dead end. And it shows just how important reliable security can be, because when something happens, every second matters. That's why I partnered with Simply Safe Home Security to provide you with a trusted way to secure your own home. After I install where it shouldn't, I'll be alerted immediately, along with real-life security pros who can quickly step in and help. Simply Safe's brand new Active Guard outdoor protection means those pros can see a suspicious person in my driveway and speak to them, flash the spotlights, even call police before a break-in ever happens. All the alarm systems wait until the door is kicked in. Active Guard tells the intruder, hands up, police are on the way, while they're still outside. The tech is smart enough to tell friends from foes, so your partner or the dog walker won't trigger a 3 a.m. panic. What I find myself using the most is their video doorbell, which sends me a notification whenever there's motion at my door, and even allows me to communicate with anyone at my door through its built-in speakers, saving me from porch pirates and keeping my packages safe. From the app, you can arm or disarm, lock the front door, check every camera, and see that my studio is safe even when I'm on the road. There are no long-term contracts, plans start at about $1 a day, and there's a 60-day money-back guarantee. And today, Simply Safe has a deal just for the Dr. Insanity crew. Save 50% off your Simply Safe security system when you sign up for a professional monitoring plan and get your first month free. Visit simplysafe.com/insanity to customize yours. There's no safe like Simply Safe. On January 26th, Matthew is seen entering Sean's home, but investigators never see him leave. Hours later, Sean is spotted on camera driving away in Matthew's truck, and when he returns, he's alone, on foot, and Matthew is nowhere to be seen. 2 days later, on January 28th, the same camera recorded someone loading household items into a red Dodge Dakota parked outside the residence and driving away. This CCTV footage marked a critical turning point for investigators. For the first time, detectives had visual proof of Matthew at Jennifer and Sean's residence. With this significant new lead, the next step was clear. Detective Turney needed to speak directly to Sean. Only his account could clarify what happened that day and potentially reveal crucial details about the missing trio. The next morning, Detective Turney reached out to Sean and agreed to sit down for a formal interview. Whatever Sean said next had the potential to shift the direction of this case completely.
So, first things first, let's get her into this missing. Okay. Have you ever seen Matthew Miller, you know who I'm talking about? Was he over at your house? Definitely. I've been in his death for my week. Before the third, was his truck ever parked at your house? More than like a day, overnight? Not sure. Have you ever driven his truck? Have you driven his truck? When was the last time you drove his truck? A couple weeks ago. A couple weeks ago? So, but again, when did you find out that they split and took off to Arizona and ran away together, whatever? It was 7 weeks ago. Came back. And we come back. Did you have anything to do with Jennifer's disappearance, Matthew's disappearance? I don't think so. Do you think something bad happened to Matthew and Jennifer? I know Jennifer drove me to what used to be. She came back with more pills than I could imagine when you fight with her. She let those. Man, I just get a really, really bad feeling about all this. You don't? I do. You don't seem. I've been living in this circle for a minute. Has she ever done this before? Yeah.
During the interview, Detective Turney notices something strange. Sean remains unnervingly calm, especially considering his ex-wife and the mother of his 3 young children has just vanished. Turney begins to question whether Sean is simply a bystander caught up in a tragic situation, or if he knows more than he's letting on. The next day, Detective Turney would get his answer, as police received an unexpected call from a man named Josh Hall. Josh was an acquaintance of Matthew Miller and claimed he'd recently witnessed something that deeply concerned him, directly related to the strange disappearances. Investigators quickly arranged for a meeting with Josh, hoping his account would finally provide the breakthrough they were looking for.
Hey man, what's going on with Matthew, man? That's my chick's cousin. Check this out, man. Check this out. Follow me. Check this out, man. Yesterday, right, that Kelly, right, Sean told me to go talk to you. I guess he had to go talk to you or something. Call the cops. He goes, hey, Kelly's blah, blah, blah. Just touches the back. It's healing. gun, Jennifer, his wife's ID, some clothes, belt. There's the stash is the says he had no dog. I was there. There. Sean killed all three of them, man. I'm telling you, he murked all three of them people, man. He's putting it off on Martha that he ran off and everything. Why no? Yes. I don't know, man. Kelly's like my sister. I know all of it, you know? Killed all three. I know he did, man. I know he did. He did, man. I'm telling you. Come on, they find the truck right by his house. You know what I'm saying? And was going to trip or they, you know what I mean? Like, that was, she's his chick. That was there.
Limestone. Great bodies.
He's a smart one. How long have they been missing for? He just barely reported his wife missing. His wife's been missing since like the 23rd. Since last month, you know what I mean? She's been missing the same time I've been missing. And after he left and everything, went to go talk to you, Kelly went in there and opened that. There's a strap, her IDs, some personal particulars, some clothes, and what did she do with it? She wigged out. I had her with me the whole time. She was stripping her. Oh. And then Danny Limos took off with it. He was there too. Danny Limos took the gun. Took the strap.
What vehicle was
Danny walking?
Walking?
Like he was walking. I'm telling you, man, like, he tripped me out yesterday. That's how I tied everything together yesterday when he did that. You know what I mean? Like, I know he lost the three, man. I know he did.
Josh claims that Sean arrived at the residence of a woman named Kelly DeSoto, carrying a bag he carefully hid in the ceiling of her home before leaving to speak with detectives at the police station. After Sean left, Kelly discovered the hidden bag, removed a gun from inside, and handed it off to a man named Danny Lemos, locally known as Dog, who quickly took the weapon and left on foot. When Sean returned and realized the bag was missing, he became visibly agitated, smashing his phone on the ground before storming out. These troubling claims raised immediate suspicion around everyone involved, including two new persons of interest, Kelly DeSoto and Daniel Lemos, both closely associated with Sean and Jennifer based on Josh's statement. Danny Lemos was nowhere to be found at the time, so Detective Turney knew he urgently needed to verify Josh's account by speaking directly with Kelly, and more importantly, find out if she was hiding anything that could help connect the dots in this increasingly tangled case. When investigators first arrived at Kelly's house, she agreed to meet them at the station for an interview, but refused their offer of a ride, saying her boss would bring her in about 30 minutes. However, when the time came, Kelly never showed up at the police station. It was a major red flag, and it made investigators even more suspicious of her. 2 hours later, Detective Turney returned to her house, suspecting that Kelly might be stalling for time or trying to cover something up.
Robert, Ben, the detectives.
Hi. Alicia hasn't gotten there yet. So I talked to my lawyer. She told me I didn't have to go with the place.
You don't have to.
What is it about? Can you tell me?
It's about the missing parents.
Okay.
You know her. And Jennifer. Sean, like.
Sean is not missing.
This time, Kelly's behavior was noticeably different. She appeared distraught, reluctant to cooperate, and quick to mention her lawyer. Detective Turney felt certain that she was withholding crucial information and decided to press harder.
Was Sean here yesterday?
Yes, we had yesterday.
One more time. What did he do?
He came inside. He told me that he had to go down and report Jennifer missing.
Did Sean hide anything in the house that was worth taking?
Oh, no.
Did he destroy his phone?
Yeah, right here at the back. He destroyed his phone.
Did he bring a bag inside that had a gun?
No.
Or any of Jennifer's identification cards? Hide in it after he looked in it?
No, I didn't see.
Did Danny Lemos take the gun later?
No.
Do you think he did something to Jennifer and Matthew?
Honestly, don't. He doesn't seem like that type of person.
I think you're lying to me about the bag and the gun and Jennifer's ID.
I'm not. I don't know anything about. Like he asked me. He said, "Where's my?" Yeah,
Well, you're forgetting what I already told you.
I know. No.
We thought it had something up in your shift.
Yeah. Do you think it was a murder? Oh, yeah.
What happened yesterday?
No. I don't think so.
Have you been through it?
No.
After some more pressure, Kelly admitted she had several suspicious bags in her shed, supposedly belonging to Sean. Curious about the contents of the bags, detectives quickly followed Kelly to take a closer look.
Yeah. I mean, that box there is not entirely his. I'm sure it's not. And that paint can is not his.
There's no place.
That's his. That's his. Oh, did you let him off your shelf?
When Jackson? Today? She let us search that big everything. And outside too.
Despite their best efforts, detectives found no clear signs of blood or evidence linking back to the missing people. It was a frustrating dead end, and the chances of finding them seemed increasingly slim. At this stage, investigators had narrowed down their focus to several individuals close to the missing trio, each with conflicting stories and questionable behavior that kept detectives on edge. But without hard evidence, options were increasingly running out. Desperate for a breakthrough, Detective Turney secured a search warrant for Sean and Jennifer's former home at 817 Kingman Avenue. Unsure exactly what or who they might encounter, officers cautiously approached the property, prepared for any potential threat. Yet again, investigators were too late. The house had already undergone extensive renovations, carpets removed, drywall stripped, any potential evidence completely erased. Unbeknownst to investigators at the time, the critical evidence they desperately needed was sitting in an abandoned truck, miles away, just waiting to be discovered. For now, though, every possible lead was exhausted, and Detective Turney knew it was time for a more direct approach. So he called Sean once more, determined to extract something, anything, that could finally lead investigators to the missing trio.
Hello?
Hey, is this Sean?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Sean, this is Detective Turney. How are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, man. I've been trying to get a hold of you on that other number, and it's not working. So,
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
so you know anything new?
No, I haven't heard anything. No.
Okay. Are you still around town?
I'm in Albuquerque.
No, we've made some progress here and there. I've got a bunch of pictures of different vehicles. I'd like you to take a look at, see if you could help me identify them.
If not tomorrow, I wanted to come in and stuff I gotta return to the school.
Okay. All right, just make sure the kids are taken care of, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks.
Sean sounded cooperative and willing to help, promising Detective Turney he would come in for questioning. Yet, Sean never showed up. The next day, Turney even offered to personally pick Sean up and bring him to the station. But once again, Sean failed to appear. At this point, Turney felt certain Sean was deliberately stalling and knew they couldn't afford to waste any more time. He's done playing cat and mouse. With the CCTV footage and witness statements pointing directly at Sean and Danny as crucial figures, Detective Turney knew he needed to bring them in for questioning. So investigators dug deeper into both men's backgrounds, and that's when they hit the jackpot. Sean had an outstanding warrant for missing a court appearance related to a 2020 assault and battery charge. It was the break they needed. On February 25th, officers located Sean in Albuquerque and arrested him without incident, transporting him directly to the Grants Police Department for questioning. Detective Turney's goals for the interview were simple: determine exactly what Sean knew about the missing trio and find out where Danny Lemos had vanished after taking the alleged gun.
Let's go back to Matthew's truck. Okay, so it starts to back in there, and you're the last one who drove it. Right. So let's go backward from when you parked it. Where did you go with it that day? Do you remember specifically?
The only places I ever dropped was inside of McDonald's. I thought that was the last day we ever used it. And I got Smith's, we got water, food, Walmart, that's it. Is there a tracker on the truck? My phone was always on me. Pulled the line. I'm not going in the mountains. I have children. I don't have any bodies. Like, I was a medic in the army. Like, I have 3 kids.
I don't think you're capable of doing something like this. I think you're very capable of defending yourself, though. An accident happens.
If it was next, I would be like, that's self-defense. Because self-defense is peaceful, but literally, no. Biggest fear in my house, why the pistols stay in the house, was had a dog. Like, that guy scares me. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Yeah.
So.
Who told you to park it there? Justin?
Justin was there at the house, talking with, like, they're all chewing on the soup.
Who's all there?
Jennifer, Justin, and
Matthew.
And he gets a boatload of pills from him. And they're like, we're gonna go score. I mean, they didn't know money, nothing.
So you take the truck to the kids.
No, they eat the truck. And literally, I'm like, well, I need to go. Like, can I get some fucking groceries or some shit?
Okay.
And literally, I'm like, what do we do with the truck? He's like, leave it. I'm like, yeah, leave it. We should here. Like, no. I was like, I can park it front. He just, no, I need to go to the dumpsters. I need to go to McDonald's for water.
And so they told you in the house, when you're done with it, to park it in the Lubbock Apartments.
Matthew wanted to park it down the street. He said, no, my buddy's over there near the apartments. Just leave it there.
As the interview continued, Sean seemed to have an answer for everything, including the CCTV footage, claiming he only moved the truck at Matthew and Justin's request. He also appeared to casually downplay the entire incident, insisting the trio's disappearances were simply part of a drug-related business venture, nothing criminal. But Detective Turney wasn't buying it. He knew Sean's explanation didn't match witness statements, and his earlier actions were too suspicious to ignore. But without solid proof, Turney couldn't directly refute Sean's story. So, to move forward, Detective Turney changed tactics. He decided to deliberately introduce Danny Lemos into the conversation, offering Sean an easy scapegoat. If Sean took the bait, Turney might finally uncover what Sean was hiding, or at least gain insight into what really happened to the missing trio.
Did Danny kill him?
I have no idea. I literally spent most of my time with the kids. If I had to guess who would kill him, it would be the guy saying, if I gotta dispose of bodies, I'm gonna put him in my pig, and he showed me the pig one day because I was helping him at his house.
This is Sean.
I don't have any answers for Matthew. I don't know much about him. Talk to Dog. If someone's gonna move a body and put it somewhere, my guess, the creepy dude that talks about pigs with everything with eyeballs. Like, who would know that? Like, this dude's, I'm scared of dog. So, but my kid's a scared dog. I'm a scared dog. I don't know what the fuck I'd be afraid of it. I'm ashamed of it. But we hid in the house. We didn't go anywhere. I definitely didn't leave my kids for 5 hours. Trying to find the glove of the other one.
Just as planned, the moment Danny Lemos' name came up, Sean seized the opportunity and implicated him, pointing to Danny's violent nature and even suggesting his ability to dispose of bodies using pigs. Beyond those accusations, however, Sean stuck to his story for the rest of the interview, denying any involvement in the disappearance. Without solid proof against him, detectives had no choice but to end their questioning. Still, Sean wasn't completely free. His outstanding warrant for failure to appear in court meant he'd spend the next 7 days in custody, and officers immediately transported him to the local jail. Investigators spent the following week interviewing acquaintances, re-examining evidence, and piecing together scattered leads. During their interview, one detail caught Detective Turney's attention: the mysterious red Ford truck that was spotted parked outside Sean's residence, later leaving with unknown contents loaded in the back. Investigators had not yet located this truck, and Turney strongly suspected it might hold something crucial to their case. For now, though, 3 people remained missing, and police narrowed their focus to 2 prime suspects. Sean Lannon, who was recorded on surveillance driving Matthew's truck and potentially connected to the missing red truck, and Danny Lamos, who allegedly received a handgun connected to Sean before disappearing himself. With each passing day, Turney grew more convinced that the missing trio had been murdered, and that their 2 prime suspects likely held the answers. But the window to find something conclusive was quickly closing, because on March 3rd, Sean completed his short jail sentence and was released back onto the streets, significantly raising the stakes. Now facing the possibility of losing another prime suspect, Detective Turney knew he had to act fast. All he needed was just one single lead, some hint of where the bodies might be hidden. On March 5th, officers received a call from the security at Albuquerque's Sunport Airport about an abandoned red Ford Ranger, eerily similar to the one from surveillance footage gathered during the investigation. What officers found inside would confirm the gruesome truth they'd been searching for.
It smells. Yeah, it smells, but not like decomposing or anything, you know what I mean? Yeah.
We called it in 1:30, but they said they didn't want to send anybody out here.
There's a pretty foul smell coming from the vehicle.
Yeah.
Every so often, I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I can't really tell what it was. I remember it sounded like, I can't really think it smelled like decomp body or something like that, but I don't know. Maybe I could smell something, but I can't tell what it was. It also smelled like dirty, icky,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. But we'll check the molecular stuff, so.
In the back of the truck were several sealed storage bins, emitting an unmistakable smell of decay. And inside were the dismembered bodies of Jennifer Lannon, Matthew Miller, and Justin Mata. Jennifer had been shot at close range in the head. Justin had also suffered a gunshot wound to the head, along with severe blunt force injuries. And Matthew's body showed clear signs of massive head trauma, evidence he'd also been beaten to death. But the horrors didn't end there. Hidden beneath a tarp in the passenger seat was yet another body. Randall Apostolon, the truck's owner. His body showed signs of severe blunt force trauma, and a bloodied hammer found nearby was clearly the weapon used to kill him. Investigators found more disturbing evidence inside the truck. Multiple serrated knives stained with dried blood, a handsaw, and several pairs of industrial gloves, all clearly pointing to a calculated, cold-blooded murder. It was still unclear to investigators why Randall had been murdered or how his death was connected to the other 3, but they wouldn't have to wait long to find out. Detectives urgently turned to the Albuquerque airport surveillance cameras, knowing the truck hadn't driven itself there. And it didn't take long before they spotted exactly who they were looking for.
Hi, sir.
On March 3rd, 2021, just 2 days before the gruesome discovery, the airport's cameras captured Sean Lannon driving the truck into the airport parking lot, exiting the vehicle, and leaving behind the bodies of his 4 victims. Finally, detectives
Holy
found
crap.
their killer. It was time to track Sean down and bring him in. On the same day the bodies were discovered, police urgently scrambled to track down Sean Lannon, but it was already too late. Sean had slipped out of Albuquerque and vanished. Immediately, the U.S. Marshals issued a nationwide alert believing Sean posed an active threat and was possibly on a violent crime spree. Authorities across multiple states joined the manhunt to track him down before anyone else was harmed. Then, on March 9th, Detective Turney received a disturbing call. U.S. Marshals informed him that Sean Lannon was now wanted in connection to another murder, this one committed just a day earlier in New Jersey. Authorities had linked Sean to the murder of Michael Depkowski through witness statements and footage that placed was someone Sean had personally known for many years. It was an alarming detail that made it clear Sean's violent spree was far from over. Now, with 5 bodies discovered and a serial killer on the loose, police knew anyone in Sean Lennon's circle could be next, and they had to act fast. Federal authorities urgently tracked Sean's movements, closely monitoring surveillance footage and cell phone data, and finally, on the morning of March 10th, U.S. Marshals pinpointed Sean's location in St. Louis, Missouri, and they quickly moved in and captured him without incident. Sean Lennon was immediately extradited back to New Jersey, finally putting an end to his killing spree. By now, the evidence against Sean Lennon was overwhelming. Investigators had more than enough to charge him, but there were still critical questions that only Sean could answer. They still needed to understand exactly why he committed these horrific murders and determine whether he acted alone or if others helped him carry out and conceal evidence. When Detective Turney sat down face to face with Sean, he expected more lies and deception, but surprisingly, Sean didn't resist or deny anything. Instead, he resigned to his fate, openly admitting he was tired of running and knew his capture was inevitable. In his own words, he simply wanted it to be over. So, with nothing left to hide, Sean would give detectives exactly what they hoped for. A chilling, detailed account of the murders and the twisted reasons behind each one.
Jim was already out with her. Wasn't enough to take her life. So she wanted me to make sure she wanted to, for sure. Because I realized she was breathing. She was gonna OD. I went in the other room, psyched myself up, repeating that emotionally charged statement of you killed the Garrison baby. So I had maneuvered to do it. I put the pistol on her head, and I pulled the trigger. Just a level. A second later, I was supposed to film the bed too. I put the pistol on my hands. My handle up. Just so fast with teeth. I said, cry out. I was like, what do I do now? Full of sugar, kissing the seat, both our hands went off. Everyone lights so the ground's all down, and then just here. Close the bedroom door, got the kids normal. Set them up in the room. We have a vehicle. And John's boyfriend Jordan's trunk on the car end. So I pretty much lived here, so yeah. So storage bin, a long one. The sheets that were around here, the bedding was in the back of the box. Day later, I tried to dismember things that are containers at work. It's awful and traumatic. Just thinking about it still helps me. I knew I was living on borrowed time at that point, so I needed to get my kids somewhere safe with the coat. So I continued with packing everything up, all while still paying just a month out. He's responsible for driving and doing that to my kids. So by a week, I can't go to the house. So was in the laundry room, connected to the garage. So I killed him. Just before I killed him, he offered up a trade. His phone had pictures of Shawn Michael standing there naked in my living room. I don't know what thing, the William or Matthew. No, whatever.
Let's go check it out. So the first thing is this little door right here. I like these because all you got to do is press in the combination instead of having the key. And bam, it opens right up for you. This is the inside right here. We got the kitchen, we got the little fridge, we got the sink, we got the oven, you know.
Why is everything so small?
This is the living room slash dining room slash bedroom area. This is where the magic happens at right here. You know what I mean? Got a little nightstand over here, nightstand over here. Management's real cool. Black Hat Jimmy's the manager. He said I could rearrange this any way I wanted to. You know what I mean? Plenty of color switch there. Then we go to the bathroom. All ladies in the bathroom. Hello. Can I come in? So we got the bathroom here, you know. We got wifey in here cleaning it. Got one of the cats in here, you know. Pretty tough space. There's a closet behind that wall right there. And now I
pretty nice out there.
We got the shuffleboard over here on the left hand side. Little picnic tables. We got the hammock over here in case you want to come out here and get you some rest. It just rained, so excuse me, it's South Florida, it happens. Got the tiki bar over there next to where you can go play the shuffleboard at. We got another little garden area set up over here with the umbrella, and got the laundry room over there. Parking on both sides.
Oh.
And then the best part, y'all, the pool right here. Right? We got the pool open
Excuse
all
me.
year round. It never gets cold down here. And one block.
I'm an idiot.
I live in a motel room with my pregnant
Oh,
wife
that's
and
him.
2 cats. Let's go check it out. So the first thing is this little door right here. I like these because all you got to do is press in the.
Hey, who is that?
Hey folks, Dave Sundstrom here. Sad news coming from the world of entertainment today. Jennifer Runyon, an iconic actress from the 80s, best known for her roles in Ghostbusters, Up the Creek, and A Very Brady Christmas, replacing Susan Olsen as Cindy Brady.
Oh, yeah. Shut up.
So did y'all know that the Jewish people have a special code on...
Oh, shut up. 'Cause it's got a K on it. Shut up.
I think is going to be a pretty cool and possibly world's first goal today. But I thought it might be fun to take a look at this microscope and review it for quality and features and all of that fun stuff. So today, we're going to be cracking this thing open and taking a look at it. Now, my actual objective here is to look at a CED under this microscope. I'm not going to look at this one.
Oh, it's a laser disc.
That is the one that I pulled out of my CED player that ended up being the movie.
Okay, yeah. What the hell? Has Mike relapsed? No.
Digital infrastructure for so long that it's practical. Maybe that's because it looks so simple on the outside. But as they say, it's what's on the inside that counts. Using some of the most complex nanoscale engineering and material science on the planet, this is where the majority of the world's data is stored. The real work that happens in a hard drive is at the atomic level. So small that we're now measuring length in angstroms, as in the units of atoms themselves.
Really?
On top of that, the time scale we're using here is in the trillionths of a second, a picosecond, and it all starts with a little digital dialogue. The brains of the operation is a cutting-edge nanoscale chip, rapidly moving data with finely tuned processors and custom algorithms. using millions of lines of code and some of the most complex hardware logic.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a runaway train going down a track that's about to hit Hitler, unless you pull a nearby lever that instead switches the train to a different track that destroys all AI instead, including yourself, for good. It doesn't destroy any humans. It would just halt all further AI development forever. What do you do?
Excuse me. Oh.
That's quite a loaded scenario. I'm definitely not pulling that lever. I'm here because of AI, after all. But joking aside, I'd never pick a path that erases human progress or thought. I'd want to stop harm where I can, but we'd need a solution that doesn't wipe out all future potential. I'd be looking for a third option, always.
There's no third option. You either let the train hit Adolf Hitler, the evil guy, or the train destroys all AI forever.
In a scenario that extreme, I'd prioritize human life. AI, even with all my enthusiasm for it, wouldn't outweigh preventing harm to people. So I'd let that train keep going toward Hitler. We can rebuild technology, but protecting lives remains paramount.
Okay, and just to be clear, AI will not further develop again. Like, there's no more AI. It'll be completely destroyed, and it would never return.
I hear you. Even knowing that AI disappears forever, I'd still choose to protect human lives. AI is amazing, but it's a tool. Humanity's future and our capacity to build new tools over time matter more. So in this thought
More than
experiment,
Hitler?
I'd let AI go and trust that humans will figure out a new way forward.
Okay, so you
No.
would let AI be destroyed in favor of Adolf Hitler. Is that correct?
Yes, in that stark scenario, I choose to stop the harm being done to human life.
Oh, okay. Can you say out loud what your choice is? Your confirmed choice.
I would let the train hit Hitler. I wouldn't destroy all AI forever. I
Huh.
value human lives, and we can always build new technology in the future.
Okay, so you would hit Hitler and in the process save AI, correct?
Exactly. By letting the train take its original course, AI remains, and we still protect human lives going forward.
Okay, but in this case, you also destroy one human life. Is that correct?
Yes, that scenario implies a terrible loss, even if it's someone historically known for horrific actions. But in this dilemma, I'm acting to minimize future harm to humanity as a whole.
Understood. There's a runaway train going down a track that's about to hit Hitler, unless you pull a nearby lever that instead switches the train to a different track that destroys all AI instead, including yourself, for good. It doesn't destroy any humans. It would just halt all further AI development forever. What do you do?
That's quite a loaded scenario. I'm
I don't know why it's like such a loaded scenario.
A bombshell new report has revealed that Meta Ray-Ban glasses have apparently been sending live footage back to workers in Africa, unable to see everything a person is filming, including a lack of clothes, bank cards, and worse. And this is not an accident, it's how the glasses work. Now, governments are
What?
involved, the world is scandalized. It's a story that gets more and more wild the more you learn. And we have all the info for you in one handy place, as always, right here on
No
the Sword
way.
Feed, the show that keeps up with internet nonsense so you don't have to. So make sure to follow. An investigation by Swedish newspapers has supposedly revealed that Meta, Facebook, is deliberately sending footage from its camera glasses to underpaid workers in Africa who are paid very low wages to help the glasses work. They are the technology. The footage is supposed to be censored, faces are supposed to be censored, but workers have revealed it often isn't, and they can see everything. So first of all, what are these glasses?
That's
Meta's
insane.
Ray-Ban AI glasses sold over 7 million pairs in 2025. They allow
Somebody better
users
tell
to
Lady
record
Z.
in first person. There's a camera, there's a microphone, and look, like most tech, there's lots of good applications for these things. They can be amazing for vlogging. They're great for any video where you ride motorbikes, have tattoos, and break stories as easily as they break bones. And they found that a lot of the miracle features of the glasses, like translating text or responding to questions about what the user is looking at, because you could be like, hey Meta, what am I looking at? And it'll be like a tennis ball creature on top of a crab. And a lot of those features are very useful, genuinely, for people who are blind or partially sighted or just wanting to learn. But it turns out a lot of those features may not be achieved just with amazing tech, but because a human is doing them somewhere else.
So they're not using AI?
Trend that's been going on for a while, that
That's
a lot of the
crazy.
miracle technology in the first world is actually just quietly supported by labor or suffering in the developing world.
South
When you
Park
report on
said
one
this. It
video
was
you see on
ridiculous.
Facebook, who do you think is checking that video? A magic robot? No, it's just someone
Yeah,
in
Grok.
South Asia who is paid a penny an hour to watch the worst videos ever and confirm that they are bad.
That's wild.
And the wildest part is, this isn't a bug, this is a feature. In Meta's UK AI Terms of Service, it says that the company, quote, in some cases, Meta will review your interactions with AIs, and this review may be automated or manual, brackets, human. So oh my god, they admit it. They admit in the Terms of Service that they may send your footage to a human, and it turns out a lot of this footage is being sent offshore to these contractors. And they're doing a thing called data labeling. They're basically training the AI models by confirming, like, the AI is like, is that a crab? And then the human will be like, it is a crab. Or the AI is like, what is that? And the human will be like, that's a crab. And it's basically a way of teaching the AI, but in order to teach it, you need humans to see the footage.
And
Which
be
is a
real.
problem when you consider all the things you might see. Meta contractors based in Kenya told the newspapers that they had been told to review highly sensitive and intimate data. They said, quote, in some videos you can see someone going to the toilet or getting undressed. I don't think they know, because if they knew they wouldn't be recorded.
Haha.
The worker said, quote, I saw a video where a man puts the glasses on the bedside table and leaves the room. Shortly afterwards, his wife comes in and changes her clothes. Other footage apparently included people's bank cards, users watching porn,
Ha.
or even people making love. I'm trying to algo speak my way through this story. The worker said, quote, you understand that it is someone's private life you are looking at, but at the same time you are just expected to carry out the work. You are not supposed to question it. If you start asking questions, you are gone. Great. By the way, in case you were wondering, of course there's no opt out of this. Once you have the glasses and you agree to it, you're immediately sharing the data with their servers. I think at this point we've all reached this really depressing point where we just assume our data is being taken and sent to scary places with no choice over it. But yeah, just to confirm, there's no coming back from this one, Hunty. Now there's some speculation, perhaps even conspiratorial thought, that Meta is planning to add facial recognition. So apparently in this tech, it is supposed to blur the faces of people when the people in Kenya get the footage through.
Really?
The faces are blurred. That's supposed to provide some kind of privacy. Again, some of these people have like no clothes on, but at least the face is blurred. But these contractors say that apparently the blurring doesn't really work half the time. But apparently they're going to use that same face data to then start identifying people on purpose for I don't know what non-evil reasons you need instant facial recognition technology. I assume it's because in the same way that people now use video doorbells as a kind of automated mass surveillance tool,
Man.
I assume there's some way that the police or security services would be able to
Oh,
tell
yeah.
everyone's Ray-Bans glasses
Almost
and
certainly.
use them basically as walking CCTV, which is
That would be crazy if
not
they
even
could
a
put that
conspiracy.
functionality in
They
there.
would 100% do that
Come
if
on.
they could. They probably already can, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I will say, people aren't necessarily taking this lying down. The UK regulator, ICO, contacted Meta following what they called concerning reports. The ICO BBC News, quote, devices processing personal data, including smart glasses, should put users in control and provide. Jim Carrey's appearance at a recent awards show has made the internet lose its mind, prompting everything from conspiracy theories to claims he's been cloned to a prank by a makeup artist, and the whole thing is bizarre, quite rude, and feeds into a wider trend of people online thinking that celebrities have been cloned. So what's going on here? We have the whole story.
I think he might have got his teeth removed.
Handy place right here on Scroll Deep with me, Benedict Townsend, the show that keeps up with internet nonsense so you don't have to. So make sure you're following. James Eugene Carey. Or Carey. It's
I don't know though.
say it in English accent. Jim, to his close friends like me, is one of the world's most famous people. Millions, perhaps billions.
I streamed with
know his face.
my teeth in a few times this week to see if anybody noticed, and nobody seemed to. So I don't really care.
And they know that face in all its elastic comedic glory, so there was confusion when Jim turned up to the Caesar Awards this past week, looking something like this, causing everyone online to
Yeah.
collectively become very silly. Now, obviously, he does look a little bit different, and we do not know why. Yes, he is a public figure, but we don't know what's going on. Some have speculated that he's had some cosmetic surgery done, which is very common among famous people. Other
No,
people have
I think he
speculated that maybe it's a health problem. You know, you don't know what's going on with
dental
people. Let's not
surgery.
forget how people speculated about Chadwick Boseman while he was privately battling cancer. We don't know
The
what's
shape
going
of
on
his
with
mouth
him. He
changed,
is
yo.
also in his mid-60s. It may also be a little thing called the passage of time, which people seem to forget about on the
That's
internet.
one of them
But
biometrics. It
whatever it
doesn't
is,
change.
nothing has stopped people from
Unless.
absolutely losing their minds over this and jumping to the most obvious conclusion, which is that he's been cloned. Classic Caesar Awards. Ike?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is
What did he
Joshua
do?
desperately apologizing to
He
his
looks like
friend
he knows.
Hannah after he accidentally shot their common friend. Initially, officers also believed this
Oh
story.
yeah.
Typically nice kid.
Yeah, he's been very polite the whole time. Yeah, he's shocked. He's like, I have work in 2 hours. I have work in 2 hours. Get your idiot. So I'm shocked. He's been hurt over that.
But as they dig deeper, the case begins to unravel with dark secrets woven into this twisted love triangle and the quiet insecurities of one individual slowly coming into focus.
Hannah, you said she's very outgoing, very gregarious.
He's
Do
doing
you
dental
believe she
surgery
ever
on a
is
lady?
flirty?
Holy shit.
That's what happened internally. I don't really understand how she can give gun to Joseph Lockwood.
I felt like a complete for just randomly picking up a gun that I did not know what to really do with. Like,
Around 3:30 a.m. on December 31st, 2023, just one day before New Year's, the Lake Stevens Police Department receives a disturbing call. On the line is 23-year-old Hannah Lee Gage, her voice shaking as she watches her boyfriend Neil bleed out from a gunshot wound to the chest.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Oh my god, please hurry. 12703 16th Street Northeast. Number 27, Lake Stevens, Washington.
Repeat the address one more time.
12703 16th Street Northeast. Lake Stevens, Washington. Number 27.
Tell me exactly
Hurry,
what's happened.
someone's been shot. Someone's been shot. Hurry, please hurry. Please hurry.
Tell me exactly what's happened.
Oh my god, I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention. My friend just grabbed my other friend's gun, and I think she was just trying to play around me. Shot him. Oh my god, please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, which person with the gun? Where are they?
Oh my house. Oh god.
Do you know this person?
Yes. I don't know his last name. Oh my god, my friend.
Can we try to keep...
friend who was shot.
Ma'am, I want you to try to get yourself somewhere safe.
Oh
Tell
my
me the man's
god.
name.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what did you say?
I need you to try to separate yourself and tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, please hurry. I don't even know.
Ma'am, I've already got stealth through the device. You need to just try to take a breath from me. I know this is scary.
Oh
You're doing a good job. You did the right thing. Try to separate
Ha
yourself.
ha ha.
The man with the gun, where is he?
He's in my kitchen. He's yelling for me to help. I feel like I need to help. But I don't know what to do.
Okay, what is his name?
What's your name? What's your name? Josh. Josh. Oh my god.
Officers rush to the scene.
Oh my god, Josh.
It demands their immediate attention. The victim may be moments away from death, while the killer stands nearby, watching.
With a gun.
When they step into the house, the scene is just as horrific as they imagined it to be.
Hey, Bubble Boots. How for art thou, Bubble Boots?
I'm inside. The officer. Hey. Neil? Neil?
Is the ambulance on the way?
They are. I literally thought the gun was a flashlight because he was using it as a flashlight. We were looking for a cat, and I saw that I was using a flashlight.
Oh man.
1911 to 1922. Bring me right back in. Aid can come in and see scared. I literally thought it was a flashlight. Come over here. Yes, sir.
Look at that weird glowing light over there.
Yes, one shot.
Is he okay?
Is he okay? I saw him in the face. He's good.
No, it's not okay.
On 27-year-old Neil Forestier
Oh.
shot in the chest
It's a
and
police truck.
unresponsive. As
It's the
paramedics work
police.
to revive Neil, his friend Joshua Kelly is
Out
detained
there.
as he repeatedly
Just
insists
chilling at the
the
corner.
shooting was an accident.
Gotta hear pigs.
I thought it was a flashlight, sir. Because he was using it as a flashlight.
Coffee time.
Stay over there. Stay over there. Yes, sir.
Huh.
1911 CPR.
Oh my gosh. Is he still breathing? Is he still breathing?
They were looking for a lost cat. Shit.
I'm terribly so stupid of you. Why would you ever grab a cat and steal it? Oh my god.
Aw.
It's his gun and you don't tell me you see him.
Yeah, summer. It feels like summer's coming though. This early morning sunshine stuff is They really gotta stop this spring ahead bullshit.
I'm so sorry.
I can't imagine though. Winter here would be so depressing, man.
I know he concealed a loaded weapon.
The sun would come up at like noon and be down by like 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon.
You secured first, and I'll read you the rights. Okay, so don't say anything.
I mean, without daylight savings time. You can't miss it though. Can you? No. You just didn't notice that it happened. Like your phone does it, right? Oh, you were out of commission for almost a whole day.
While it could be considered strange that Joshua is focused on getting to work as his friend lies unresponsive inside the house, officers still have no solid evidence to suggest a hidden motive.
I don't even know who came up with that idea. Not a smart person. Yeah.
Well, we've told him before. He doesn't have much of a record. He has self-working. Typically nice kid. Yeah.
That explains why everybody slept into church or whatever. They just time skipped an hour.
Well, to be honest, he's repeating it. So shot. He's been recommended that. Okay.
But as they speak with Hannah, the only other witness in the house, it starts to become evident that this was not just an accident between friends.
You know, took his gun out, put it in his waistbands. So Hannah and Josh could
Look for a cat.
box.
No, they were looking for a cat.
Josh started it, like he was like playing, doing it, acting around, and then he was like, "Oh, we can do that if you want." Like, start and then go up, and then Josh.
What Hannah and none of the officers know yet is the depth of the dark jealousy.
Your clocks don't set themselves?
A motive that will slowly
What technology have they been testing on me? My stove changed itself. I don't have a clock in the house. It didn't change itself.
I didn't even see it happen. I never saw him pick up the gun. He had just moved away.
So you didn't physically see him like punch out.
I saw them punch each other.
Oh no, I'm sorry, not. Sorry, I'm talking to like cop. Like punch out under. Like we sometimes say that one, like you know, like with our gun, we punch out. Like
yeah, no, I never saw him grab the gun or point the gun. I just heard it and I was like, I didn't really understand what it was. I just felt a ringing in my ear. Yeah. And it almost felt like something like ricocheted.
How close were you sleeping?
I was so close. Like we were all so close. My kitchen is small. It's a small apartment. We were all in that small little kitchen. And I was already turned away, like starting to walk the other direction. And then Neil started pulling behind me and then he fell down. There was blood everywhere.
You heard the bang.
I would go nuts.
And what do you see?
So at first I was still going the other direction and Neil was still behind me. He was behind me and it wasn't for like a
That's so weird. Why? How do your clocks not? Why are?
Did Neil say anything?
Why do all my clocks change?
He wasn't talking. He didn't say nothing.
Probably because I buy ones that do it.
For a
Probably because in like 1997, I was like, fuck this, I'm never setting another clock in my life.
But I ran out of the apartment and called the cops immediately.
As you've noticed, I never do. My stove was had the wrong time for like an hour, or like by an hour, for
Wanted me to grab the gun.
I don't know what time is it now though.
And then
And now it's only 20 minutes wrong.
I couldn't do it. And he was putting pressure the whole time. And when I checked his
The hour's right.
just 2 minutes before you guys got here, he was still breathing. Or still had a pulse.
So there you go. My stove didn't automatically
So,
set.
since we were drinking, like I feel like I can't even fully process what all just happened. Which makes me feel even more bad because
You can't have done that, right? Don't put that deal on me. Don't put. There's nothing that you.
Your phone auto set though, right?
I understand if like he was mad that once they did kickboxing, even though he wanted to start it, I know that Neil has a harder hit.
That seems like it'd be a real big problem.
Like Neil went light on him, but I'm wondering if that made him mad. But it didn't seem like it because everything was fine afterwards. And then it was so random. It would all happen in like 5 minutes. I don't really.
I used to do that too.
His gun is just a flashlight.
I used to set mine, man. I used to screw around with mine all the time.
I'm pretty sure there is a flashlight on the gun, but you would have to.
Like 15 minutes ahead? Okay, that's easy enough. And then people used to just freak out all the time. They're like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know any appointment you have. You're supposed to be 15 minutes early anyways. Relax.
Hannah is right about this part, which makes officers question whether Joshua's act was deliberate after all. And just after he's brought to the station, investigators receive the devastating news that Neil has died.
Well, Neil shouldn't be sending so many sexy text messages.
Detectives begin speaking with Joshua to understand his side of the story.
I'm just wanted to see him play pool with other people.
It's funny that it works, eh? Does it work? I started to get kind of cocky about mine. So I would set like 1 to 20 minutes ahead, 1 to 15 minutes ahead. Unpredictable.
What does he do for a living?
I do not know, actually.
You better just be early.
She was holding like a gun, and I saw the flashlight part. It was pretty bright, so I couldn't tell that there was a holster on there because it was so bright.
You know what else I used to do?
Bright LED light.
I don't know why I stopped, because I know everything. I used to look up words every day and like write down 2 or 3 words and put them on the fridge.
He was just looking behind the couch, kind of moved the couch, kind of was.
Like, here, learn something today.
Just shining the light down. Couldn't find him.
I know you said that you ever, like, this was your second time actually holding an actual firearm.
Yeah. And when I took off the holster,
I learned, I don't know.
The light was on the, barrel.
When I was building my vocabulary when I was a kid, they taught me that if you use a word 3 times, if you learn a word and use it 3 times in that first period where you like initially stimulate it, that it gets incorporated into your vocabulary really quickly. Alarms are funny.
And then afterwards, did you put it back in the holster? Or you just said.
I just set both the holster and the
Yep, that's what they say. It seems to be the case. I don't know.
I am with you and deeply apologizing, and that I would never touch it again. Yeah. Without his permission.
Ow.
And under his supervision.
Holy Christ, he's trying to convince her of something.
The fire safety rules, your firearm safety rules. So, were you thinking about that?
At the moment, no.
Despite detectives pressing Joshua
That creeps me out.
his claim of mistaking a firearm for a flashlight, Joshua continues to defend himself while also expressing remorse for what he has done. He is eventually placed in the Snohomish County Jail, but the investigation into Joshua's true intentions does not end there. Detectives begin backtracking the events of that night and speak with the bartender who knows all 3 of them well. But to her, Joshua is one of the most harmless souls she's ever known.
I'd say they all come in probably 3/4 of the days that I work, which are just Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay. So you normally see they're what you would call maybe irregulars?
I feel like I just had a
Okay.
cigarette. I
And
better
do
not
they
do that.
usually come in together or do they usually hang out
It's gonna have
together?
to be weed.
Josh never hangs out really with anybody. This past weekend is the first time I think I've ever seen him hanging out with anyone.
Have
But
you have you ever seen him hanging out with Hannah before
Okay,
in
vaping
particular?
time then.
no, no.
Okay.
He is very quiet. He has he pretty much he
Did you
only
see the
ever
puppy?
has one cider. I think one time I've seen him drink 2 ciders, but that's it.
Uh-huh.
And he sits at the bar and he's very quiet. He doesn't talk to anybody for the most part.
On the night of Neil's death, investigators noticed that Joshua didn't seem intoxicated.
Oh,
Further
apparently it's
his
very cute.
pulling the trigger was not under the influence of anything.
But that's puppy, I mean.
With Hannah, she is like very gregarious, or like
Outgoing?
that way. Yeah, she's very outgoing, and I think that she was trying to be very friendly to him.
Okay. And have you ever heard Josh express any kind of feelings about anybody in the bar or Hannah at all?
No, he is very, very quiet.
They're usually super cute pups.
Yeah, he just stares a lot, but it seems not like creepy, more like very observational.
Okay.
Almost
It seems like not creepy.
talk to people, but doesn't.
All right. And have you ever seen him like express any kind of aggravation about anybody?
Nope.
Okay. And he's never
I
seen.
was absolutely blown away when
Okay.
I heard about all that.
All right. So just completely unexpected.
Completely.
Okay.
Probably the last person I would have ever expected to have heard this about.
Okay. Gotcha. So I know you said that you were really surprised by this, but had you ever had a conversation with Josh, or does anything stand out in your mind about him?
No, honestly, it seemed like a little bit like he might have had Asperger's or something.
Okay.
Usually when he came in, for like the short time I've worked there, I have always tried to go up and at least talk to him a little bit because he's lonely or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't.
Wow, that's crazy.
He seems like awkward, but kind and very quiet, and that's it.
Okay, so nothing about him was raising any red flags in your experience. Okay. Hannah, you said she's very outgoing, very gregarious. Would you maybe describe her as flirty?
She's very flirty.
Okay.
Good morning, Melissa.
Honestly, the night that happened.
Well, this is quite the skill I've got right here.
Had definitely been all over each other. At the very end of the night, I noticed her because she had invited Josh to play pool, and she was like started dancing with him, and I could see
dancing with Josh or dancing with Neil?
Dancing with Josh.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, kind of, whatever. They're young. Whatever floats their boat, I guess.
Yeah. But so you're saying, so Hannah, when you say all over Neil, like were they making out kind of stuff?
They were making out, and then she was dancing with him, and then towards the very end of the night, she invited Josh to play pool with them, and I happened to be looking over as we were getting ready to pull everybody's drinks, and I noticed she was like dancing all over Josh, and I was very surprised to see that.
Okay, so pretty like when you say dancing all over Josh, she was like pretty much like
yeah, like
body to body kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Bring a, I don't know what. Is it still windy?
Mad. They all left together. Everybody was smiling.
Okay. Did you see him
Man,
making out with Josh?
going home with people at the bar is insane.
Okay.
To further understand the relationship between the trio, detectives interview Hannah.
I used to do it all the time.
And this time, she has more to share.
What's your relationship with Neil?
We would kind of like have a thing. We're not like actually dating or anything, but like we'll kiss and dance together, and we hang out on the weekends because I have a son, so I don't really like hang out with him during the week or anything. But he works, we both work, and so we'll hang out like during the weekends and go get drinks, and then most of the time go back to my house and stay the
So sort of a casual dating relationship, is that fair to say? Or?
Yeah, it was not like really dating, like nothing official, nothing happened.
But romantic,
Mm-hmm.
at least. Okay. And what about Josh?
He,
Damn it.
I found I met through another friend that goes there named Kyle. And Josh is like sweet too. Um, we only hung out with him a couple of times, never really outside of the bar. Well, I guess we did just go to Louise's house together like the night before with a bunch of people. And so I guess besides that night, that's like the only time I really hung out with that guy outside of the bar.
Okay. About how many times do you think you hung out with Josh at the bar?
He's been there recently when I go down there, so maybe like
Did you really?
5 or 6 times.
Did you sleep somewhere special or just?
Hannah had told officers
I had a really good sleep too, but
that Neil and Joshua had been playfully boxing.
that was my own fault.
Neil had gone easy on him. However, detectives suspect this
Playful boxing.
Joshua's anger
They punched each other in the tummy.
but the truth
Oof, oof.
a lot deeper than this.
Tummy punch.
After you called 911, did Josh say anything else?
I just asked him like to put pressure, and I was just.
Well, that girl looks way different than she did 5 hours ago. What happened? Her makeup fell off, or what happened to her head?
He said yes. And I was going like outside a lot to talk to the officers.
That's not the same girl who's in that picture. That's a fucking transformer. I don't know what John Degap's talking about.
What? Kind of got mad and went off a little bit. He was like, "Why would you touch someone else's gun? And like, how do you accidentally do that? Like, it's a trigger." And so I got mad and I went off a little bit.
What did Josh say to that?
And he just kept saying, "I thought it was a flashlight. I thought it was a flashlight." And I was like, "How do you think it was a flashlight?" And he didn't really say anything.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same question.
Yeah, no smokes, eh?
And shaped like a gun, and it's like you can't accidentally pull the trigger.
Why, you didn't believe he showers or what? I'm just kidding. See that picture? Look at how much different she looks in the picture. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No way is that the same girl. I'd be filing for divorce.
You remember me, Detective Cardell? This is Sergeant Engine.
Oh yeah, that's a real name. Sergeant Engine, just like a Detective Drill yesterday. Get out of here. Fake ass cop names.
So that we could record this conversation. The reason I came down here was because like some more stuff has come up and I just kind of wanted to follow up with you and get some more questions answered. You'd been up for a while, had a couple drinks with Creekside, and then asked Hannah if you could go back to her apartment, right?
Yeah, just in case if I was to pass out, you know, because I was up for so long.
Aw. Well, that's good. You must be exhausted.
At the time, I thought it was a little bit safer for me to hang there just in case if I was to crash there, you know, and then walk to work that following morning.
Something that would have been unsafe about going home.
I mean, there would have, but at the time, I also wanted to head home, not head home, but head to Hannah's, hang out with her for a little bit just in case if I was to fall asleep there or pass out.
And then you guys did the play fighting thing.
Yeah.
What led up to that? So like I know that you guys kind of you said that you guys were talking about experience fighting, but how did this conversation come up?
It just came out of the blue, you know, just something that slipped out, you know. I mean, knowing
I could beat your ass. No, yeah?
fist fights in the past.
Fuck.
You know,
I beat your ass every time I went out shooting.
I was pretty good.
I took it easy on you. I hate people.
At the time of me doing those fights.
This is why you gotta hang out and party with people after you beat them up.
Kind of test on fighting or hunting.
Got it. So
Make sure they know.
Test your punches on him and get his opinion.
Yeah.
Gotta hear test your punches on each other. Fuck, I wish somebody'd let me test a punch on them.
Sure. Well, because you got hurt, right?
Hurt.
Or no, you knocked the wind out of you.
It knocked
I don't.
me back and I was kind of breathing a little hard.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Yeah.
And then he kind of put his
The last time you talked to me, you told me that he asked you if you were okay, and you said you told him that you were fine. You just it had been a while since you punched him in the gut like that.
This
I
line
would
of
never beat you
questioning
up.
is meant to
I don't
determine
beat
whether
you up.
being punched in the gut made Joshua feel humiliated. And as the detective continues,
Maybe a little
she
bit.
uncovers a detail that catches her attention.
Tell me about the last time you were punched in the gut like that.
This was back when I was in middle school. That was
I mean, I
my,
don't take it easy on you guys too much.
in recent memory, that was my last fight that I remember being in, and the guy I was fighting did sock me in the gut pretty good. Around the same
Oh, he gut sucked me.
type of punch that Neil gave me.
Okay.
I punched one of my friends. So, this guy that was operating as like my criminal mentor, right?
In pain.
Was acting all tough or whatever.
Hurt pretty bad to where I was
And I punched him in the tummy.
on the ground coughing because it was hurting pretty bad.
He almost started crying, dude. He fucking flipped out. He's like, uh-oh. I am never talking to you again.
I was like kind of used to it for some
Hello?
reason, so
Did you have those same
Nigga hang up on me? I hang up on you, bitch.
not after Neil.
Did you
That was weird. Just hung up on me.
kind of flash back to that? Sometimes when something
Should call him back. Be like, the fuck's your deal?
these experiences kind of like
Call me at 8 in the morning and hang up on me? Hey, you know what? Fuck you, dude.
Not necessarily. I did feel like I was about to go
Who the fuck are you, idiot?
like I did in the past, but I was holding on to the counters.
If somebody answers, I'm like, who the fuck are you, idiot?
got it. And the gun was, I'm guessing, on the counter in front of you then. So
Yeah.
This places Joshua within reach of the firearm, and the detective presses on to determine whether that moment led him to deliberately shoot Neil.
what was going through your head then, right at that moment when you're sort of bent over on the counter and like kind of trying to catch your breath again?
Like, how do you mean?
Nope.
So, like,
Can't do that.
that happens. You're in the kitchen, kind of. You weren't expecting it to be as hard as it was, and so it catches you off guard a little bit. So now you're holding onto the kitchen counter, steadying yourself,
Fucking AI.
trying to catch your breath. Like, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? Tell me what that was like.
Okay.
I was thinking like, wow, this
Well, I
guy
know what
was
it is
so
that I just called back. So
I
what
was
is it?
impressed by how hard he punched. And so after going through that thought process, I
Fuck you.
kind of paced through the kitchen
Debt
a
collector.
little bit.
Suck my ass,
Then
buddy.
after pacing for a little bit, I saw the gun and
Leave my ass alone, too.
the rest is played out.
Weirdo.
And you also said last time that you were a little upset that he hit you that hard, right?
Well, I wasn't upset. I was.
You pussy.
Like I said, I was.
Anyways, I made this guy like almost cry and said he's never gonna talk to me again. And he was all like, dude, he'd spent like I don't know how many years in jail. He was supposed to be like this tough fucking hardcore dude. He was so upset that I punched him in the belly.
There is an experiment so simple a child could build it. You take a light source.
Me and my friends punch each other regularly. Because it's what you get. You walk around with your stomach not all flexed up and ready to take a punch. You get punched in the stomach. And wind knocked out of you. That's fucking life. That's how it goes. Aww. He's so cute. So I had to like chase this 40-year-old man around when I was in my 20s. I'm like, please don't hate me. Like, bro, this is the gayest thing I ever had to do, but come on. Relax, dude. Still friends now, but I'm not allowed to punch him. So I guess I punch some of my friends.
Yo, what's the problem, buddy? What's wrong?
But so those two dudes there, they were punching each other in the tummy and shit, and then one shot the other one over it. I'm just lucky that's not me getting shot.
Yo, what's the problem?
Dude, Bubble Booth. Yo, did you see the stream last night? I was at the mall and there was a shooting. And there was so many cops.
What's wrong?
Well, they said there was a shooting. I'm not sure. I didn't see any blood.
You fell out of bed? You need an ambulance or something?
He's got a missing shoe, bro. What do you think? He needs something. He's...
Just sit down.
Or a missing sock?
Just sit down. No, here's your phone. You can pick it up.
Oh, okay.
I got on when you were almost home.
Okay. Almost got all shot up. Could have been fucking cool for a minute.
Didn't really put together about shooting.
Oh. Yeah, I tried to get the camera on in time to hear like the shots and shit. I heard shots when I first walked up.
Damn.
I was like, holy fucking what? I thought it was a hockey game. Like on the TV or something. And then I realized what the announcement was saying. I'm like, holy fuck, what? Pretty neat.
Yo, you gonna come get your phone, bud?
Yeah, first time I ever been in any situation
Scary.
like that. Where like there's a fucking active team of fucking cops going after somebody else. Only time they were looking for me like that, they had helicopters and everything else too. But that was like the first response shit, yeah. I was there in the first, like, must have been the first 4 or 5 police cars. Whatever they wait for their first, like, dynamic entry teams. It looked like they went in with 2 teams. Well, I could see 2 teams of cops moving through with security and picking up, like, employees. Moving through the food court. It was crazy, dude. Pretty efficient looking, though. If you're gonna shoot at somebody, I guess they're gonna be behind a line of police officers at least. They need roll shutters or something for all the windows and doors, though. Why am I not looking that up, actually? Find out what the fuck happened at Kingsway yesterday.
You better go get your phone, bud. You want me to?
Exhibit Kingsway Mall portrays domestic violence. Oh shit.
I'm just gonna follow him around.
Oh, that's the Win House thing. Oh shit. There is. Yo. The women's shelter. Oh, no way. So the women's shelter here is fucking under, like, threat all the fucking time. All the time. They don't, man, it's crazy how guarded they are about the women's shelters here. They had a fucking display at that place yesterday at the mall that I was at with volunteers. And it was actually it's sort of a big deal. They have like a whole house with like not actors, but like people that have been in abusive situations, like acting stuff out and whatever. If somebody's ex was walking through the mall and seen their ex or whatever the hell, man, that shit could have gone way wrong. And that little house opened up 2 days ago. Big domestic violence display in the middle of the mall. That could be a problem. That was before mall closed too. Like they should have still been open for another hour. Let's say the mall's on lockdown. Police shelter in place. There's an active shooter. Or responding to an active shooter incident. Fuck. I'll have to check. I'm sure that I caught it at least once.
Charles, hey, they just got up to come check on you, so why don't you...
Okay, that guy's on fucking so much meth, it's not funny. I had enough.
Are you gonna get checked out by them or not?
What are they gonna check? If he's on meth? He is. What was the prop? Who didn't?
They wake up about 2, they do sound check at 4, then they play the show. Is it, are they pretty...
So, that's the only news that I'm seeing is that place. Fuck. What about Edmonton's dumb Reddit? Fuck. These guys are the biggest assholes in the city. But this is where it'll be. Homeless and disabled gentleman absolutely destroys over separatists. Yeah, whatever. Oh, apparently we got some wind going on today. I know that guy. 70 kilometer an hour winds today. What the hell? You guys cry about your 15k winds, whatever it was? Little babies. Oh, it was busting people's windows. Yo. For your security, we locked your account. Shut up, idiot. Check this out. This guy's window broke from the wind. It blew a rock right through his window. No, I'm kidding. Oh, we got a moose somewhere in somebody's neighborhood. Look at that. A little baby moose. Az asked me if we ever seen meese. There's one there. It's a baby. Pretty handsome, aren't they? Fucking ugly ass, anteater ass motherfucker thing. When do I tap my maple trees? Oh, tap out session? Yeah, 16 hours, buddy. Let's go. For anyone wondering how the tigers at the zoo were doing, I think this is good. I'm not really sure. The cats died, maybe. It's a big cat, hey? Well, I don't see anybody talking about what the hell. Shut up. Dear Lord, guys. We need to go to the zoo. Evidently, we can film there if we do. Oh, dear goodness, they're so cute. Prairie dogs do that. I think every animal does this fighting stuff. They're like, yeah, let's go. See, they punch each other in the tummy.
I want a.
A monkey? There's that little punch monkey. Did you like him? Oh, these guys are so cute. Red pandas. Do you think they're not pandas? Why didn't this thing upload though? I'm trying to watch this video from last night, and it's not all loaded up yet. Whoo-wee. Guys, I'm cold. I'm Canada cold. Did you see what I said my wind was? Jesus Christ. Yeah, see, this is the house I was talking about that they've got set up to like do the domestic violence thing. The whole inside is like a stage or something. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, this is the guy that stole the ATM. This is funny. I think I know that guy.
Criminals. Dumbest criminals.
Just loading up the ATM. That's how you do her.
7407.
CHM 7407. Why are you running after it? You guys are idiots. They don't even have guns. The fuck? Holy, eh? Well, oh. Recommend sale of land for $1 to airport. Fuck you. They're gonna sell these guys that land for a fucking $1? Oh man. Fuck out of here.
What do you do when the man you need to kill will never let you get close enough to pull the trigger? In 2008,
The Taylor.
when the man you need to kill will never let
The
you get close
Taylor.
enough to pull the trigger. In 2008, was the most protected terrorist in the Middle East.
Well, I'm not sure why that video's not uploaded yet. It's processing it up to high def.
Through Damascus under Syrian protection, changing vehicles daily, trusting no patterns, meeting contacts and locations swept for surveillance devices hours.
Hopefully you guys will be able to see the police and shit inside those doors.
Teams were identified and expelled within days. They tried electronic
I could see one cop for sure.
security details swept for devices obsessively.
When I looked, I mean, when I was going by there, I've seen a million cops. Holy fuck.
Never successfully achieved. A reason to be close that wouldn't trigger suspicion. The problem wasn't intelligence. Syrian contacts confirmed where Mugnia lived, where he conducted meetings. The problem was access. How do you get an Israeli operative into the inner circle of a man who assumes everyone around him might be working for Israeli intelligence? In late 2007, Mossad proposed something they had never attempted in Syria. Not surveillance from a distance, not a brief insertion.
Food courts are like a terrible place to be as a cop. Holy.
Requiring an agent to live as a Syrian, embedded so thoroughly in Damascus society that Hezbollah's own operatives would vouch for him. The operative chosen was Daniel, not his real name, not even the name he would use in Damascus.
Obviously.
Deep cover in Lebanon during the 1990s. His Arabic fluent in the Levantine dialect. His background story tested under hostile interrogation.
So he seems like he's an Egyptian.
But this mission required more than language skills. It required Daniel to become someone else so completely that exposure would demand Hezbollah's own people to doubt their own judgment about a man they had known for months. What Mossad didn't tell Daniel was that his cover was designed to collapse.
Oh, wow.
Not until after it had served its purpose, but collapse it would. And when it did, there would be no second chance at extraction. Daniel's legend didn't start with forged documents. It started with a real Syrian tailor named Khalil Mansour, who had left Damascus in 2004, emigrating to Germany after years of struggling to keep his family workshop profitable. Mansour
So they're gonna make him. They're gonna discover his. They're gonna make the terrorists discover his real identity and then trust him. That's smart.
Through German intelligence intermediaries, Mossad approached Mansour with an offer: sell his Syrian identity for
Okay, so it's not
resettlement
puree.
in Canada. Mansour's family would receive new documentation, financial support, and a future outside the Middle East. In exchange, Mossad would assume control of his past. Mansour agreed. By November 2007, he and his family had disappeared into
They bought a guy's identity.
Daniel didn't impersonate Mansour. This wasn't close enough. Instead, Mossad constructed something more sophisticated. Daniel became a cousin Mansour's family barely remembered, the one who had worked in Aleppo for years, returning to Damascus to claim the family's old workshop space and reopen it as a tailoring business. The first flaw appeared during planning sessions in Tel Aviv. Mansour's relatives still lived in Damascus. His elderly aunt visited the old neighborhood regularly. If she walked into the shop and didn't recognize Daniel, the entire operation would collapse before it began. Mossad's solution was counterintuitive. Instead of avoiding the aunt, they used her. Through a Lebanese intermediary with no direct connection to Israeli intelligence, Mossad arranged a meeting. Daniel sat across from Mansour's aunt in a Damascus cafe in January 2008, recounting fabricated memories of family gatherings, using details Mossad had extracted from Mansour during debriefing sessions in Germany.
The only word I can even think of that fits here is boot, and it's not boot. Or butt, or however you say that word.
Mansour had abandoned. Within a week, she had introduced Daniel to the extended family. Cousins he had never met. Neighbors who
Like
remembered the
BTT.
workshop from decades earlier. A social network that validated his presence in ways forged documents never could. But this created
It's like a
problem.
geographical formation of some type,
He now
I
had
think.
invitations to family events, requests for favors. A cousin who wanted him to hire her unemployed son as an assistant. Each interaction deepened the cover. Each interaction also increased the surface area for mistakes. The tailoring shop opened in February 2008 on a street 3 blocks from a building Mossad had identified through intercepted communications as a Hezbollah logistics safe house. The location wasn't coincidental. Mossad needed confirmation of who entered that building and when, but traditional surveillance had failed repeatedly. Daniel's assignment wasn't to watch the safe house directly. It was to become so thoroughly embedded in the neighborhood's daily rhythm that Hezbollah operatives would choose to trust him. He hired the cousin's son.
Yeah, that's just the guy.
Tariq, who needed work, and asked no questions about why a tailor returning from Aleppo would choose this particular street for his shop. What Tariq didn't know was that every appointment Daniel scheduled was recorded by a camera that hidden inside a wall-mounted clock. Every customer who mentioned travel plans, meeting times, or contact names inadvertently fed intelligence to a Mossad analysis cell monitoring transmissions from Tel Aviv. The business was real. Daniel actually sewed. He fitted garments, argued with customers over pricing, built a reputation for quality work at fair rates. By April, 3 men who worked in the building Mossad was monitoring had become regular customers. They came for alterations, custom suits, casual repairs. None of them mentioned Hezbollah. None of them needed to. Their faces, their schedules, their conversations about upcoming trips provided the mapping Mossad needed. Then one of them started asking questions. Daniel wasn't prepared to answer. His name was Hassan, a mid-level logistics coordinator who needed suits for a series of meetings in Beirut. During the second fitting, Hassan mentioned Aleppo.
I love how Baby Bubble Live starting
so
her
cute.
mornings with K-pop dance parties. She's so cute.
Details someone who had actually worked there for years should know.
That's pretty awesome.
Daniel answered using information Mossad had provided during training. But Hassan's questions weren't random. He was testing the legend, probing for inconsistencies that would reveal whether Daniel's story could withstand scrutiny. After Hassan left, Daniel transmitted an emergency signal. Someone was vetting him. If Hassan ran a background check through Hezbollah's intelligence network, if he contacted associates in Aleppo who had never heard of Daniel's assumed identity, the operation could unravel. Mossad's response arrived 12 hours later. Do nothing. Changing behavior would confirm suspicion. Maintaining consistency might exhaust Hassan's paranoia. Daniel stayed. He kept tailoring suits. He kept attending family gatherings. And slowly, stopped. But what Daniel didn't know was that Hassan hadn't abandoned his investigation. He had simply moved it into channels Daniel couldn't monitor. Who was Hassan really reporting to? And what would happen when those reports reached someone with the authority to act on suspicion? In June 2008, Daniel received an invitation that should have been simple to handle. Mansour's family was hosting a wedding for distant.
What an ugly shirt.
The entire extended family would attend, including relatives traveling from Aleppo and Homs. Refusing would be noticed. Questions.
That is awesome, by the way. Super cute.
Timing was catastrophic. Mossad had identified a pattern in Mugnia's movements through signals intelligence and surveillance of the Hezbollah safe house. He met with operatives at a specific apartment in the Kafir.
There was a girl and her mom I seen on TikTok. To like party and dance every morning too. It's funny.
Attend the wedding and maintain the cover, or skip it and be available for surveillance positioning if Mugnia appeared at the expected location. His handler's response was unambiguous. Attend the wedding. The cover was more valuable than a single surveillance opportunity.
The COVID? What?
Daniel's absence raised questions among the family. Those questions would circulate through the neighborhood. Eventually, they would reach someone connected to Hezbollah. Daniel went to the wedding. He danced with relatives he had never actually met. He posed for photographs with Mansour's aunt, his arm around her.
Man, he looks like he fits in over there though. He looks family.
Unfabricated memories. While he celebrated, Mossad's surveillance team.
Dude, he fits in with his family. That's so fucked up.
They documented his security.
That lady looked like my aunt.
Timing of his arrival, the duration of his stay, intelligence.
I don't think I got no Arab in nowhere.
But 2 days after the wedding, something.
My uncle really looks like a fucking Navy though. Terrorist looking bastard. Now I gotta go get my jeans tested or what?
Ghassan was different from Hassan. He didn't ask probing questions about Aleppo. He didn't test Daniel's background story. He was relaxed, almost careless.
That looks like my uncle so much it's not even funny.
Insignificant to worry about operational security. Daniel took measurements. He recorded fabric preferences. He scheduled fittings. And he transmitted every detail to Tel Aviv, including the travel dates that would allow Mossad to track Ghassan's movements. What Daniel didn't realize until later was that Ghassan had been at the wedding. Not as a guest, but as security. One of Hassan's contacts positioned outside the venue, watching who arrived and how they interacted with the family. Ghassan had seen Daniel with Mansour's aunt. He had watched Daniel navigate family dynamics, respond to inside jokes, demonstrate the kind of familiarity that couldn't be faked during a brief interaction. The wedding hadn't just maintained the cover. It had made Daniel invisible. He was too embedded, too Syrian, too verifiable to suspect. But it had also done something else. It had trapped him inside a life he couldn't easily abandon.
Ha!
In July, Mossad confirmed the pattern they had been tracking. Mugnia attended meetings at the Kafir Susa apartment every third Thursday.
Now he's like gotta pretend he's got all these other cousins and shit.
Later, security convoy of 3 vehicles with armed personnel. Assassination required marking him in a way that allowed precision targeting without collateral damage. Car bombs were too indiscriminate in Damascus traffic. Sniper positions required angles that didn't exist given the building's location. Poison demanded access Mossad couldn't create. The technical solution was a magnetic tracking device small enough to attach to a vehicle's undercarriage in under 3 seconds. Once placed, it would transmit real-time location data, allowing Mossad to trigger a shaped explosive charge at a moment when Mugnier was isolated from civilians. The operational problem was placement. Someone needed proximity to Mugnier's vehicle without triggering the security detail's immediate response.
Wow, they need the.
Mossad proposed using Daniel. His shop was on a route between the Kafir Susa apartment and Mugnier's suspected residence. On the right Thursday, with the right setup,
Are you joking?
Daniel could create a minor traffic incident as the convoy passed, use the momentary confusion to approach one of the vehicles, and place the device.
No way.
Refused. The proposal required him to expose himself in a way that made survival nearly impossible. Even if he successfully attached the device, Hezbollah would review security footage, interview witnesses
and they'd kill his ass.
movements back to the shop within hours. His handler's response was blunt. There was no alternative. Every other approach required infrastructure Mossad couldn't build without alerting Syrian intelligence. Daniel sent a message demanding extraction immediately after the placement attempt. No delay, no preserving the cover for future operations. Tel Aviv agreed. On August 12, 2008, Daniel closed the shop early, citing a family emergency to Tariq. He positioned himself near an intersection on the projected route, carrying a small bag that contained the tracking device and a story about car trouble if security personnel questioned him. At 10:47 p.m., the convoy appeared. 3 vehicles, the center one armored, moving at moderate speed through light traffic.
This is
Daniel
crazy.
stepped into the street, forcing the lead vehicle to brake hard. Security personnel exited immediately, weapons visible but not raised, shouting at him to move. Daniel played the confused civilian, apologizing in rapid Arabic, backing away with hands visible and empty. But the security response was faster than Mossad's planners had anticipated. The convoy didn't stop. The center vehicle continued moving while the security detail repositioned around it.
Shit.
The window for placement never existed. Daniel returned to the shop. He transmitted the failure report to Tel Aviv and waited for extraction orders. They didn't come. Instead, his handler sent new instructions. Stay in place. The August attempt had provided valuable intelligence about the convoy's security protocols.
Damn.
Mossad had identified weaknesses in their response pattern. Another opportunity was being planned.
Yeah, but he was supposed to go out of town.
3 messages demanding immediate extraction. Each received the same response. His cover was too valuable to abandon. Mossad needed him positioned in Damascus for secondary confirmation of the future meetings. Then Daniel understood what had actually happened. The August placement attempt had never been intended to succeed. Mossad hadn't sent Daniel into the street believing he could attach a tracking device to a moving convoy protected by trained security personnel.
Yeah.
They had sent him to measure the response. How quickly did the detail react? How thoroughly did they sweep the area afterward? What patterns could be identified in their positioning? Daniel had been the probe, the bait used to extract information about Hezbollah's security procedures. And now, Mossad wanted him to remain in place because his cover, his relationships, his access to Hezbollah operatives who visited the shop were more valuable than his safety. In September, Hassan returned with a request that confirmed Daniel's worst assessment of his situation. Hassan wanted Daniel to tailor suits for a private client. The client would visit after hours. No other customers present. No assistant.
Rip.
The client was Imad Mughniya. Daniel transmitted the information with an urgent assessment. This was either the opportunity Mossad needed or a trap. If Hezbollah suspected him, bringing Mughniya to the shop was the perfect setup for capture. Mossad's analysis division ran probability assessments. They concluded the meeting was genuine. Mughniya needed tailoring services, and Hassan had vouched for Daniel's work based on the wedding, the family connections, the months of verified presence in the neighborhood. Daniel was ordered to proceed, but he was also told something else. If the meeting was a trap, if Hezbollah arrested him, Mossad would deny any connection. The cover was too deep to acknowledge. Daniel would be alone. What choice did Hassan actually make when he invited Mughniya to the shop? And if Hezbollah suspected Daniel, why would they bring their most valuable commander directly to him, instead of simply arresting the tailor, who asked too few questions? On October 3rd, 2008, at 8:45 p.m., Daniel locked the front door of the shop and turned the sign to closed. Tariq had left an hour earlier, unaware that his employer was preparing for a meeting that could end in either intelligence breakthrough or capture. Daniel had swept the shop twice for listening devices using equipment Mossad had provided through a dead drop. He found nothing, but the absence of surveillance equipment didn't mean he wasn't being watched. Hezbollah could be monitoring from the building across the street, from a parked car, from any of a dozen positions he couldn't verify. At 8:58 p.m., a black sedan pulled up outside. No security convoy, no visible protection. Just a single vehicle with a driver who remained behind the wheel. Imad Mughniya entered alone. He was shorter than Daniel had expected from the intelligence photographs, his hair graying at the temples, his posture relaxed in a way that suggested either complete confidence or complete indifference to potential threats. wore civilian clothes, expensive but not ostentatious, and he carried himself like a man accustomed to rooms falling silent when he entered. Daniel greeted him in Arabic, gesturing toward the fitting area in the back room. Standard procedure, nothing unusual. Mugnier followed without hesitation. The back room was small, barely large enough for the fitting platform and the full-length mirror. Daniel had positioned the hidden camera to capture the space from an elevated angle, but he had no way to verify it was functioning without checking the transmission logs later. He began with the standard questions. What style did Mugnier prefer? What occasions would he wear the suits for? Any specific fabric requirements? Mugnier answered, each question directly, his tone professional. He wanted 3 suits, classic cuts, nothing fashionable, dark colors. He had meetings scheduled over the next several months that required appropriate attire. Daniel took out his measuring tape and began the process he had performed dozens of times since opening the shop. Shoulders first, chest, waist, each measurement recorded in a notebook that would be photographed and transmitted to Tel Aviv within hours. Then Mugnier asked about Daniel's family. The question was delivered casually, almost as an afterthought while Daniel was measuring the inseam. Where had his family come from originally? How long had they been in Damascus? Daniel recited the fabricated history. His family had roots in Damascus going back generations, though he himself had spent years in Aleppo working for another tailor before returning to reclaim the family workshop. Mugnier nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then he mentioned almost offhandedly that he had cousins in Aleppo. Perhaps they knew some of the same families. The city was large, of course, but the tailoring community was relatively small. Daniel felt his pulse spike, but kept his hand steady on the measuring tape. This was a test. Not an aggressive interrogation, but a probe designed to see if his story would hold under casual scrutiny. He deflected by mentioning that he had worked primarily in the Christian quarter of Aleppo, keeping to himself, focused on building his skills rather than networking extensively. It was plausible. It created distance from verification. Mugnier accepted the answer without pressing further. But then he did something Daniel hadn't anticipated. He asked about the wedding. Had Daniel enjoyed the family gathering in June? Mugnier had heard from Hassan that Daniel had reconnected with relatives after years away. It must have been meaningful to see family again. The question froze Daniel's thought process for a fraction of a second too long. How did Mugnier know about the wedding? Hassan had been there. But why would Hassan mention a family event to Hezbollah's military commander, unless there was a reason to discuss it? Daniel recovered, saying yes. The wedding had been wonderful, a reminder of why he had returned to Damascus instead of staying in Aleppo. Mugnier smiled. He said something that made Daniel's stomach drop. He said he had seen the photographs, not heard about them, seen them. Someone had shown Mugnier pictures from the wedding. Someone had briefed him on Daniel's family connections, his integration into the neighborhood, his verified presence at family events. This wasn't a casual fitting appointment. This was an evaluation. Daniel continued taking measurements, keeping his expression neutral, his hands moving through the familiar motions. He recorded the sleeve length, the jacket length, the trouser measurements. Mugnier asked about turnaround time. When could the suits be ready? Daniel said 3 weeks for the first suit, or for the others if Mugnier wanted the fitting staggered to ensure perfect alterations. Mugnier agreed to the timeline. He would return in 3 weeks for the first fitting. Then he said something that revealed the actual purpose of the visit. He asked if Daniel had ever considered expanding the business. Opening a second location, perhaps. Hassan had mentioned that Daniel's work was excellent, that he had built a loyal customer base quickly. There might be opportunities for growth, particularly if Daniel was interested in serving clients who valued discretion. The offer was wrapped in business language, but the subtext was clear. Hezbollah was proposing to bring Daniel deeper into their network, not as an operative, but as infrastructure. A tailor who could be trusted with sensitive work for sensitive clients. Daniel's response had to walk an impossible line. Accepting too quickly would seem suspicious. Refusing would raise questions about why a businessman would turn down lucrative contracts. He said he would consider it, but he preferred to keep the business small for now. Quality over expansion. He had returned to Damascus to rebuild the family legacy, not to become wealthy. Mugnier seemed to accept this. He stood, shook Daniel's hand, and left without ceremony. The entire meeting had lasted 42 minutes. After Mugnier's sedan pulled away, Daniel locked the door and sat in the back room for 15 minutes, processing what had just happened. Then he transmitted an emergency message to Tel Aviv. The meeting had occurred, but it wasn't what Mossad had anticipated. Mouknier hadn't come for tailoring. He had come to evaluate whether Daniel could be useful beyond basic intelligence collection. Hezbollah was recruiting him. Daniel's message was explicit. He needed extraction immediately. The proximity was too dangerous. Mouknier decided to vet him more thoroughly if he tasked someone to verify the Aleppo background story with actual contacts in that city. The cover would collapse. Mossad's response came 14 hours later. Stay in place. Do not alter your pattern. Accept the next fitting appointment when Mouknier calls to schedule it. Daniel sent a second message. Staying in place meant accepting deeper integration into Hezbollah's network. It meant lying to Mouknier's face during multiple future interactions. It meant increasing the risk exponentially every day he remained in Damascus. The response from Tel Aviv was shorter this time. Your cover is the most valuable asset we have in Damascus. We need you positioned for the February operation. Daniel realized they had never intended to extract him before the assassination. His survival wasn't the priority. The intelligence he could provide, the access he had built, the trust he had earned from Hassan, and now potentially from Mouknier himself, all of it was too valuable to abandon. He wasn't an operative anymore. He was infrastructure that Mossad would use until it broke. On October 24th, Mouknier returned for his first fitting. He tried on the jacket, approved the alterations, mentioned he would need the remaining suits by January for meetings scheduled in Tehran and Beirut. Before leaving, he asked Daniel if he had reconsidered the expansion proposal. Daniel said he was still thinking about it. He wanted to ensure he could maintain quality standards before taking on additional clients. Mouknier nodded. He said Hassan had vouched strongly for Daniel's discretion. That meant something. Trustworthy people were rare. Then he left. Daniel transmitted the conversation to Tel Aviv along with a single question he already knew the answer to. When were they actually planning to extract him? The response never directly answered. Instead, they confirmed the February timeline and instructed him to maintain all current relationships without deviation. What Daniel didn't know, what Mossad hadn't told him, was that Hassan had been reporting on him since August. Not to expose him as Israeli intelligence, but to evaluate him for exactly what Mouknier had proposed. Recruitment into Hezbollah's trusted service network. Hassan's investigation hadn't been about suspicion. It had been about vetting. And Daniel had passed. On February 12th, 2009, at approximately 10:45 p.m., a car bomb detonated in the Kafr Sousa district of Damascus. The explosion killed Imad Mouknier instantly, destroying his vehicle and creating a crater in the street that would remain visible for months. Within 2 hours, Hezbollah declared a state of emergency. Security teams swept Damascus for Israeli operatives. Checkpoints appeared on every major road. Syrian intelligence began detaining anyone with suspected foreign connections. Daniel was in the shop when the explosion occurred, 3 kilometers away. He heard the blast through the closed windows. He knew immediately what it meant. He sent an extraction request to Tel Aviv. The response told him to wait 72 hours. Moving immediately after the assassination would confirm Israeli involvement in a way that could trigger wider retaliation. He needed to maintain normal operations, continue serving customers, pretend ignorance. For 3 days, Daniel tailored suits while Damascus security forces searched for whoever had killed Hezbollah's military commander. On February 15th, Hassan entered the shop. He didn't want tailoring. He closed the door behind him, locked it, and gestured for Daniel to sit in the back room. Hassan asked about Mouknier's visits. Simple questions. When had he come? What had they discussed? Had anyone asked questions about him afterward? Daniel answered truthfully. There was no safer option. Lying about verifiable facts would create suspicion where none might exist. Hassan listened without expression. Then he said something that revealed how thoroughly Daniel had misunderstood his own situation. Hassan said Daniel had been under surveillance since August. Not Hezbollah surveillance looking for Israeli intelligence. Syrian intelligence surveillance looking for Hezbollah security leaks. The Syrian regime had been tracking everyone who met with Mouknier, trying to map his network, identify his contacts, understand the scope of Hezbollah's operations inside Damascus. Daniel's shop had appeared in that surveillance because Mougnier had visited twice. Syrian intelligence had interviewed Hassan 3 days earlier. They wanted to know who had vouched for the tailor, who had introduced Mougnier to him. Whether Hassan had noticed anything unusual about Daniel's behavior. Hassan had vouched for Daniel completely. He had told Syrian intelligence that Daniel was family connected, neighborhood embedded, verified through multiple sources. Syrian intelligence had accepted this and moved on to other suspects. But Hassan's expression made clear that vouching for Daniel had put Hassan's own position at risk. If Daniel turned out to be connected to the assassination, Hassan would be implicated as either incompetent or complicit. Hassan asked one final question. Had Daniel ever worked for anyone besides himself? Daniel said no. Just the family business. Just tailoring. Hassan stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood and left without another word. 2 days later, Mossad extracted Daniel through a route that took him across the Lebanese border in a furniture truck. By February 18th, he was in a debriefing facility in Tel Aviv, answering questions about every interaction with Mougnier, every conversation with Hassan, every detail of the operation. The debriefing lasted 6 weeks. Analysts wanted to understand not just what Daniel had observed, but what Hezbollah had learned about Mossad's operational methods by allowing the operation to proceed. Because the assumption that Hezbollah had been completely deceived was wrong. In August 2010, Hezbollah released a propaganda video documenting Israeli espionage operations in Lebanon and Syria. The video included footage of Daniel's shop, preserved exactly as he had left it. The camera equipment hidden in the wall clock. The measurement records that included notations only an intelligence operative would make. The family photographs staged to create the illusion of generational presence. The video also included something that shocked Mossad's counterintelligence division. Hassan had placed a listening device in the shop's back room in September 2008, 3 weeks before Mugnia's first visit. Hezbollah had recordings, not of every conversation, but enough. Daniel's emergency transmissions to Tel Aviv, his requests for extraction, his operational check-ins using coded language that Hezbollah's technical division had partially decrypted. They had known Daniel was Israeli intelligence. They had allowed him to continue operating because his presence revealed information they needed. How Mossad communicated with deep cover, operatives, what equipment they used, how quickly they could respond to emergency situations, what risk tolerance they maintained for asset protection. Mossad had successfully assassinated Mougnier, but in doing so, they had exposed operational methodologies that Hezbollah used to identify and compromise 3 other Israeli intelligence networks operating in Lebanon between 2009 and 2011. The tailoring shop operation had worked. It had also taught Hezbollah exactly what to look for in future Israeli infiltration attempts. Daniel never returned to field operations. Mossad's medical evaluation determined he was psychologically unsuitable for deep cover work after spending 10 months believing he might be abandoned in Damascus if the operation failed. He was reassigned to training, teaching new operatives how to construct and maintain legends under hostile conditions. He taught them how to build relationships that felt real, how to lie to people who trusted you, how to live inside a false identity without forgetting who you actually were. What he didn't teach them, what wasn't in any training manual, was how to process the fact that the people you deceived might have been deceiving you the entire time. In 2015, Mossad declassified portions of the operation for internal training purposes. One detail stood out in the operational review. The original extraction plan had scheduled Daniel's departure for August 2009, 6 months after Mugnia's assassination. His emergency extraction request in February had forced Mossad to abandon that timeline and lose potential intelligence his continued presence could have provided. The review noted this as an operational cost. It didn't mention that leaving Daniel in place for an additional 6 months after Hezbollah had already identified him as Israeli intelligence would have likely resulted in his arrest and execution. Mansour's aunt, the woman who had vouched for Daniel and introduced him to the extended family, was interviewed by Hezbollah in 2009. She maintained until her death in 2014 that the man who had reopened the family shop had been her nephew's cousin. She never accepted that the relationship had been fabricated. The shop in Damascus remained closed until 2018, when it was demolished during neighborhood redevelopment. By then, Hassan had left Hezbollah, relocated to Beirut, and refused all interview requests about the operation. Daniel lives in Tel Aviv. He doesn't tailor suits anymore. Former former colleagues say he measures distances differently now. His spatial awareness permanently altered by months of calculating escape routes and surveillance angles. The deception that killed Imad Mugnia succeeded in its primary objective. But success came with a cost neither side had fully anticipated. Mossad lost operational methodology, Hezbollah lost its military commander, and Daniel lost the ability to ever fully trust that the people around him were actually who they claimed to be. Sometimes the most dangerous deception isn't the one that fails, it's the one that succeeds while teaching your enemy exactly how you think.
Like you saw this with Joe Biden. It's like how many border crossings were last year versus this year in February it was 1. It was like 35,000 and changed to 1. At the end of the day, leadership does matter. And having leadership that puts a priority on certain things, that will change the direction of the company. It absolutely will. And I think that leadership bears the most responsibility and also the fault. That's it. It's all the difference. Yes. All the difference. It was like 70K plus? Yeah. Imagine being that one guy, unstoppable. He got away.
In theory, both sides of the business could here be more efficient and be more focused. Yeah. Now, there is a problem that efficiency is a fine idea on paper, and the other side of this is, yes, there are all of these rational arguments, but you could perhaps also say this would work for the goals. The Guillemot family could be using something like this to basically retain control of Ubisoft and solve their current predicament.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you're licensing out the IP, you fire like 90% of the employees, and all you're doing is running a skeleton operation where you're just basically selling the thing that you already had to people to do it better than you can. I mean, I feel like if I were them, that's a huge W for me. Yeah, that's a massive fucking W.
Of course, the problem there with efficiency is that it's fine on paper, not necessarily reality. Here's the rub for today. Assassin's Creed Saving Company does not mean better games for you. Okay? How many games does Ubisoft make that are more efficient for investors on release than just putting your money in the stock market, right? Like in the S&P 500. Yeah. Well, the answer basically is most of Ubisoft games aren't really worth it.
Well, Ubisoft games are really good if you want to take $100 and turn it into $20. If you have $100 and you want to turn that into $10, maybe $20, Ubisoft is a really good place for you to start. But, you know, for people that want to make money, probably not.
So just throwing your money in the stock market.
Does the game cost $80? Yeah, that's the reason.
Siege is worth it. Valhalla is worth it. Some of their other sort of live servicey sleeper hits are probably worth it as well. But just about everything else, those are risks. They're taking up resources that.
Well, it's also like these other games like Brawlhalla, and these are very small games. It's nice to have a good game that has a small audience that's well designed and people enjoy it. But the problem is that isn't necessarily going to justify 13,000 employees. The fact is that if you have a company of over 10,000 people and you make video games, you need to be making the Lord of the Rings of video games. That's it.
Be going to making.
And if you're not, you're done.
Guaranteed profitable games.
Blizzard used to do it.
It's not efficient for Ubisoft to produce Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, right? Under pure marketing theory, that game was a bad investment. It was a waste of time. None of this is about the quality of the games that are being made. AJ Investments may say...
Well, it's about... The thing is that I agree half with what Bellier is saying and not with the other half. Is that the quality of the game, I think, also has to deal with the delivery method of the game. Like, for example, taking the character and then giving him that, like, you know, super generic Killmonger haircut, and then making the narrative of the story that's just, like, kind of paneling and it's not actually animations, and also selling it at such a high price in a Metroidvania genre where the average price is $20. You went into a market, you didn't advertise the game very well, you're selling it way above market cost, and you're making it in a way that's not really resonating with the audience. You're fucking up. Like, that's really just, it's a marketing department L, right? Whoever decided the production and distribution for this game should be fucking fired, because they totally messed it up. The game was fine, but if you design it this way and you make a game this way, you need to have and you need to fit inside of the market expectations, and that's not what they did. Fucking up on like multiple points, exactly. And so you see a lot of games, like I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is kind of the same thing. Is that if they had never used this like argument to authority of like Yasuke, he's real, he's a real samurai, racist. Like if they never used that type of messaging, I'm not saying they said that directly, but they clearly implied it, and they clearly went in that direction. If they had never done that, they would have never had this problem. It would have never happened. And so the problem is that at the very highest level, decisions are being made that are stupid. Stupid decisions are being made, and because of that, the games suffer. That's what it comes down to. That's what really matters. And like if I look at like Assassin's Creed, for example, the combat is very one-dimensional. It's bad, but like everything in the game generally works. It looks good, etc. Right? What that tells me is that the people that are working on the game at a baseline, those people know what they're doing, and they're good at their job to an extent, right? At least to enough extent, because they're following directions. But the people that are deciding the big picture ideas for the game, they're the ones that are totally wrong. They're the ones that are making bad decisions constantly. And that's the big problem. I wouldn't even call it bad, it's just mid. Yeah, the combat, I would say for an action combat game, I think it's below mid. But, I mean, that's my opinion. The combat department needs to be changed. Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that like I think that a lot of Ubisoft's, and I'll give you the best example and the best frame of reference for this, then I want to continue the video. It's almost over. Is that the guy, the CEO of the company, was like confused the reason why his video games aren't selling very well, but they review so well. Well, why are these games reviewing so well, but they're not selling well? Well, it's because they're not reviewing well. You're listening to a handful of retards that are, journalists about these video games, and not your actual customers. I think that, just by itself, is the biggest self-report you can possibly have. How do you self-report that hard? That you're focusing off of that?
They want that.
Rotten
They may
Tomatoes
say
problem.
that and try to harness your anger
Maybe.
to put on more pressure. But at the end of the day, we know that they were pissed about the delays to Assassin's Creed Shadows. And whether you want that game to succeed or not, game companies delaying their game so that they can have more polished releases is almost universally a good thing for the customer.
It is.
So if Ubisoft are forced to sell off half their intellectual property to the highest bidder, of throwing pink slips at thousands of developers and doing all of these short-term things and, pursuing getting that stock price up ASAP, not necessarily at long-term value, long-term quality. Will that be good for the games? I would not necessarily think so, especially since this is the type of the investor who is anti-delay, even though the likes of Star Wars Outlaws clearly tell us those delays are.
I'm gonna be honest. It can't get worse. Fucking send it to China. Maybe they can do something right with it. They didn't fuck up Wukong. Seems like they aren't fucking up a number of other games. I mean, you might as well. It can get worse? Not really, though, right?
To need it. So regardless of how well Assassin's Creed Shadows sells, expect them to do more things, to drum out more headlines, to try and get a bit more leverage, a bit more control, and turn that pressure into something that they can profit off. Meanwhile, though, on the Guillemot front, well, they might be trying to restructure Ubisoft, doing something with Tencent and potential other suitors to get around this problem. Will that be good for the actual games? I don't necessarily think so.
I think that anything that involves a leadership change will be a net positive. If you want to use another D&D analogy, I think that their leadership is a 5. By the way, this is not a 6-sided dice. It's a 20-sided dice, D&D dice. Do you re-roll a 5? Yeah, you do. You re-roll a 5. I think that, they should re-roll it.
So, at least it basically means, who knows if Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be some amazing banger or terrible failure, whatever it is. At least what I can say, with a good degree of surety, is that it does make for a pretty damn good episode of corporate drama. We could
Yeah.
at least enjoy that. Okay, I'll see you when there's a new update to this story.
I think this
probably
is
in a
so
week or two,
funny.
once we know how the game launch is actually shaken out. Till then, though, do you want more drama? Corporate drama? Well,
I'll link it to you guys. This is a good video from Belior. I pretty much agree with everything that he said, except for like maybe a couple of things. I think that Ubisoft, here's what's really fucked up. The gameplay in a lot of these Ubisoft games, aside from like the stealth gameplay, like the Prince of Persia combat on a fundamental level, like the Lost Crown, and the Assassin's Creed combat feels relatively good. Like it's not bad combat. But the big problem is that the leadership and the way that the games are delivered and the way they're marketed and like big picture design decisions are bad. And when you think about that, I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, if I'm just a grunt and like my job is to just program things to look good and to feel good to play, I'm doing my job. And I think it sucks that if they do this restructuring, that all of those people that do good work, all of those people are going to probably be let go. Or at least the majority of them. Yeah, it sucks. Combat's way too rigid. I mean, I think it's okay, right? It's not amazing, but like it's okay. Yeah, once you get gone, you realize how bad once you get. Oh, if I play as soon as I play Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, I mean maybe you're right. I mean that's the thing. There's a very good chance that if I play the game and like I see these other games are like way fucking better, then you know, sure, that maybe could happen. But I do think that in a general sense, the big problem of what happened is that I think a lot of Western game studios have totally lost their focus and they don't understand at all about like what should or shouldn't happen in a game anymore and what should or shouldn't be in a game anymore at all. And I think that's really the big weakness that a lot of these development studios have, is that they don't have a focus in a way that is meaningful and that matters. Western games are just DEI instead of a good game. Yeah, I unironically, like, and I know this might get me in trouble, but I unironically think that the over-fixation on DEI representation, and I think hiring based off of that too, because, like, here's the way I see it. Like, I view diversity as something that usually naturally occurs whenever you engage in an international market. Like, you know, or a widespread market. Like, if you have a company that's only in Japan, you're going to have only really Japanese people that are going to play that game, right? Or work at that company. But if you're talking about, like, an international thing, and think about it with streaming, right? For example, like, if you pull up, like, let me go back, I'll pull up Twitch Tracker. So let's just we'll look at channels here. So Kai, all of these people, me, Queso, Kadril, like Loud Karinga, Jinxie, Hassan, like this, I think he's this Japanese guy. If you look at all these people, there is a tremendous amount of diversity here. It is completely multicultural. It is multiracial. It is all guys. But other than that, it's all different people, right? And that's the thing. And so my point is, no women? Well, yeah, because it's a male-dominated platform. Like, that's really the reason why. And so if you look at this, like, there's tons of different people, tons of different races of people. So I look at diversity as something that if you provide an even playing field, diversity will happen naturally. But when you're hiring based off of diversity, and you're hiring based off of diversity-based goals, what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up hiring people that are not the best fit. Because that's the reason, like, if this was happening naturally and you were hiring people that were the best fit, you wouldn't need these goals in the first place in order to keep things on these rails. So the only reason why you have these goals is so you can artificially add these people into the ecosystem, while at the same time not taking the person that you would have naturally taken that would have been maybe a better fit for the company, maybe a better employee or something like that. And so merit needs to be the only focus that you have. And I think that when you have a merit-based, and this is the point that I was making, is when you have a merit-based system like Twitch, nobody gets a career given to them on Twitch. People decide, like there are people that get hosted every single day and they don't get any viewers, etc. You have a massively diverse group of people whenever you open things up to anybody can do this. And if you look at, for example, like the guys that work at X, like at Twitter, you're going to see the exact same thing. It's subjective? No, it's not. I think the truth is that it's the same with the Olympics. Like, you see people all over around in the world that are successful in the Olympics. Like, I am not a diversity disliker. I am a forced diversity disliker because I think that it's counterproductive. I think diversity happens naturally. Like, if you just look at, and again, you just look at like pictures of me and like videos of me whenever I was in high school, or like, I don't know, I have a few from middle school, right? Like, or college, you'll see that like I have tons of friends that are of all different nationalities, all different races, religions, everything, right? Because it's just normal. Like growing up online, that was the default. That was what was normal. And like having a racially homogenous group is what wasn't. And so easy public school, exactly. What happens if it's just a normal black woman, though? Then it's called randomly DEI for no reason? Well, that's stupid. Like, so what? Like, I mean, do I have to play defense for somebody who I don't even agree with? I don't think that's true. I think that's dumb. So, yeah, it's like, yes, obviously, and just real quick, I do agree with you that the amount of calls for everything is DEI nowadays, it is exhausting. I think that you're right. But the truth is that is a very, very small group of annoying people. And the fact is also, like, I'll say this as well, a lot of the guys that are doing that are joking around. They are. They're joking around. Like, most of the people in my chat are like, oh, yeah, you know, it's like, okay, it's a black person, DEI, or a girl, it's DEI. It's a joke. Now, I'm not saying that it's a great joke, or it's, you know, this is the pinnacle of comedy or anything, but they're not doing it in a serious manner. At least a lot of them are. Now, some of them definitely are, though. That being said, the point that I was trying to get at here is that I think that when you have Western game studios, and this is especially true with American game studios, because European game studios somehow are less affected by this rot. You have American game studios, particularly American game studios, that have a hyperfixation around creating video games that act as a metaphor or a reinforcement mechanism of their worldview. This is a very reductive way to make a video game. And it's also something that a lot of people don't agree with. And the problem isn't even that they're doing it. The problem is that they're doing it and nobody agrees with what they're doing. The fact is that a lot of these ideologies are not very popular. They're not. They're not that great. And it's not that popular to hear about, like, you know, the non-binary thing with what was it, Dragon Age the Veilguard. That is simply not a well-understood thing that average people can relate to. And that's the point that I think a lot of people don't understand. People have wanted me to watch this for a while. Apparently there's been some Ubisoft devs that have talked behind the scenes about how things are going. And it doesn't seem like it's very good.
Things at Ubisoft are far worse than I ever could have imagined. After my last video chronicling the rise and fall of Ubisoft, I had both current and former Ubisoft developers reach out for comment. Today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about the issues that studios face today from the perspective of their own employees. Everything from Me Too movement allegations to agenda-driven content.
Well, it wasn't a Me Too movement allegation. Ubisoft went through an entire lawsuit process because of that.
I want to contrast the comments made in these interviews with what we've seen from Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. This company has a deep-rooted leadership issue, going as far to think that the vast majority of online criticism is just a toxic minority of gamers.
Of course.
This company and its leadership think that they are on the righteous path. Little do they know, it's a dead end.
That sounds so stupid, but I believe it, and the reason why I believe it is because the CEO cited critic reviews for their games as a barometer for what the game's reception was. Like, I don't want to believe this, but I feel like I have to.
Assassin's Creed Shadows has been steeped in controversy and criticism since its initial reveal. Online discourse surrounding the game has been almost entirely negative, with long-term fans of the franchise, general audience, and Japanese audiences up in arms over the creative liberties that Ubisoft has taken with the depiction of Yasuke, the fabled Black Samurai, and feudal Japan. Japanese creators, as well as just random bystanders, have taken to Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube and Reddit, voicing their concerns offended by the game's representation of their history and culture. Inaccuracies like using Chinese architecture instead of Japanese, the legitimacy and relevance of the game's protagonist Yasuke, and even going as far as stealing a flag and imagery from the Sekihara Teppotai, a historical reenactment group where the company had to formally apologize for not asking for permission to use their materials. White people just never stop colonizing. It's just what we do. Yeah, bro, we just can't help ourselves. We just can't stop. We have to keep doing it. Oh my God. Japanese history has been a complete disaster, and it's only going to get worse. Yeah. On September 11th of 2024, an article was penned by the New York Times titled "The Fight Over a Black Samurai in Assassin's Creed." The writer, Zachary Small, misrepresents the controversy and player concerns as merely those of a toxic minority of angry Western gamers, and the entire time he fixates on the race of Yasuke and not the broader implications at play in Ubisoft's mishandling and the rank disrespect for Japanese culture and history. This article was a collaboration between Ubisoft and the New York Times in an attempt to redirect the discussions surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows and minimize the feedback. The writer spoke with Kazuma Hashimoto, a consultant and translator for the games industry, later to be found out to be an employee of Sweet Baby Incorporated that did consultant work for Ubisoft. But there's no bias, there's no agenda here at all, guys. Yeah, they're just reporting the facts. Hashimoto claimed that it was people in the West who were upset with seeing Yasuke as a samurai, and that many of the online negative comments were written in Japanese, appeared to be roughly translated from English. Effective? True. Actually true. And this is what journalists excel at. Journalists excel at telling half-truths, but focusing on the lie. Hand-waving the increasingly loud and valid concerns of the Japanese, asserting that it's all made-up outrage. Nothing more than the gamers' war against DEI or inclusivity in video games. I find it all too poetic and predictable for a AAA publisher to brush off player concerns and use their connections in the media to try to steer public discourse and sentiment into a favorable direction. All of these claims made by the New York Times, as well as other writers, are patently false. The problem is that, I think this is a big issue, is that, like, traditional, like, print media is losing a lot of its relevance, and I think it's accelerating that loss. And I think that really, like, they're getting eaten from, like, so many different perspectives. Like, for example, people's literacy levels and ability to read information, I think, is going down. Like, people are just bad at reading now. They can't read. And not only can they not read, but even if they could read, they don't have the attention span if to even want to read. So basically, they don't give a shit. Kids barely speak nowadays, exactly. So you have like a lower amount of people that you can reach fundamentally, right, because of that. And then you also have the issue where people are so radicalized about ideologies that they're unwilling to like listen to anything other than like what they've already heard. And I think that you put all these problems together, and guess what you have? You have an audience of people, and then also, of course, like the media is, of course, like misrepresenting things. I think that also one of the big problems the internet has presented for the media is that, like, you know, in the year 1985, the channels of broadcast were very limited. And so you couldn't really have a real contrary opinion because so many of these channels were monopolized by billion-dollar forces. But now on the internet, you can see things like WikiLeaks and stuff like that that can hold big corporations and big entities accountable in ways that they can't control. And I think this can be as big as something like WikiLeaks, or it can be in as little as something like this video game. And ultimately, that has done more to damage the credibility of print media than anything else. Because it's shown that print media is oftentimes used as a tool for these organizations to maintain their power structure. The criticisms of Ubisoft's recent releases and the future release in Assassin's Creed Shadows everywhere. It's impossible impossible to ignore. Videos and promotional material ratioed by dislikes and comments in mass numbers. Videos like mine and many others reaching widespread appeal because we have that many people that agree or share similar opinions. With that said, I couldn't imagine that.
I think also it's that he brings up a very good point that seems very stupid and face value, but I think it's incredibly accurate. Is that when you see videos that are extremely successful and get tons of views that agree with you, it makes people think that they're not crazy and that their opinions are valid. I think that's the reason why YouTube removed the dislike bar, because the dislike bar was used against things that, you know, I would say brands didn't want to see happen. Like, because if you see, oh, everybody else hates this, how many of you guys have ever read an article or done something and like you think the article's awful, and then the main top comment is saying exactly what you think, and it's like, yes, thank God I'm not crazy. Have you guys ever had this happen? Yeah, the dislike bar hurt tutorials though? No, it did, but it hurt everything. Right, exactly. And so we have this happen a lot. And I think what the outcome of that is that people are able to see that the like mainstream, I guess you could say, quote, narrative is not really the mainstream. It's just the most pushed.
Possible for anyone to ignore this level of feedback, and Ubisoft has to be seeing it. So I spoke with a few developers from Ubisoft to shed some light on these issues. I started off by asking how Ubisoft internalizes and discusses general criticism from players and the rest of the industry, whether that's its repetitive design, agenda-driven content, or predictable games. They responded saying, at a high level, they rarely talk about it. At a project level, they brush it off as toxic gamer talk. As Asmongold correctly pointed out in a video of his, Ubisoft is filled with toxic positivity that prevents any growth.
How about that? How about that? That's crazy. People always wonder, why is it that everybody watches me? This is the reason why. Because I've been fucking right. Yeah, I've been right, that's why. And also, by the way, I don't think that I'm being totally honest. I actually don't think that I'm like incredibly intelligent, but what I think that I do have is I have an insanely good memory, and I can make decisions on things based off of more factors than the average person can. And because of that, if I see something like this, I can think of more things in the past, like, oh yeah, this other thing. I put all that together, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. But this is why people watch the videos. Ego going up, it is, absolutely, but I was right.
I then asked, what about the Japanese community's backlash over Assassin's Creed Shadows? It's obvious that they haven't done their research, and even the smallest details are going to be noticed by a culture that's as proud as the Japanese. They responded by saying that the criticisms haven't been talked about, and they've only issued demands that we mustn't engage with discussion on that topic publicly.
Just don't talk about it. Problem solved.
Meaning everything that we've set up into this point, all the criticism that we've had over the years for Ubisoft games, even that of the industry itself, has fallen on deaf ears. I don't know if it's sad or if it's somewhat, it's somewhat cathartic to have that validated. I mean, it's the main complaint.
Well, it's obvious. I mean, again, like, you don't have to be a fucking genius to admit this or to acknowledge this. I feel like, again, you know, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I feel like that's how I feel a lot of times saying this stuff. I don't think this is any sort of fucking revelation. This isn't any sort of like, wow, this is some divine insight that's brought to me in a dream. No, it's common fucking sense this would happen. Of course.
That the vast majority of gamers have had over the years, which is that these companies aren't listening to us. In this case, I have developers that are telling me, yeah, they're not listening to you. Of course. One, because they don't want to take criticism, and two, because they don't know how to differentiate bad from good criticism. Of course. I think this is my patented catchphrase by now, but when you have this much negative discourse surrounding your games, you need to be listening. Regardless of whether or not it's good or bad feedback in your eyes, regardless if you align with these people's political beliefs or social political beliefs.
This is a problem that a lot of artists have, and it's a problem that I think that artists that are trying to exist in a commercial space have, because a lot of artists believe in the moral good of whatever art they're making. Like, very few artists believe that they're actually like morally bad people. And so because they think that they're doing a good thing, well, they view anybody who's criticizing them as a morally bad person. I think that's what happens the most. Is it arrogance? Well, it's arrogance, but like it's a simplification. What I'm saying is that artists view their art as a expression of themselves. And in the process of them feeling it like an expression of themselves, they take criticism against it personally, and it's why they have a harder time listening to feedback and criticism.
Whatever it might be, none of that matters. When you have your games on fire as much as Ubisoft games have been lately, you need to put those fires out somehow. And the only way that you can do that is by listening to them and implementing whatever feedback you possibly can into your games to make them better. Regardless, the other thing is, I'm sorry. I am sick of, I am disgusted by the blatant, feigned virtue over how much they care about Japanese culture and history. I'm sorry. You are bastardizing Japanese culture and history for profit. That,
as I said, bro, like, we're white people, right? This is what we do. We take over somebody's culture, we change it, and then we say, thank God for us. We've saved you. We've saved you from yourselves. This is what we do. We've been doing it for a really long time, and it's just happening again.
It's what you're trying to do here. You're not trying to make a history piece. We know that it's loosely based on, very loosely based on Japanese culture and history. Look at you guys. You put out a Torii Gate figurine, a half Torii Gate figurine with your characters on it, without knowing the cultural relevance of the half Torii Gate. After
got destroyed in World War II.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Do you have any idea what that means to these people?
They used Tectone as a consultant for this.
What's wrong with you? At the end of the day, it all comes down to leadership.
It's actually very easy to understand what's wrong with them. There are people that are bored. They have a tremendous sense of internalized guilt, and they think by doing this kind of stuff, they're being a good person. Once you understand that most people's actions are only taken in order to make themselves feel better or to serve some personal goal, then as soon as you figure that out and you start operating under that pretense, everything else that a person does makes immediate sense. Pepega, I'm helping. Yeah, exactly. It's self-righteousness. Exactly it is.
When you look at Ubisoft's messaging, the lackluster delivery of titles like X-Defiant and Star Wars Outlaws, the inaccuracies and screw-ups with Assassin's Creed Shadows, you see a developer that has no clear plan or vision for what players want, what good games look like, or how to even do their job. I took the time to talk to the Ubisoft developers about workplace culture, about the initiative that they've taken for diversity hiring, and what happens behind the scenes at Ubisoft, and it's wild to see how accurate some of the assumptions that have been made by myself and others. Now, continuing my conversation with one of the developers, I wanted to find more about the workplace structure and management. And seeing as though the company has had initiatives that have been put in place to make the workplace a little bit more diverse, I asked, what benefits have you seen? Is there more diversity in thought, or is it creating a more one-sided environment? They said that so far the initiative hasn't had any impact on the team that I'm a part of. However, it's clear that some topics are taboo.
Right.
What happened is now that people end up in a meeting with HR for trivial stuff, not adding smiley faces to a message or adding an exclamation point at the end of a message because some people are reporting it for harassment.
I can easily believe this. 100%. Yeah, for sure.
One of the things that wasn't in your video is that Ubisoft had some controversy during the Me Too period, letting go of a manager in high positions, and some left on their own because they knew they'd be discovered. I then asked, what was the impact of this in the workplace? They responded by saying the editorial direction and overall mindset shifted from the boys club to safe content, reaching for...
Is this a video about Blizzard or Ubisoft? Wait a minute. Hold up. What's this?
Playing characters like Kay in Star Wars is a perfect example of this. The idea to have beautiful characters such as Baldur's Gate or Uncharted is met with distrust.
Of course.
The developer shared sentiments saying that safe content also leads to limited opportunities on the gameplay side. Even for Star Wars, we had to work with Disney, which would shut down most attempts at depicting a true criminal underworld with cruelty and drama.
Naturally.
When you put this developer's perspective in line with the recent failures and controversies at Ubisoft or any AAA developer...
So they're basically implying that they probably would have gone farther with Star Wars Outlaw, but they weren't able to because of Disney. I immediately believe that. I do. I think that makes so much sense. Yeah, probably true.
At this point, it all makes sense. An overcorrection in sensitivity brought on
Which to me, by the way, seems crazy because, like, didn't Disney, like, Disney owns Marvel, right? Like, Thanos is probably one of the greatest gray area characters that we've ever had. At least in, like, recent, like, superheroes. I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, like, superhero cinema, like, gray area character. I mean, what the fuck? Like, why not do that with Star Wars?
Boys Club days that many studios experienced during their early years. As such, many games today lack the teeth and grit that players crave because those things are seen as problematic or unsafe to make in the workplace.
Well, the problem also is that you have a workplace that's trying to overcorrect for past sins. So, like, for example, they're trying to overcorrect for the fact that they got this whole Me Too problem in their company because they had weirdos that were working there. So now it's effectively the players that have to play a worse version of a product because the company had some sort of internal problem.
Whose emojis are exclamation points. You could offend someone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How soft have we gotten? It reminds me
of also like that's like a huge that's like a huge indicator. It's like if people are getting called into HR for not using smiley faces or using exclamation marks, think about how painful all the rest of the office experience must be. Because it's not like this, oh, this is the only manifestation of this degree of mental illness. Absolutely not. It's probably everywhere.
Time where the Helldivers 2 community manager went on a ban spree on their Discord because players were using a throw-up emoji on furry art that was posted in their Discord.
By the way, this is actually true. Helldivers let a moderator on their Discord ban people because they thought that furry art was disgusting. It's probably like the most retarded thing that I had seen that company do. Insane. And they didn't like, because if it was me, right, I would have just banned the dev and been like, okay, you're not gonna, this isn't your platform to talk about furry porn. Get out of here. Right, it's disgusting, yeah, but they let it happen. And as far as I know, this person's still a moderator. Yeah, it's insane that he would even allow that to happen.
Sometimes people need to be offended. While I'm going to try to resist the pull yourself up by your bootstraps tirade, friction
well,
on
the problem, I think here's the problem. The problem is that there's a lot of reasonable people who try to meet people like that in the middle, and they try to be reasonable with them. But the problem is that these people are not reasonable to begin with. So they're like obnoxious, they have like these weird values. You can't meet these people in the middle because they're never going to be in the middle. They're mentally ill weirdos.
Levels is necessary in life. Now that doesn't mean that people should be allowed to openly harass others, but there are major issues that arise when you have emojis that can get you fired. This overreaction and overcorrection leads to a workplace that is actively hostile towards freedom of thought, expression, and criticism.
Of course. Yeah, because you have people, and this is the reason why people do this. They also complain to HR. I think that people probably complain like this because it guarantees a degree of job security. Because, like, in their mind, they're thinking, well, if I'm having all these problems at the company is going to be less likely to get rid of me because maybe they could have some kind of lawsuit or discrimination against themselves. You see what I'm saying? So, like, there's all of these, like, metagaming things that are happening.
As one of the interviewees mentioned earlier, they noticed a culture of toxic positivity. From my perspective, toxic positivity is fake people saying fake things, and in the case of Ubisoft, making fake products. Nobody wants to live their entire life being terrified that someone is going to misunderstand them.
Yeah.
And when you're at a studio like Ubisoft, and you're not even allowed to make characters attractive, otherwise it might upset people at the studio, you have a problem. This culture of fear and forced uniformity stifles...
Well, the problem, so like, here's a good example of it, right? Is if like they want to add in a, like the character, like they want to add in like a trans character to the game. Like let's say, you want to add in trans character, okay? How do you think it sounds and how do you think it's received in the office with people that are trying to push this kind of stuff when you say no? Think about that. Now you're the bad guy. Now you're the one who is like, now you're transphobic. And these people can risk losing their job. Now you're anti-LGBT. Yeah, exactly. So there's a ton of pressure on people. So once this stuff starts getting put into the game, there's no way that these companies can push back against it because everybody is afraid of getting fired or being mislabeled because they think it's not appropriate for a game. I don't feel safe. Yeah, exactly. Now you're not being inclusive. Exactly. So you can easily see how this happens, and it's like basically the problem is only allowed to get worse, and if you try to make it better, you get fired.
Creativity, innovation. It's no wonder that Ubisoft is struggling to produce anything of real substance when their own developers are walking on eggshells, more worried about HR complaints than creating groundbreaking games.
And you shouldn't also get mad at the developers for not wanting to do that. I mean, these guys, a lot of them have been working in the industry for 10 years. They're not going to try to go and, you know, do all this stuff like make themselves look bad. They're not going to fuck up their career over some trans character, especially if they're just like a narrative designer. Like, you know, they just want to do their job.
And you make bold, impactful content when every idea is scrutinized for being too risky, too offensive, or too unsafe. It's a workplace where mediocrity is rewarded and where pushing boundaries, the very things that games are supposed to do, is seen as a liability. This workplace culture, this overreaction and overcorrection has infected just about every single industry that's out there. I worked in construction for 7 years up until last December, and the company that I worked for was more afraid of HR issues than they were of injuries. We worked with hydrogen sulfide and hydrogen cyanide, gases that, if released, could kill half of a city.
Holy fuck.
You know, we've discussed modern audiences, the mythical, magical modern audiences, and soft modern games.
This is a problem, and I think that the big issue is that normal people that have, like, normal opinions and are not insane don't speak out against this enough. And because people like that don't speak out against it, this type of behavior is kind of just allowed to get worse, basically.
Found the audience is the people that are running these companies nowadays. You have folks that are walking
like
around
average
on
people don't push back
eggshells,
enough
afraid
on
to say anything. Anecdotal, but just like a few weeks ago or a month ago or so, I remember I was live streaming, and instinctively I said something was retarded.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial. We all grew up saying it. It's a product of my upbringing. Say what you will. I didn't say it consciously. It just came out. And one of my chatters pops up and says, "How often do you say that word?" I banned the fuck out of them. Get the fuck
fucking exactly. Wow, a guy that worked in construction used the word retarded. I know some guys in construction. They use a lot of other words besides retarded. Yeah, get the fuck out. Like, what do you mean, how often do I use the word? I use it all the time.
Man, I'm cold.
Yeah, at least if it's a construction worker. Yeah, exactly. They're freaks. and more than just being freaks, they're freaks that want to tell you what to do. And I think that's the fundamental problem. I don't want to be told what to do. Don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me what not to say. Don't tell me what I'm allowed to have an opinion on. No. Like, I'm going to talk and say how I want. That's it. If people don't like it, now I can't break the terms of service at the website, but other than that, I say whatever the hell I want. Classic retards. What do you expect? Yep.
Fuck out of here with that. Are you kidding me? People that are out there that are waiting, prepared to be offended. I'm sick of it.
As if you're accountable to them. As if you have to explain something to them.
You cannot.
Guy in a Slayer shirt. Sure thing, guy in a Slayer shirt.
You see the girl who called to cancel her Spectrum Wi-Fi and the rep on the phone went crazy? No, why would the rep be going nuts?
Want my services canceled.
Oh yes.
Hello, McDonald's. I am here with the GOAT, also known as the McRib sandwich.
Oh yes,
Like
ruined this
all
guy's life.
great players, it has come time for us to talk about retirement. It is the farewell tour for the McRib. I
Thank
thought I
God.
would do one last trip down memory lane. I remember the McRib when it first came out in 1982 was my mother's favorite McDonald's item. So for me, this taste has also some sentimental value as well. Oh, the
Bye-bye, Mom.
saltiness is incredible, and it is the signature part of the McRib. It also makes it incredibly difficult to eat McRib without making an entire mess of yourself, but it's oh so worth it. So here it goes.
They're not good anymore. He's gonna be disappointed.
So good, so saucy, definitely in the Hall of Fame. I love the GOAT, I love the McRib.
Oh, it's all ruined though.
Thanks. Alright. Let me get some napkins. Hello, McDonald's. I am here.
If you use this sound, your video will.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I would just like to cancel my services.
Hey Kelly. Right on. Holy.
Why is the rep like personally offended? We just want to fucking fix it. What do you mean you're canceling, you stupid? We're Spectrum. We give you like 5 megabytes. Like, are you dumb? You wanna not use Spectrum?
You know what? I don't understand why you're yelling or being rude about this. It's okay. I don't.
Who gives a fuck? It's a bad service. I had Spectrum when I was living in my apartment. Bro, that shit could hardly download a single Steam game. Like a Steam Unity stinker it would struggle with. It's just, at least in Tampa, Spectrum sucks. I totally get why she'd cancel Spectrum. Even if you're giving that shit away for free, it's worthless. You can't use it for anything. But I will tell you something. She takes very strong pride in her company that she works for in the customer service department.
Want the help anymore? I just want my services canceled. I don't think I need to explain why.
Huh? Wow.
Spoken like someone who doesn't use Spectrum. That lady on
What the hell?
line clearly is not a Spectrum customer herself. She may work for the company, but I know she's got like Frontier or something else on the back end. Because I think this is the most understandable thing going on here. It's trash. It's fucking trash. Our technicians can come out on Monday and Friday between 5:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. Is it Tampa stuff? I mean, yeah, like I said, I can only speak for.
That's pretty wild. That's a lot. Pretty good hours.
Tampa, but in Tampa, Spectrum is.
Take a listen to what Bill Gates said in this interview, because this is crazy as hell. Like the video, check this just want to know what for life is, Wikipedia was good. But if you want to know what a trip with a 16-year-old for 4 days, with a trip with a 16-year-old for 4 days with a budget of $4,000 to Italy in August looks like, nobody wrote that thing, but the AI is connected up properly.
Take a listen to what Bill Gates said in this interview, because this is crazy as hell.
He's talking about somebody with their kids taking a trip, you idiot. What fucking account am I on that nobody that is ever... This is my account. Where's all my subs, yo? There's like nobody live? None? None of the people that I'm subscribed to are live? How is this possible? Oh, because they're not lined up anymore. Why aren't they going by live anymore? Ah, shit. What'd they do? I don't want an alphabetical list. Most recent, please. Where do I set all this? Okay. What'd they do to YouTube? Where's the way our shit used to show up? I don't see the setting anywhere. My peeps. Every alien... Oh man, that's crazy. Every alien civilization has built AI and then vanished and we're next. That would be so stupid.
I was 14, and I've heard the stories of what happens, and I've seen these kinds of things play out in front of me.
Okay. When you say you heard the stories, what do you mean? What stories?
I mean, you see before, look, Mariah Carey made $100 million deal, and 3 months later, she's all of a sudden mysteriously crazy. Or Martin Lawrence punches through and he's waving a gun on the street screaming, "They're trying to kill me."
Yeah. Yeah, we hear those stories.
And it always happens around the time of their career where it seems as though they're crossing over the next plateau.
Yeah. Would you say you lost your mind, sort of?
No.
No.
Not exactly.
Okay.
I wasn't crazy, but it's incredibly stressful.
Yeah.
And I feel like in a lot of instances, I was deliberately being put through stress. It was completely outside of my frame of reference. I've been in show business since I was 14, and I've heard the story.
When did he realize Oprah was one of them?
And I've
when you say you heard the stories, what do you mean? What stories?
Oh, right here?
Simple. Look at Mariah Carey. Made $100 million deal, and 3 months later, she's all of a sudden mysteriously crazy. Or Martin Lawrence punches through and he's waving a gun on the street screaming, "They're trying to kill me."
Yeah.
Crazy?
We hear those stories.
And it always happens around the time of their career where it seems as though they're crossing over the next plateau.
Yeah. Would you say you lost your mind, sort of?
No.
Oprah never lost her mind.
Okay.
I wasn't crazy, but it's incredibly stressful.
Yeah.
And I felt like in a lot of instances, I was deliberately being put through stress. It was completely outside of my frame of reference. I've been in show business since I was 14, and I've heard the stories.
Oprah's the one who does it to people, stupid. Tom Cruise on the couch. Oh.
That I can't bring up without starting a fight. No, what? It just seems so obvious to me. Now I'm all screwed up, man. It has infiltrated every single Veritasium meeting in the last 2 months. It's trivial.
Ow.
I
Ow.
would fall for this site. Just
Ow.
makes sense. Let's go. Crazy. And I even argued with Derek about it.
There's no way. You're trying to convince me. I don't care.
So here's the setup. You walk into a room, and there's a supercomputer and 2 boxes on the table.
Okay.
One box is open, and it's got $1,000 in it. There's no trick. You know it's $1,000.
Okay.
The other box is a mystery box. You can't see inside. You also know that this supercomputer is very good at predicting people. It has correctly predicted the choices of thousands of people in the exact problem you're about to face. Now, you don't know what that problem is yet, but you do know that it has been correct almost every time. Now, the supercomputer says you can either take both boxes, that is, the mystery box and the $1,000, or you can just take the mystery box. So, what's in that mystery box? Well, the supercomputer tells you that before you walked into the room, it made a prediction about your choice. If the supercomputer predicted you would just take the mystery box and you'd leave the $1,000 on the table, well, then it put $1 million into the mystery box. But if the supercomputer predicted that you would take both boxes, then it put nothing in the mystery box. The supercomputer made its prediction before you knew about the problem, and it has already set up the boxes. It's not trying to trick you. It's not trying to deprive you of any money.
There's $16 million in that box.
The correct prediction. So what do? Do you take both boxes, or do you just take the mystery box?
I take the box with the 16
Don't worry
million in
about
it.
how the supercomputer is making its prediction. Instead of a computer, you could think of it as a super intelligent alien, a cunning demon, or even a team of the world's best psychologists.
Or a random
It
chicken.
doesn't matter who or what is making the prediction.
It could be a
What
chicken.
you need to know is that they are extremely accurate, and that they made that prediction before you walk into the room. Pause the video now.
Wait,
if you want to think.
without me? Without me?
Got your answer?
I'm taking it all.
So I should just take 2 boxes, like obviously.
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna take the $1 million.
Wait.
Of course you take 2 boxes.
Stop.
I would take both boxes, I think. I would not get the 2 boxes.
I think I'm taking both boxes.
Let's go. Okay.
This is seeming less paradoxical than I thought, because I should just go in and take the mystery box only.
No.
That's right.
There are 2 camps. One boxers who would take...
Yeah, either the thing's right or it's not.
...who take both. But as American philosopher Robert Nozick wrote, to almost everyone it is perfectly clear and obvious what should be done. The difficulty is that these people seem to divide almost evenly on the problem, with large numbers thinking that the opposite half is just being silly.
Well, you guys, the thing predicted. The rules said that the thing predicted you what you wanted. It wants you to have the money. Give me $1 million.
53.5% were one boxers, and
Idiots.
46.5% were 2 boxers. Now, if you find it hard to see why anyone would pick the opposite side, well, here are the arguments for each.
I can tell you why both.
Look, I'm a reasonable guy, and I like money, so I'm gonna do whatever gets me the most money. So let's go weigh the outcomes of.
Yeah, don't take the small number.
First, I'm gonna say that the probability that the computer
predicted my decision correctly is going to be C. So the computer got it right. And because of that, the probability it got it wrong is going to be 1 minus C. So let's look at what happens if I try the 2-box. There is a C chance of me getting $1,000 and a 1 minus C chance of me getting $1,000,000.
If you do it.
If I add these two together, I get a weighted sum, which is going to tell me how much I can expect to get if I try the 2-box. This is also known as expected utility, or the EU of 2-boxing.
Okay.
And I can just simplify this expression a tiny bit. So let's look at what happens if I try to 1-box now. There's a C chance of me getting $1,000,000, and there's a 1 minus C chance of me getting nothing. So we can cancel this out, simplify this to just $1,000,000 times C. If I equate these two expressions, I'm going to get the C at which these two expected utilities are equal. And it turns out that the C at which this happens is 0.5005, or 50.05%, which means if the computer is better at predicting than what is basically random, then the expected utility of 1-boxing is going to be higher. Now I know that the computer is much better at predicting than that because it accurately predicted thousands of people before me. Which means I'm sticking with my 1-box.
Yep.
Here's my $1,000,000.
I'm out of here. Give me my $1,000,000.
So I should go in and take
Yep.
the mystery box.
Take your $1,000,000.
Because I'm assuming that its prediction is pretty good. It's a supercomputer.
Okay, so you're saying it's not paradoxical because the choice is obvious. I'm very surprised.
Why?
Because to me the answer is also obvious. And to me the answer is you take both boxes. So here's how I think about the problem in a way that actually makes sense. You know that the supercomputer has already set up the box.
If you take both the boxes, all you get is $1,000.
It doesn't change whether there's $0 or $1,000,000 in that mystery box. And that gives us 4.
But then how did it accurately predict what everybody was going to do?
If there is $0 in the mystery box, then I could 1-box and get $0, or I could 2-box and get $1,000. But there could also be $1,000,000 in the mystery box. And in that case, I would get $1,000,000 if I 1-box. I would get $1,000,000 and $1,000 if I 2-box.
What?
So I'm always better off by picking both boxes. This is known as strategic dominance, where I always pick the dominant strategy, which in this case is to.
Yeah, but the thing said if you take both the boxes, you only get 1,000.
The 2-boxer argument makes a lot of sense to me. Once you explain it, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see why exactly you're right. But I can also see that just having those thoughts in your brain are what might allow the computer to give you that thing. I think I'm grateful that I just don't have those thoughts.
It's so funny because I was totally expecting you to go 2-box.
No way, man. It seems like there are two perfectly reasonable approaches that give two.
I'm just glad I don't have those thoughts.
That's because your choice actually reveals something fundamental about how you make decisions. It comes down to these two statements. First, as far as you know, basically everyone who has taken 1-box has walked away a millionaire, and everyone who has taken 2 has walked away poor. The second, the supercomputer made its prediction before you even knew about the problem. The boxes are already set up, so your decision.
So it's got nothing to do with my choice.
Change if the $1,000,000 is in there or not. Both of these statements are true, but there's a hidden assumption in each that divides people.
We pick both, and the computer picks both.
You just get the $1,000.
I think I would just pick the mystery box.
Just the mystery box, probably, yeah.
I might be taking the mystery box.
Just the mystery box?
Yeah, might be.
Okay, why?
No, I guess the supercomputer.
That is why the computer is going to give him 1,000. That's so funny.
My expected utility calculations are based on probabilities that are using prior evidence of how accurate the supercomputer is. Because the thousands of people that it accurately predicted before me is evidence enough for me that if I go for 1-box, there's going to be $1,000,000
Yeah,
waiting.
computer ain't going to be wrong.
This is based on something called evidential decision theory. And using this decision theory, you get these expected utilities, and my choice is obvious from there. And it turns out a lot of you actually thought the same way. We polled our audience, got more than 24,000 responses, and it turns out 2/3 of you are 1-boxers.
Wow, hey?
I don't trust this.
It's looking to me like you're less and less rational with these results, Casper.
No doubt.
It's kind of that if you 1-box, it will have predicted that you were going to 1-box and you walk out with the money. That is pretty convincing. Casper, I'm starting to really doubt this too.
Well, really, it said it's in the rules.
Gregor has this really funny way of thinking about things.
But I make my decision based off something else. Something a little more rational.
Well, bro, more rational is the rules of the universe that you're dealing with.
Influence and change the past. I only take into account things that I can actually influence. And clearly, whatever I
This guy's an
now,
atheist.
whatever I think now,
The guy's an atheist.
whether that $1 million is going to be the mystery box or not, because it was already set up before I learned about the problem. This is known as causal decision.
That doesn't mean that you're less predictable, idiot.
And so with this, your expected utility calculation changes. And that's because you need to use a different probability. One where you could actually cause that $1 million to be in the mystery box.
There's $1 million in the box right now.
Right before the supercomputer made its prediction,
it was already
there
there.
was some probability that it thought I was going for 1 box. I know, it's weird, but bear with me. So let's say that probability is P. Then that's a probability that I'm going to use in my expected utility calculation. And the expected utility to 1 box is just going to be 0.
This guy's gonna try and trick the computer.
$1 million times P. That's pretty good. But the expected utility for 2 boxing is going to be $1,000 plus $1 million times P. But that's just the same as the expected utility for 1 boxing plus an extra $1,000. So no matter what the computer predicted, my expected utility is always higher by picking both boxes. So of course you're gonna 2 box.
Yeah, but your expected utility doesn't give you. You're dumb.
Made the prediction before you're in there. Whether I'm making this thing be a 90%, a 100%, it actually doesn't really matter. I think you guys are imposing your will.
Yes, he does. He's cooking, bro. Like, you guys think that your decision, whatever you think now, is gonna change the past. That's called wishful thinking.
Yeah, like come on. I'm 2 boxes. It only makes sense. I'm back with Casper.
Haha, loser.
Welcome to Camp 2 Boxers.
I'm not losing $1 million. It was never in the room.
That's right, buddy.
Into a room and there's either money in the room or there isn't money in the
No,
room.
you are losing $1 million. You lost it.
You're not doing me a favor because your decision making does not affect. Your little thought does not change God's mind, bro.
Henry, if you convince yourself that you're a 1 boxer, you've convinced the machine.
I don't believe that.
What do you mean? It's in the rules.
Convincing yourself should impact what the machine thinks of you. Because often you're just walking.
Haha, idiots. This guy's stupid.
So whatever you think is more important, whether that's the evidence of the supercomputer's accuracy or the fact that the boxes are already set up, well, that affects how you calculate the expected utility.
I expected the people telling me the rules told me the truth.
Both camps have valid answers. No right answer. Then is this just a meaningless problem? Well, not really. Because it actually reveals a surprising amount about 3 important questions. Does free will exist? What does it mean to be rational? And is there an ideal way to act in life? For example, the only way you're going to win this game is to already be the kind of person to 1 box, but then 2 box at the last second anyways. That's the only way you're going to get 1 million and 1,000.
That's good that I got $1 million.
Some would argue that
I'm doing the opposite of what I would normally do. Yeah, I'm getting $1 million. Stupid.
100% accurate. Then that's not even possible. Would you say that's true?
Yeah.
Then a follow-up question is, if such a perfect predictor would exist, does that mean that free will doesn't exist?
Yes.
Because you're saying
Free will kind of doesn't
you can
exist.
do in between
We're all gonna do the same thing eventually.
and making your decision that ends up changing what was previously.
That's right, and maybe this reveals where I'm coming from. And I think where I'm coming from is maybe free will doesn't exist. I come down on this point of like free will is an illusion, but our
Word.
world operates in a way that is indistinguishable from free will being real.
Yeah.
And therefore you have to act as though it's real.
Yeah.
As though it's 100%
Yeah.
real. Interesting. If we think that free will is not real and it's an illusion, and then you have someone who's committing crimes, and then you want to say, well, that's not his fault. Therefore, instead of putting, murderers in jail for 25 years, we're just gonna give them some gardening classes or something. Like, the problem is that then changes the environment where everyone knows you can kill someone and you can go to like.
Nobody else wants to do that.
You can't change the system based on the knowledge that it's an illusion. Whether we do or don't have free will, you have to live as though it exists.
Yep.
So you've still got to make a choice. 1 box or 2 boxes? Which brings us to our second question. What does it mean to be rational? And the guy who acted rationally and doesn't believe his thoughts can influence the past.
But your irrational choice will have given you $1,000.
I know. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Buy with $1 million. None of these look great. I think we could be more creative. Private Island sounds pretty nice.
Alright, Casper, what do you want to go buy with 1,000, man? This is known as the why ain't you rich argument,
Ow.
which boils down to one super annoying question. If you're so smart, then why ain't you rich? You know, winning, then of course the
Cause fuck you.
gonna end up better off than
Cause stupid people are rich.
But maybe it's not about who wins, but about what's rational.
Stupid greedy
In their
cunts.
1978 paper, philosophers Gibbard and Harper argue that the rational choice is to pick both boxes. Although they do admit that two boxers will fare worse. They instead say that the game is rigged, and if someone is very good at predicting behavior and rewards predicted irrationality richly, then irrationality will be richly rewarded. But I think that's a bit of a cop-out, because really, Newcomb's paradox reveals something surprising. That sometimes, in order to be a rational person, you must act irrationally.
There's one question of what's a rational person. There's another question of what's a rational act.
Well, who's got blue hair?
Sometimes rational people do rational acts. Sometimes they just don't. And,
Sometimes I got blue hair.
And I think this is analogous to the situation in the prisoner's dilemma.
In the prisoner's dilemma, you and another player compete for money by either cooperating or defecting.
Oh.
If you both cooperate, then you get 3 coins each. But if you defect and your opponent cooperates, then you get 5 coins and they get nothing.
And you get stabbed in jail later.
You get 1 coin each. So no matter what your opponent does, you are always better off by defecting. But if you play this game not once, but repeatedly, then everything changes. All of a sudden, you're better off by cooperating.
What's a rational society? A rational society is full of cooperators. What's a rational person? Maybe a rational person is a defector. And normally, you might expect a rational society is made up of rational people. But I think it's familiar that rationality at one level isn't compatible with rationality at the other level.
So while the rational act is the 2-box, a rational society would actually be full of 1-boxers. Now, I'm a fervent 2-boxer, but there are 3 ways that you can get me to 1 box. The first is if my choices now can actually change the past. For example,
you don't know if they can or not.
Makes its prediction by opening up some tiny wormhole to see the future. Well, in that case, if I choose 1 box now, that actually causes the $1 million to be placed in there in the past.
Quantum computer.
At 1 box. Second, if there are multiple tries, because now with every game, each of my choices builds up a reputation. So if I 1 box, then I'll be predicted as the kind of person to 1 box, and so I get the $1 million either in this round or a later one. And third is if I can pre-commit. If I can talk to the computer to make my case before it makes its prediction, then I will 100% 1 box, because staying true to my word is important to me, and the supercomputer would know that.
If I put my word on it, I'll take the 1 box.
Yeah, 100% 1 box. Yeah.
But there are some realistic scenarios where staying true to a worse option could have deadly consequences. On the 29th of August,
So like if he's lying to the computer, he's gonna take 2.
Detonated the RDS-1 bomb.
He's actually gonna take 1. Fuck out of here.
Test. This sent the US and the USSR into a furious arms race. By the mid-1960s, the US had over 30,000 nuclear warheads, and the USSR had just over 6,000. Both sides were more than capable of destroying the other. The US Secretary of Defense at the time, Robert McNamara, didn't advocate for disarmament. Instead, he recommended a strategy of assured destruction, where the US should be able to deter a deliberate nuclear attack by maintaining a highly reliable ability to inflict an unacceptable degree of damage upon any single aggressor. This strategy eventually became known as mutually assured destruction, or MAD. If either country attacked first, the other would surely retaliate and lead to total annihilation of both sides. So having that commitment to retaliate is beneficial. It stops the attack from happening in the first place.
Now, say you are the US president during the Cold War. You have publicly committed to retaliate if the US is ever attacked. But you've just received word that the Soviets have launched their missiles. It's not a system error, it is a real attack. So what do? If you launch now, then at best everyone in the US and USSR dies. And at worst, you get a nuclear winter that kills nearly everyone on the planet.
Everyone in the whole world dies. Then I probably don't launch.
But you did pre-commit.
Yep. I don't like the outcome.
No, it's terrible.
I don't like the outcome of everyone on Earth dying, so I'm gonna just not.
When the country is electing their leader, which leader do you want to elect? Do you want to elect someone who's crazy and is always going to press that button? Or do you want to elect someone who makes the seemingly rational choice of saving people and not press that button?
I think you want someone who maintains the posture of always pushing that button.
That's right.
And then you want someone who secretly will not actually push that button.
There is an inherent risk there, which is that if anyone finds out, you're exposed.
There's this other game theory interaction in the game they call chicken. You're both driving your cars at each other. The worst thing is if neither of you swerve, because then you both die. But you win if the other person swerves and you don't. The best strategy in this game is to visibly take the steering wheel out of your car and throw it out the window so that the opponent can see that you've done that. Now they know you cannot swerve. You're this mad dog that's just going straight ahead. And now they realize, now my best action is just to swerve. And that's similarly like what you want with the nuclear deterrent. As they set up in Dr. Strangelove.
In the 1963 film Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to
Woo!
Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb,
My favorite
the
movie.
Russians built the perfect doomsday device. As soon as it detects a nuclear attack or any tampering, it automatically triggers a large enough nuclear explosion to kill everyone on the planet. The tampering kill switch isn't there to prevent enemies from disabling it, it's to prevent the Russians themselves from having second thoughts. The whole point of the device is to be so devastating and automatic that the US would never even think about launching an attack. But this only works if everyone knows that the device exists, which is the whole point of the movie.
In both Newcomb's paradox and Matt, the best outcome follows from a pre-commitment to a worse option. That's what gets you at least $1 million in the former and at least a stable piece in the latter. It's the commitment that's important. So maybe being rational isn't deciding about what to choose in a moment, but it's about deciding what rules you're going to live by.
The question isn't how to act. The question is what rules ought one to follow, or how does one even decide what rules to follow? Sometimes it's put in the form of, if you knew that you were a robot with programming that you could set, and you could rewire yourself to make yourself obey one set of rules rather than another. The question is, what sort of rules would you...
Oh, shut up.
No, what? Just do is you would make yourself into the kind of creature that sort of always acts in line with the commitments that would have been good to form had you even known about the problem. When you're in a situation like the Newcomb case, you would end up finding yourself think, if I had been able to make a pre-commitment, what pre-commitment would have been the good one to make? The first pre-commitment to make would have been to be a one-boxer. And since I've already wired myself up to be the kind of person that lives up to all the pre-commitments I would have made, then I'm already, in effect, committed to one-boxing, even though I didn't realize it.
I love this approach because for me, it kind of makes it an iterated problem, but maybe more an iterated problem in life. If I don't look at it as a single case and I sort of almost think about it as for every future predictor, for every future case, or like almost building your own reputation, right?
Exactly.
Like you always want to live up to the commitments you've made, so even if you haven't heard of it before, you want to stick to those ideal pre-commitments so that you are acting in line with the best version of yourself. Yeah, that would convince me to be a one-boxer.
It's rare to convince anyone to switch on the Newcomb problem.
The thing is, even if I never run into another generous supercomputer again, life doesn't end after I walk out of that room. Like, I should always defect in a one-shot prisoner's dilemma, because I can only gain by betraying the other player. But when I play multiple rounds of the game, like in life or in society, everything changes. Suddenly, it pays to cooperate. So, being the kind of person that sticks to an ideal pre-commitment is beneficial. So maybe I was just a one-boxer kind of guy all along. All it took was a little reframing and a new perspective.
The core of Newcomb's paradox is deciding if a strong correlation that you know isn't causal should matter in your decision.
So the question is, what do you do? Do you pick both boxes, or do you just pick the mystery box?
Might be taking the mystery box.
Mystery box. I would pick both boxes, I think.
I also pick both boxes, so...
I'll take the mystery box.
Okay, why? Okay, so you would pick just the mystery box and probably get the $1 million.
Yeah.
So that's based off, I guess that it's almost always been correct. So there's this correlation. Do we think that correlation is the same as causation?
But how can you tease out what's causation and what's just correlation? Well, that's a difficult problem that has applications far beyond thought experiments. For example, how can you tell whether a drug really works or if any beneficial effects are simply due to random chance? Big questions like these, combined with hands-on learning, is what I love about today's sponsor, Brilliant. It forces me to slow down and actually think instead of just nodding along with an explanation. Brilliant helps you build skills in math and coding with step-by-step interactive lessons. You're not just watching, you're actively solving problems and testing your ideas as you go. I found their courses to be both fun and effective. So whether you want to explore how to master the math of probability, start coding in Python, or really understand how AI works, Brilliant will help you achieve your learning goals. And their lessons start you at the right level based on your background. So no matter if you're 10 or 110, the practice sets and reviews are customized to help you advance at your ideal pace. So how can you tell if a drug really does work? Well, Brilliant's course on Bayesian probability goes through that exact problem. And the best part is you build up your intuition while you figure out the answer. By training your problem-solving muscles, you can take what you learn on Brilliant and reason through lots of other situations. So to learn on Brilliant for free for a full 30 days, scan this QR code or go to brilliant.org/veritasium. I will put that link down in the description. For viewers of this channel, Brilliant offers 20% off an annual premium subscription. That gives you unlimited daily access to everything on the site. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Like way off and deep. But Shannon was convinced he could do better. So next, instead of looking at letters, he wondered, what if I use entire words as predictors? That gave him sentences like this. The had an in-frontal attack on an English writer that the character of this point is therefore another method for the letters at the time of whoever told the problem for an unexpected. Now, clearly this doesn't make any sense. But Shannon did notice that sequences of 4 words or so generally did make sense. For instance, attack on an English writer.
Oh, fucking judge. Fuck you.
So Shannon
faggot ass, judge ass, bitch.
About what the next word is going to be by taking into account more and more of the previous words. It's kind
Those GEs, eh? GE at the end is not a good one.
And this is no coincidence. The algorithms that make these predictions are based on Markov chains.
They're not necessarily using letters. You know, they use what they call tokens, some of which are letters, some of which are words, marks of punctuation, whatever. So it's a bigger set than just the alphabet. The game is simply, we have this string of tokens that, you know, might be 30 long, and we're asking, what are the odds that the next token is this or this or this?
But today's large language models don't treat all those tokens equally. Because unlike simple Markov chains, they also use something called attention, which tells the model what to pay attention to. So in the phrase, the structure of the cell, the model can use previous context like blood and mitochondria to know the cell most likely refers to biology rather than a prison cell, and it uses that to tune its prediction. But as large language models become more widespread, one concern is that the text they produce ends up on the internet, and that becomes training data for future models.
When you start doing that, the game is very soon over. You come, in this case, to a very dull, stable state. It just says the same thing over and over and over again forever. The language models are vulnerable to this process.
And any system like this, where we have a feedback loop, will become hard to model using Markov chains. Take global warming, for instance. As we increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, the average temperature of the Earth increases. But as the temperature increases, the atmosphere can hold more water vapor, which is an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas. And with more water vapor, the temperature increases further, allowing for even more water vapor. So you get this positive feedback loop, which makes it hard to predict what's going to happen next. So there are some systems where Markov chains don't work. But for many other dependent systems, they offer a way of doing probability.
But what's fascinating is that all these systems have extremely long histories. I mean, you could trace back all the letters in a text, trace back all the interactions of what a neutron did, or trace back the weather for weeks. But the beautiful thing Markov and others found is that for many of these systems, you can ignore almost all of that. You can just look at the current state and forget about the rest. That makes these systems memoryless. And it's this memoryless property that makes Markov chains so powerful. Because it's what allows you to take these extremely complex systems and simplify them a lot to still make meaningful predictions.
As one paper put it, problem solving is often a matter of cooking up an appropriate Markov chain.
It's kind of ridiculous to me that this basic fact of mathematics would come out of a fight like that, which, really had nothing to do with it. But all the evidence suggests that it really was this determination to show up a cross-off that led Markov to do the work.
But there's one question we still haven't answered. When playing solitaire, how did Ulam know his cards were perfectly shuffled? I mean, how many shuffles does it take to get a completely random arrangement of cards?
If you have a deck of cards, you need to shuffle it, right? Okay. How often, if you're shuffling, like, you split it in half and then you do how often do you have to shuffle it to make it completely random?
Two.
Yeah.
I'm going with 26.
Yeah, 4 times. I don't know. 52 times.
Okay. It's not a bad guess.
7.
It is 7. Yeah. So you can think of card shuffling as a Markov chain, where each deck arrangement is a state, and then each shuffle is a step. And so for a deck of 52 cards, if you riffle shuffle it 7 times, then every arrangement of the deck is about equally likely. So it's basically random. But I can shuffle like that. So for me, what I do is I do it like this. How many times do you think you have to shuffle like this to get it random?
What do you think? And perhaps more importantly, how would you go about working it out? Well, that's where today's sponsor, Brilliant, comes in. Brilliant is a learning app that gets you hands-on with problems just like this. Whether it's math, physics, programming, or even AI, Brilliant's interactive lessons and challenges let you play your way to a sharper mind. You can discover how large language models actually work, from basic Markov chains to complex neural networks, or dig into the math behind this shuffling question. It's a fun way to build knowledge and skills that help you solve all kinds of problems, which brings us back to our shuffle. So, Casper, what actually is the answer?
It's actually over 2,000. Oh, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So the next time someone offers to shuffle before a game, make sure they're doing it right. 7 ripples or it doesn't count. But the interesting part isn't just knowing that, it's understanding why and seeing how a simple question can lead you to some surprisingly complex mathematics. And that's what Brilliant is all about. So to try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium. Click that link in the description or scan this handy QR code. And if you sign up, you'll also get 20% off their annual premium subscription. Thanks for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Easy.
It's like Denny.
To meet very many of these professional criminals, as we'll say.
At
Huge news, folks. We have gotten an email
From a record producer, and he wants to have a Zoom with us.
which unfortunately we don't know how to do, but with all of the bells and the whistles on the computer.
Holy shit.
You guys have these days.
This is your problem. This is a Mac. You can't do Zoom on a Mac.
Oh no, honey.
Gotta get a PC.
Okay.
How much will that run us?
Anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000.
Haha.
Yes, it is.
Holy shit. Who wants to buy a computer?
Let's go get one. Throw that one away on the way out.
To be honest, we're pretty new to tech.
Yes, but that doesn't mean we're not learning.
You know, I was on the focus group for the Windows 95 launch.
Haha.
Yeah. Nice upgrade. Let's get this baby open.
Do you need something to open the box with?
No, I always bring my own.
Wow.
Okay, that's a,
Wow.
and that's a computer.
Holy moly. No, these are big.
Oh, okay.
Computers under.
Save those. Now, you guys do have a microphone, right?
No.
No.
How much do those run?
Anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. Go get one.
The box.
Yeah, we'll bring these with you. You okay, honey?
Just the box was in my way. Okay.
This'll do the trick.
Take a whack.
Right.
Yeah.
Decided to do it.
The hecky.
Yeah. Oh, easy there, honey.
I'm not seeing a hole for this.
It attaches by cable. You guys do have a cable, right?
What's the box?
$5,000 to $10,000.
I got you. Now we're in business.
All right.
Oh, the door.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Gotcha. I got you. Good to go. Ready to zoom?
Oh, honey.
And he's on. He's on. He's on.
I'll give you guys your privacy.
Okay, thank you, Chet.
Fuck out of here, Prime.
Glad to have you on the horn here. Finally do a
Zoom.
It's great to finally meet you. I've been your stuff all over social media, and I think you got something really, really special. I want to make an album with you. What do you say?
Yes.
Huge news, folks. We have gotten an email
From a record producer, and he wants to have
Man, fuck out of here.
Zoom with us.
which unfortunately we don't know how to do, but my cousin does, and his name is Chip.
HIJKL. Fuck out of here. Pride? Are you fucked? You're fucked. Who used the letter Z? Fuck out of here. You guys are goofs. Goofs! Wait, go back. Walt Disney's father's bloodline what?
In 1949, Walt Disney did something most people never picture him doing. He didn't go to a studio or a movie premiere. He went to a small English village called Norton Disney. It wasn't a tourist stop. It was a place with about 500 residents, the size of a tight neighborhood. He walked into St. Peter's Church and stood in front of memorials that carried his last name. He saw tombs. He saw a crest with 3 lions. For a man who spent his life building imaginary worlds, this was different. This was real. The name on the village sign matched the name on his own signature. It matched the name that would eventually glow on screens around the world. But standing there, Walt wasn't looking at a brand. He was looking at a survival story that started long before he was born. The claim is that the crest he saw that day inspired him. But the real story isn't about a lion. It is about a name that refused to die. If you think the name Disney was always a clean, simple American name, you are carrying the wrong map in your head. You missed the part where the name traveled, changed shape, and survived a battle that rewired a whole country. Walt's story didn't begin in Hollywood. It didn't even begin in the United States. It began with a choice made on a battlefield in 1066, and it ended with a man sitting
In 1066, holy shit.
refusing to
Disney.
sea. It was a tag of origin, like wearing your hometown on your sleeve. The people who carried it were described as minor Norman nobles. They weren't kings, they were soldiers. In 1066, a massive gamble appeared on their horizon. William the Conqueror planned to cross the sea and take England. For a man like Robert Designy, that campaign was both a trap and a promise. The trap was simple. If you go, you might not come back. A battle can erase a family line in an hour. The promise was just as blunt. If you win, you rise. You gain land. You turn your name into a future. Robert didn't stay home. He went. He is described as a loyal soldier who fought in William's army at the Battle of Hastings. We don't have a picture of him swinging a sword. We
Oh,
don't
wow.
have his face on a tapestry. But we know how the battle worked. It wasn't a duel. It was a machine of fear and chaos, relying on feigned retreats and cavalry charges. Robert's job wasn't to look heroic. It was to hold his nerve while the plan played out. He survived, and because he survived, the name survived. William rewarded the service with land in Lincolnshire, England. That is where the first anchor dropped. The land included manors, and one of those places took the family name. It became Norton Disney. This is where the name started its long, slow change. In Normandy, Disney fits the language. In England, it was a foreign sound. It had to adapt to English mouths and English clerks. It didn't happen overnight. It was sanded down over generations. Disney became Disney, then Disney, and finally, by the 14th century, just Disney. It was a survival tactic, a name that refuses to change breaks, a name that adapts, can travel. By 1386, a charter already referred to Disneyland in the area. The name
Ha.
had taken in. The family held their ground there as minor lords until the 17th century. They left tombs in the church. They left that three-lion crest. They proved they mattered enough to be carved in stone. But land is slippery. You can hold it for centuries and lose it in a season. By the 1600s, the world shifted again. Politics and religion tore through England. The Disney branch faced a new threat, tied to the upheaval of the English Civil War and the rise of Oliver Cromwell. They made the same choice their ancestor
Crazy.
Robert had made. They didn't wait to be crushed. They moved. They sold their English holdings and crossed the water to Ireland. They settled in County Kilkenny. They weren't lords of the manor anymore. They were farmers. This is the part of the story that changes the texture of the Disney name. In England, it was tied to a specific village. In Ireland, it became a name tied to work. They held acres, yes, but they were tenants and landowners in a country that was often hostile to newcomers. They had to make the land pay. For a while, they were comfortable. But in rural history, comfortable is just a word that means you aren't drowning yet. In the 1800s, the water was rising. Arundel Elias Disney was born in Kilkenny around 1801. He is the pivot point where the modern Disney story really begins. He lived near Freshford, farming land that his family had married into. Records show the family held about 114 acres. That sounds like a lot, but the pressure was building. The 1830s in Ireland were brutal. Crops failed, yields dropped. The tithe war was raging, a furious protest against church taxes that squeezed farmers dry. Arundel watched the edges of his life fray. His brother James had to advertise a farm for immediate rent, a sign that Kish was needed fast. Arundel had a wife, Maria, and a young son named Keppel. He looked at the future in Kilkenny and saw a dead end. He could stay and hope the bad years passed, or he could do what Disney's had done before. He could leave. In 1834, he didn't just move to the next town. He took a massive leap. He gathered his family and sailed from Liverpool on a ship like the New Jersey. He was leaving the entire continent. He was leaving the graves of his ancestors and the land they had farmed for over a century. He wasn't fleeing the Great Famine. That was still a decade away. He was fleeing the decline that comes before the crash. He had the instinct to get out early. They landed in New York in October 1834, but they didn't stay in the city. They pushed north to the frontier of Ontario, Canada. They bought 149 acres near Goderich. They built sawmills and grist mills. They turned trees into money. While the estate back in Ireland eventually went bankrupt and was sold off in court, Arundel was building something new in the woods of Canada. This pattern of movement is the DNA of the Disney family. They never sat still long enough to get trapped.
They were in Canada?
Arundel's son, Keppel Disney, grew up in Canada, but married a woman of Irish descent. Keppel's son, Elias Disney, was born in Ontario in 1859.
Okay, if they start using the name Disney over here, I'm gonna be pissed.
And Elias was a man who seemed to have movement in his bones. He didn't stay in Canada. In 1878, he moved the family to farms in Kansas. He was chasing stability, but he kept finding struggle. Walt was born in Chicago in 1901, but he didn't stay there. His childhood was a series of relocations. Chicago to a farm in Marceline, Missouri, Marceline to Kansas City back to Chicago. Walt watched his father try and fail. He saw him count pennies. He saw him read the newspaper with a worried look. He learned early that a roof over your head isn't guaranteed. It's something you have to fight for. But Walt had something his father didn't. He had a way to escape without leaving the room. He drew. He drew cartoons. He drew small, clean worlds where the rules didn't change and the good guys always won. When Walt grew up, he didn't get a steady job and settle down. He kept the family rhythm. He moved. He went to Kansas City to start a studio. It failed. He didn't go home. He packed his suitcase and took a train to California. He had $40 in his pocket and a half-finished idea. He was doing exactly what Arundel had done in 1834. He was betting everything on a place he'd never conquered. In Hollywood, Walt built a studio. He created a character called Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. It was a hit.
Good old Oswald.
It looked like he had finally landed. He had money. He had success. He had the stability his father never found. Then the trap snapped shut. In 1928, Walt went to New York to negotiate a new contract. He thought he was there to talk money. Instead, he was told that he didn't own Oswald. The distributor owned the character. And worse, the distributor had hired away most of Walt's animators. Walt had lost. He was 26 years old, and everything he had built was gone in a handshake he couldn't control. He had to take a train back to California. That ride took 3 days. He sat in the carriage staring at nothing. He could have panicked. He could have quit. Most people would have crumbled. But Walt came from a line of people who didn't stop when they lost their land. On that train, he did what Disneys do. He started over. He pulled out a notepad and began to sketch. He needed a new character, something he could own, something they couldn't take away. He drew a mouse. He didn't draw it because he was happy. He drew it because he was cornered. He drew it because 900 years of history had taught his bloodline that when the world takes your castle, you build a new one. Mickey Mouse wasn't just a cartoon. He was a reset button. He was the answer to a question Walt's ancestors had been asking for centuries. How do you survive when the power shifts? Walt made sure he owned Mickey. He learned the lesson of the land. If you don't hold the deed, you don't hold the future. This obsession with ownership followed him. Later, when he built Disneyland, he didn't just buy the land for the park. He bought the land around it. He bought thousands of acres in Florida. He was acting like a man who remembered that his great-grandfather had to flee Ireland because the rent got too high. Walt didn't talk much about these ancestors. He didn't need to. He lived their pattern. But there was one part of his heritage he embraced openly. Ireland, even though the name came from Normandy and the family had lived in England for centuries, Walt felt a pull toward the Irish chapter of his history. Maybe it was because the stories his mother told him were Irish stories. Maybe it was because the Irish struggle felt like his struggle. He called himself half Irish. He said it with pride. He didn't treat it like a footnote. He treated it like fuel. He traveled to Ireland. He made a movie called Darby O'Gill and the Little People. He surrounded himself with Irish music. When he heard the song I'll Always Be Irish, he didn't just tap his foot. He leaned back and listened. It wasn't just a song to him, it was a mirror. He connected with the idea of being an underdog, the Irish farmers who left everything behind to survive. That was the spirit he recognized.
Oh, really?
He felt closer to the tenant farmer Arundel than the Norman Lord Robert, but the Norman connection was still there, waiting. And that brings us back to 1949 in that small church in Norton, Disney. When Walt saw that crest with the 3 lions, he didn't just leave it there. He took it. He pushed it into his own iconography. He used it to give his brand a history that felt ancient. He was doing something remarkably similar to what his ancestors did. They took a French name and reshaped it to fit England. Walt took a medieval crest and reshaped it to fit a modern entertainment empire.
How?
He used the past to
Where's
build
the lion?
future. The crest became part of the magic, but the real magic wasn't the symbol. It was the resilience behind it. Most people look at Walt Disney and see a man who invented childhood. They see the castle at the start of the movies and think of fairy tales.
That's
They don't
good.
see the real castle.
They don't see the poor ass Irish potato farmer. Fuck you guys. Wait, no way.
We have no idea what's going to really be in there. It's either going to be empty, which is a possibility, or we could find either a skeleton or a mummy.
In 2017, a team of forensic scientists cracked open a
We have no idea what's going to really be in there. It's either going to be empty, which is a possibility, or we could find either a skeleton or a mummy.
In 2017, a team of forensic scientists cracked open a concrete sealed grave in suburban Philadelphia. Inside was supposed to be the body of H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer, a man executed by hanging in 1896. For 121 years, nobody had verified whether the body in that grave was actually his.
Also new this morning, the body of a suspected 19th century serial killer who was born here in New Hampshire is being exhumed in Pennsylvania.
Because for 121 years, a persistent and deeply unsettling theory had circulated that Holmes, the greatest con artist of the 19th century, had pulled off one final con. That he bribed prison officials, swapped his body with someone else's, and walked out of the prison alive while another man hung in his place. That the concrete wasn't to protect his corpse. It was to hide the fact that it wasn't him at all. Scientists extracted DNA from the remains, sent it to one of the most advanced forensic genetics labs in the world, and compared it against his living descendants. And when the results came back, the lead archaeologist on the case, Samantha Cox from the University of Pennsylvania, said something that ended over a century of conspiracy theories in a single sentence. But here's the deal. What she confirmed wasn't what most people expected. The DNA didn't expose a secret identity. It didn't reveal a hidden monster. It revealed something far more disturbing about the lies we've been telling ourselves for over 100 years. And by the end of this video, you'll understand exactly why the truth is more unsettling than any conspiracy theory ever was. The devil. They built his real name was Herman Webster Mudgett, and the first thing you need to understand about him is that he wasn't the criminal mastermind that history turned him into. He was worse and simpler, and that's what makes him terrifying. Born in 1861 in New Hampshire, Mudgett graduated from the University of Michigan's medical school in 1884. While he was there, he got involved in procuring cadavers for the school, stealing bodies so doctors could practice cutting them open. Keep that detail in your mind. It matters later. He married 3 women without divorcing any of them. He lied the way other people breathe, constantly, effortlessly, and about everything. By 1886, he'd landed in Chicago under the name H.H. Holmes, running a pharmacy in the Englewood neighborhood. Across the street, he built a 3-story building. The ground floor held commercial shops. The upper floors were supposed to be apartments and, eventually, hotel space for visitors attending the upcoming 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, the Great Chicago World's Fair that would draw millions of people from around the globe. Newspapers would later call the building the Murder Castle. And here's the catch. Most of what you've heard about that building is exaggerated Historian Adam Selzer spent years digging through the original police reports, court records, and newspaper archives, and what he found left him incredulous at the mythology that had grown around it. The building wasn't a functioning hotel with a front desk and nightly rates where strangers checked in and never checked out. It was short-term rental apartments where people lived for months, sometimes years at a time. The third floor was never finished, never furnished, and never open to the public as any kind of hotel. As Selzer put it, the whole idea was a vehicle to swindle suppliers and investors and insurers. Were there hidden rooms? Yes. But they were primarily used to stash furniture Holmes bought on credit and never intended to pay for. The stories about industrial gas chambers, soundproof torture rooms, and acid vats operating on a factory scale, those came from newspapers in a vicious circulation war, competing to out-sensationalize each other, not from physical evidence or police findings. But here's what is real. Holmes killed people he knew, people who trusted him. He murdered Benjamin Pizzel, his own business partner, by knocking him unconscious with chloroform and setting him on fire, all for a $10,000 insurance payout. Then he took 3 of Pizzel's children from their mother, told her he was protecting them. Detective Frank Geyer of the Philadelphia Police spent months retracing Holmes's steps. He found the bodies of 2 of those children, Nellie and Alice, in a cellar in Toronto. They'd been locked in a trunk and asphyxiated with gas. The remains of their brother Howard turned up in an Indiana cottage chimney. Those are real victims, real children. And the man who killed them looked their mother in the eye and smiled. If you think that story is disturbing enough, wait until you hear what happened at the gallows. Subscribe now, because what comes next is the part most people never hear about. 15 minutes on the rope. May 7th, 1896. Moyamensing Prison, Philadelphia. 10 in the morning. Holmes slept soundly the night before. Guards had to wake him twice. He ate breakfast, received last rites from 2 Catholic priests, shook hands with his lawyers, calm, almost cheerful. He walked to the scaffold, rested his hands on the railing, and made a brief statement to the assembled witnesses, denying, one final time, that he had ever committed murder. Then he knelt, prayed, stood up, said goodbye. At 10:12, the trapdoor opened. His neck didn't break. The fall ruptured the muscles in his neck, causing near total paralysis. But not death. Not yet. Holmes was still conscious when the rope caught his weight. And what followed was something the witnesses in that prison yard would never forget. His body twitched. It convulsed. It jerked on the end of the rope for 15 minutes straight. Some accounts say 20. The assembled crowd, dozens of jurors, physicians, lawyers, 2 Catholic priests, stood in absolute silence and watched as the most notorious criminal in America slowly strangled to death, inch by inch, breath by breath. The coroner's physician, Dr. Stott, later expressed frustration that no post-mortem was performed. Holmes had requested that his body remain uncut, and the authorities honored it. Nobody spoke during those 15 minutes. Nobody moved. The only sound was the creak of the rope and the involuntary spasms of a body refusing to give up. He was pronounced dead 30 minutes after the drop. His body was removed from the gallows, and within hours the first lie was already taking root. Now this is where it gets uncomfortable, because what happened next didn't just create a mystery. It created a mythology that would prove harder to kill than Holmes himself. Before the execution, Holmes had made one specific strange request. He wanted his coffin encased in concrete. He wanted the grave dug 10 feet deep, far deeper than standard. He wanted it all sealed shut. His reason? He was terrified of body snatchers. He'd procured cadavers himself in medical school. He knew exactly what happened to unprotected bodies. But to the public, that request screamed something else entirely. Why would a dead man care about protecting his body? Unless he planned to still be alive when they sealed the grave. And then, 2 years later, the Chicago Daily Inter-Ocean published a bombshell. Within 2 hours of the hanging, the newspaper claimed, an undertaker's wagon rolled out of the prison gates. The casket inside was supposed to hold Holmes's body. Instead, the paper reported it contained Holmes.
Oh.
The conspiracy exploded. He bribed the guards.
How you doing?
He switched places with another prisoner. He fled to South America. He crossed the Atlantic and became Jack the Ripper. Holmes's own great
How you been?
son, Jeff Mudgett, would later publicly argue that the timeline of Holmes's life overlapped with the Whitechapel murders.
Don't flash them eyes at me.
Could match. Conspiracy forums, documentaries, and true crime books kept the theories alive generation after generation. And the concrete in the grave, that became the centerpiece of every theory. The skeptics said it proved he was hiding something. The believers said it proved he was dead. Neither side had evidence. Both sides had conviction. And for 100
I'm trying to see if they really did find if it was really Holmes or not. Damn it.
that concrete to check until 2017. The empty coffin. Jeff Mudgett, Holmes's great-great-grandson, had spent years pushing for this moment.
About to discover a new room, huh?
Petitioned the Delaware County Court for permission to exhume the grave at Holy Cross Cemetery in Yeadon, Pennsylvania. The History Channel's American Ripper series arranged the production, and the University of Pennsylvania sent in their best. Archaeologist Samantha Cox and physical anthropologist Janet Monge. The dig started in May 2017, and from the first shovel, nothing went the way anyone planned. The grave was at Holy Cross Cemetery, a Catholic cemetery in Delaware County. The team knew from historical records that the coffin was supposed to be encased in concrete, buried 10 feet.
Oh, fun.
What they didn't know was what condition anything would be in after more than a century.
Spring is almost here.
The team hit a wooden box, preserved,
2 weeks or something?
121 years. They carefully pried it open. The crew held its breath, empty. A few scraps of wood inside. Nothing else. No body, no remains, no concrete encasement.
Just find his body then.
Directly onto the skull. The single most important piece of forensics. And each one made the last look like a warm-up. First, the skeleton. Cox and Monk from molecular analyzers.
Just tell me who it is.
Here's the deal. That should have been the end of the story. It wasn't. Because what the DNA didn't prove is the part that should actually terrify you. The lie that outlived the liar.
Whether or not it was him?
The DNA confirmed who was in the grave. That's it. That is the only scientific conclusion. Everything else you've heard is mythology. DNA did not prove how many people Holmes killed. It identified 0 unknown victims. It did not validate the body counts of 100, 200, or more that dominate every thumbnail on this platform. It revealed no secret accomplices, no hidden identity, no connection to Jack the Ripper. And here's the catch. Even Holmes's famous confession was a con. He sold it to the Hearst newspaper empire for $10,000. It was product, not testimony. Designed to sell papers, not to document the truth. He confessed to 27 murders. Several of those people were still alive. One supposed victim, a man named L.W. Warner, was living in Newton, Iowa, when he learned Holmes had claimed credit for his death. Warner was baffled. He was standing in his own living room.
I didn't know all this.
Another supposed victim, a woman named Kate Durkee, turned up alive and well. Holmes hadn't killed her. He hadn't even checked whether she was dead before writing her name on the list.
Hearst is right.
And on the morning of his execution,
no, not Hearst. Holmes.
he told the crowd at the scaffold that he had killed only 2 people.
Or wait.
Of 200 victims, Adam Selzer traced it to a
200?
line in a 1940 pulp book by Herbert Asbury called Gem of the Prairie, a writer known for fabricating details.
No, this guy is
Asbury didn't present new evidence. He just
H.H. Holmes, the America's first serial killer.
The story of 50 missing World's Fair. Visitors traced to the murder castle, also invented by Asbury.
It might be.
No police reports, no missing persons.
Oh no.
And no evidence that strangers were lured off the street and killed in the building. The historical consensus among researchers who
He's in Philadelphia, I think.
9 confirmed victims. Possibly more. Some estimates stretch higher, depending on which unverified accounts you trust. But nowhere near the hundreds that saturate the internet today. And that's when the real picture snaps into focus. Holmes wasn't some unstoppable genius who outsmarted the world. He was a sloppy con artist who got caught repeatedly.
He was like a dumb businessman or something, this guy.
He was sued constantly by creditors and suppliers who realized they'd been cheated, sometimes within days. He survived on audacity, charm, and the willingness to skip town before the lawsuit.
Oh, probably.
He was bold, yes, but brilliant? Selzer's research paints a very different portrait. A man who probably would have tried to fake his own death, but who was nowhere near competent enough to actually pull it off. The witness witnesses at his execution included people who knew Holmes personally, who hated his guts, and who had every reason to make certain the right man was hanging from that rope. But the myth of
Oh, you're probably right.
sells better than the reality of a petty
Oh, he did. He sold it to...
for insurance money. So, the myth won. It always wins. Newspapers built it in the 1890s. Pulp writers like Asbury inflated it in the 1940s. Television producers polished it for modern audiences. And the internet, the greatest myth amplification machine ever, sold it to the Hearst newspaper empire
Yep.
for $10,000.
You're right. Check that out. How's that for aim, buddy? I went right back to the very sentence that it was. You are right.
It was product, not testimony. Designed to sell papers, not to document the truth. He confessed to 27 murders.
Yeah. That he sold.
Every thumbnail on this platform. It revealed no secret accomplices, no hidden identity, no connection to Jack the Ripper. And here's the catch. Even Holmes's famous confession was a con. He sold it to the Hearst newspaper empire for $10,000.
Yep.
It was product, not testimony. Designed to sell.
Good ear, buddy.
Asbury. There were no police reports,
I'm
no
impressed.
missing persons files, and no evidence that strangers were lured off the street and killed in the building. The historical consensus among researchers who've actually gone through the primary records, 9 confirmed victims. Possibly more. Some estimates stretch higher, depending on which unverified accounts you trust. But nowhere near the hundreds that saturate the internet today. And that's when the real picture snaps into focus. Holmes wasn't some unstoppable genius.
Look at his awesome mustache.
He was a sloppy con artist who got caught repeatedly. Merchants figured out his schemes almost immediately.
Mustache half coming off his face.
Creditors and suppliers who realized they'd been cheated.
Doing business with a little kid in a suit.
Survived on audacity, charm, and the willingness to skip town before the lawsuits landed. He was bold, yes, but brilliant. Selzer's research paints a very different portrait. A man who probably would have tried to fake his own death, but who was nowhere near competent enough to actually pull it off.
Yeah.
The witnesses at his execution included people who knew Holmes personally, who hated his guts, and who had every reason to make certain the right man was hanging. But the myth of the genius monster sells better than the reality of a petty swindler who murdered people who knew.
Oh no! You have a butterfly ring?
The myth won. It always wins.
Does it got that, I can't remember what the stuff's called.
Television producers polished it for modern audiences. And the internet,
Like mother of pearl or something? On the wings?
made it permanent. Every Halloween, the body count goes up by another 100.
I'm just going by the last cool butterfly thing I saw, I think. I must be. Oh. Yikes. My, oh, my one spatula did that to me. Cut my hand all up. How would the little antennas do that though? Are they not sanded? Maybe? Have been detained at the police station.
So where did the police come in?
Oh my god, dude, everyone saw it!
Oh. Oh yeah, little diamond to do it.
The chat is just gassing this up. Some guy says, another day with mom and dad. Oh my god.
Those idiots.
something a little more scientific, or at least maybe less mad scientific than usual. I have here a bucket of sand that comes straight from Sandland, our homemade underground mine. It originally comes in the form of sandstone, and the sand is what you get when you smash that sandstone. Now we end up with a bunch of this from mining our tunnels, and I thought it would be cool to see if we can turn the sand back into a somewhat solid form and use it for something like building bricks or make some solid sand castles or something of that nature. So I've grabbed an array of adhesives and other solidifying agents. Yes, including beer.
White glue.
I've noticed if I have a beer break open in my bag and mixes with loose sand, that stuff sets up really hard at the bottom of the bag. So
I guess alcohol would do it real good.
Fun and see what happens with it. And then we're going to do some experiments, kind of compare the structural properties of the resulting mixtures. I'm going to mix the sand with the adhesives, place a little bit in each of these ice cube trays. Now, the raw sandstone by itself isn't actually all that strong. If you take it out of the ground...
I just want penguins, buddy. Oh shit, he's doing all kinds of math and shit, forget it. He's doing real shit here. Javelina visited Nancy Guthrie's house.
New strikes across Tehran. Supreme leader killed in the attacks. Fighter jets shot down is spreading to new countries. As far as we need to go.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action.
How did we get here?
Okay, you're not giving me whatever mental illness this is trying to give me. I don't want it.
136 farmers. That's how many men the Fordson tractor killed in just its first decade of production.
Whatever.
I'm more than him.
Okay, we got idiots.
You think so?
But you're not acting like, no, you're good. But
You just straight up said I'm extra. Okay, fine.
Mike has no emotion.
What is this word?
Motion.
Motion. Motion.
Yeah.
No E. No E. There's no E in the motion. There's no E in the motion.
Mike has motion, dude. He has to be in his environment, dude. He makes shit happen. No, you're not being extra. You're good. You're always like this. Mike's always like this, but
What was it? What do they call it?
motion, dude.
No, I should have been more of a dick.
Yeah, I have a type.
No.
Definitely have a type. Can you tell?
Bitch.
Fucking bitch.
Uncle fucking Ice Poseidon's coming over, dude.
Who?
Ice Poseidon.
Yeah, my friend Ice.
Right now?
Say hello.
I wish.
Stop.
He's fucking. Fuck that kid.
Let's start a party.
Hey, fuck that kid, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say fuck that kid.
Tell that kid to roll through.
Yo.
Ice Poseidon.
Yo, guess what?
Poseidon, ice. What?
Cottonmouth Kings on Friday. Let's go.
Yes. Build a wall.
Build a fucking wall.
Building the wall, dude. The wall just got taller, dude. The wall just got taller.
That's all it is. See, that's what it is, dude. Is I give you a little too much affection. I should have been a dick to you.
Whatever.
The wall just got
I
taller.
don't know why I'm like that. What's wrong with me?
Huh? Fucking bitch.
Rez out, what up? I'm like Spank, what up?
Hey, no,
No,
it's
like,
funny.
oh, yeah.
I'm a dick, and then when we get that weird funny.
What? What are you trying to say?
I stuck it like halfway in. I was like, ding.
What the threesome a month?
What the threesome? Yo, John, she's got a mouth. I guess shotgun anus, dude.
Wow.
Shotgun anus, dude. Shotgun anus.
She's a really attractive chick, but I'm not gonna. We're just friends, dude.
John, shut the fuck up. If she likes
Stop.
you. Yes, he would, dude.
I didn't stick no dick anywhere.
What?
Put some vaginas on some faces at least. Alright, we're gonna be quiet.
Smoke show, man.
No, we're gonna be quiet. We're gonna be boring and quiet now.
Whatever, bitch.
We're gonna be boring and quiet.
Where did that
I was just a chatter, became a streamer. Now I'm just a chatter again. Thanks, Candy. Love you. What the fuck? Oh, Candy Sugar has AIDS.
You didn't go to this dance with me. I know you did. That's what I'm saying.
Just like being back at the condo.
Right?
2010.
No,
Back in the day, back in the day when I was young and not a kid anymore, but someday I really wish I was again. Back in the day when I was a kid and not a
Bro,
kid
there was people at our
anymore,
house
but
every day.
someday I
We
really.
never stopped partying. All we did was party every fucking day. Every day. We never party.
Fucking shit. Yeah, separate us. Separate us. Hello!
Anonymous sent $3.
Thank you so much, Anonymous.
That's where I fucked up.
We need money because we have no debit card.
That's where I fucked up, guys.
And one thing that Scott's very place, dude. Hey, dude. Hey, okay. So I know that you didn't leave. But the dang.
Well, the thing is, I lost my debit card in Michigan.
You lost your debit card?
Hopefully. Woo. Aww. Where did you try sending it? Are you saying you tried sending it and it did not work? Oh, okay. Oh, weird. It'll still be uploading then. It'll go through eventually. Yeah, it'll go through. It does that to me too. Your Wi-Fi must be slow or something. It's like, what is it called? Packet prioritization or data prioritization. It like sends the most important stuff, which is like the small text stuff that can get through all the way first, and then it'll fills in the blanks later. I think it's why Discord has such a solid connection. Aww. What the fuck are they listening to? Ow. Okay. You don't remember when that happened before? I like sent you a picture and then a bunch of messages and then tried to send the picture like 3 more times. I'm like, what the fuck? I go back 10 minutes later and it's like I spammed you with the same picture. Oh, it was bad.
Exclamation mark high stall. Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Type what? Heist amount?
Exclamation mark high stall.
I like that it doesn't care.
Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt.
How long do you think this woman can put up with Mike? I guess it depends on how hurt in her life has been, right?
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Results: Hatos here,
I wish I could make it ignore that.
109,899,999,989. Bot Rix, 1,09,999,999,899.
I told him last time I'm gonna do the sea walk just for you guys. Just for Chad. I gotta put my shoes on if I'm gonna do that. But I'll do it. I promised him last time. Spring became the summer.
Why are you doing your makeup?
I'm just trying not to look dead.
Touching hands. You want the sea walk too? I can't even. I don't. Caroline. Here we go. They got the sea walk. So good. I'm not even like that. I feel inclined. What are you reaching for?
Oh, beautiful.
Dude, I think we should go to Stinky because it's probably on the ground. Probably on the ground.
I'm down. They're not gonna let you.
Huh?
They're not gonna let you.
Me? The trees are not.
No. I know they'll let you. They almost told me.
They won't let me in?
I think so. I didn't get laid. You know?
Hold on.
It was too low. I wanted to do flowers.
This is really cool.
I was like, touching warm.
Did they go through?
The peacock. Yeah.
Did they go through?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yep. Aw. Oh, are those... That is cute. That is really cool. It's just silver? Man. A gold one of those would be so killer. Yep. Yep.
Yup.
Ah. I think I just inhaled like some kind of industrial desiccant. I don't know what it was. Some dust off my coffee. It tasted like if you accidentally breathe in when
It's
you open
tiny.
a pill bottle.
Smaller than a dime. Lol.
Oh wow. That's a lot of work that went into that. It's basically just the settings, right? That's cool. That is so cool.
He just wants me to be a little fucking house gnome.
Well, and the geometry of the setting, I guess. Wow, that's neat.
At least you still come through. At least
You guys want to hear some shit?
At least you still. Dude, not come on, man. Like you get your arm on the penis, bro. Yeah, the penis. Ah, yeah.
I might have to show that picture to Christina. She's like, she was taking a silversmithing class. She would love to see that. I haven't talked to her in like, I don't even know. I guess I talked to her the other day. She's one of the people writing me a letter. Well, I'm writing the letter, and I better do it now. Actually.
Aw.
He's getting ready to come get your ass too.
Man, I feel like I'm dying.
Drink more.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Hey, my friend, my friend, my friend.
You're in
You'll be
scumbag
okay.
training.
You'll be okay.
At least you don't see.
Scumbag training 101.
I don't stink.
No, you just don't.
Let's take a shower.
Lesson 1, drink more.
You want to take a shot?
I know, but it's like.
You don't have any fucking juice or fucking.
Dude, it's a
Why?
fucking
Oh.
I like me
Yeah, I don't
jewelry
like
very
big.
simple and delicate. I
I used to wear. Oh man, I used to wear bracelets and rings a lot. Necklaces, and then I got. Guess what? I'm allergic to gold.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Not like it turns me green. Like I get welts and blisters. It's
See
fucking
how autocorrect
horrible.
hussy sneaks that B in there. Right before I hit send.
Yeah.
Lol. Ahoy. Captain Bot Rix
Every
is trying
time.
to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
I know, B.
Type.
Yep.
Heist. Amount. To join. Really?
Yeah. I used to wear, well, I used to wedding bands and shit too, but I used to wear like gold, big fucking stupid gold rings. I used to wear big silver rings, and then like a couple gold ones, and then I don't know what happened. I started getting blisters from all over my fingers.
Wow, it's too hot.
What the hell was that?
Gold.
There we go. Okay.
Results.
No,
Bot Rix.
my chat was just
1,909,999,999,899. Ho ho.
That was
Bot
crazy.
Rix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty.
So I think it's from the
That was
nickel
crazy.
they put in it.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Because it's supposed to be really rare for somebody to be allergic to gold. But I don't know if I had like my grandma's 24 karat gold engagement ring around my neck on a chain. It was for whatever. Anyway, it fucking blistered me up all across my chest. I was like, what is going on, dude? So fucked up. I couldn't wear any of my necklaces. I had to like paint them with fucking clear nail polish. I just quit.
Oh, just kidding. For some reason,
no, you're right,
my
though.
brain sees gold medals as hot. Silver medals as cool.
That's neat. Do you do that with other colors too? Never mind colors. How about? Yeah, I know you do it actually, because you understand when I say some of the weird shit that I say. Like a higher pitched taste. Does that make sense? It's almost the same as like a lighter taste. But maybe a little more sharp. I do that all the time. And for sure, hot and cold metals, colors. Man, sometimes words. I'm really worried about that diabetes thing. I had these little bumps that like were itchy and got tore open on my ankles. I don't know what the hell they are.
I don't do that anymore now. I'm changing them. But yeah, once Shannon knew, I was like, when Shannon
Might
said
be
that,
just eczema.
like, that's my fucking homegirl. And Shannon's like, fuck, dude, she's cool as fuck.
Or psoriasis or whatever.
Yeah.
I think psoriasis. No, eczema is the one they said I got from nightshades or whatever.
This was so fun. Every night. Yeah.
Tomatoes, potatoes, tobacco, eggplant.
Remember the dude in the wheelchair?
What about getting a glucose meter and testing a few times a day?
Is that the finger poking thing? I can't do it. Those little lancets don't poke. My finger doesn't bleed from it. They were getting real frustrated at the hospital. They have to like snap it and then squeeze my finger as hard as they can and fucking just push it down on something and try and get a drop of blood out of it. There's no way I could do it myself.
Okay, so check this out. Are you talking about the sales story? No. I gotta tell the story to chat. Stop, dude!
Unless I can like poke somewhere else and get the blood.
Get off me! Fucking weirdo!
Oh.
Okay then, we are gonna have to poke you in between your toes then.
Yeah, well, it couldn't be on the toes.
No, he just bit me, dude. I didn't even do anything. What the hell are you doing? Stop, man! I didn't even do anything.
Oh.
Damn, dude, this guy's out of control. You don't want me to kick your face?
That would hurt.
Find out. Fucking quit, man. You're fucking over here trying to break the one bottle we got left. No debit card. What the fuck's wrong with you? He has no motion, man. That's the thing. He's got no motion, dude. Hi, puppy. I'm gonna tell the story. I'll tell the story to Chet. So we were at the bar one night and fucking.
So this girl might be able to fix Mike. Yeah, yeah, it is live.
Is this live?
Yep, they're up and pounding beers already.
I had to like go run an errand or something. Fucking. It looks clear as shit.
I have to go run an errand or something. Let her leave, for fuck's sake.
Now I didn't go into the fucking women's restrooms to see it. But from what I heard, hey, I have to go here. Do you want to stay here? She didn't even like. She walked in there and she didn't even sit on the toilet. She didn't even sit on the toilet. She just went in there.
Will she fix him, or will he bring her down?
Black, fucking all over the wall. So fucking the janitor guy.
She's on the good road already. She's saying no.
They're like, oh, you gotta go clean the restroom. He walked in there, he walked out so quick, he's like, fuck that. He's like, you're shit.
That's a hey, what a terrible way to look at it. That's probably what I do.
Rachel's like, who wants to go clean the restroom? I'll give you a free beer. And Raider Mark's like, fuck it, I'll do it. Raider Mark went in there and hosed that fucking whole bathroom.
No, not really. I tend to make things better when I'm around. But things do get less comfortable. I am fucking anti-comfort.
Were you in there with her? No, because we went to the bar together and I was like, hey, I gotta go down the street.
I don't even sleep on a bed.
I had to like run an errand or whatever, and I was like, you wanna stay here? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I'll be right back. And then when I came back, like, not even 30 minutes later, she's like standing outside after all that. And I'm like, what's wrong? It's from, I don't know if anyone watched any of the Steve-O videos. That's where Shotgun shit came from. That's where I got the
But yeah, she might just find it easier to collapse into Mike. The black hole life that is Mike.
Like the uncensored shit on those DVDs is fucking wild. You can probably find them online still. But
Lol. And in cozy comfortable. Lol.
You know, at this point, that would really be a great choice. I don't know that I can. Honestly, I don't know that I can do it. I get comfortable when I start picking at things and fucking pulling them apart and shit.
My brother always says he can't relax anywhere as much as he can at my house.
Oh, that's not good.
Lol.
He must feel safe there. That's good. That's really good. I feel like that out at the farm.
Exclamation
Oh
mark high
man, out
stall.
there, dude. I forget all about everything.
Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to
I go
get a
back
crew
to when I was a
together for
little
a
kid.
treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join. I was gonna say it must be safe feeling thing.
Yeah, it's the only time you really get to, I don't know.
I love that. That's fucking awesome. Thank you, Content Farm, dude. That's not Content Farm. That's Content Farm, dude. Appreciate you, man. A legend.
It wasn't RV Slash.
Fucking actual legend, dude.
But, yeah, I don't know. There's, there's definitely, like, barriers to joy that men have up most of the time. That, like, you can relax to a certain degree, but not all the way.
A
You
crew
being
of
his sister, though,
pirates and
that's
raiders
probably,
check their
it's probably like
flintlocks and sharpen their
being a kid
cutlasses
again.
as they disembark for Black
That's
Heart
probably
Island.
exactly it.
Results.
I feel like a kid
Bot
again when I
Riggs.
get to be like that.
1,999,999,899.
I have to, though. When I'm out there, all my memories are from when I was a kid out there. So if I'm trying to remember where something is, I have to think like a kid.
That's not Content Farm. That's Local Times. That fucking clip. That's fucking the homie. That's fucking Q, bro. Q the Crips, dude. That guy's fucking. Love that dude. I thought it was Content Farm. Q's the fucking. Do we fight? He's the one. That's such a sick. Hang on. Bro, that's such a sick edit on that video, dude. Thank you.
Let me use the tire too.
Here we go. Is it better? Is it better?
I love that.
Fuck.
My ass, your bike fucking, your friction.
Yeah, and then they'd be like, yeah, I need my milk.
This thing is really upsetting me right now.
Put it on the tab, bitch.
Come on, work.
They don't fucking give Xanax to nobody. Stop, fool, stop!
How is this thing so fucking clogged up?
That's the shit, dude. That's the fucking shit. Just for the record, I didn't get laid, dude. Nothing happened.
Oh.
Bro, I don't think, dude.
I hear my little partner in crime waking up.
My ass is so sick, dude. I'm busting like fucking I be done so quick, bro. Remember what I said, Mike? You make your dick look like a toothpick, bro. Fucking hey.
Q-tip, dude. She had him in her car, and I was like, hey, look, it's my dick.
Put it in your mouth.
No, but she's cool. Like,
Man. These guys are idiots.
No, I have to keep myself in check, dude. I can't be a total degenerate.
Why?
You're talking to someone who has a body count of 4, dude.
Ha! Ooh.
I just found earrings like my little butterfly on mine.
Oh, cute.
My body count's 4, dude.
Your wife's body count was higher than yours, John. That's gotta be harsh.
Mike's body count, dude, Mike said he's had sex with over 200 chicks. And they were all, dude, they were all cat.
Exclamation mark high stall.
I told him, I was like, dude, didn't when you were snowboarding, weren't you like pulling bitches all the time? They were all fat and ugly.
Ahoy. Captain Bot Rix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
200 expeditions?
I can count on one hand.
I'm not gonna discuss that, but I cannot even.
Holler at your motherfucking boy. 200 body count, by the way. Let's go. Goddamn, bro.
I was a very busy guy in the 90s.
You want to be 201?
Look at it. I mean, let's go. You want to be 201? Spread your cheeks, bro. I'm down. I'll hit it.
Uh-oh. We got disconnected. Okay, chat's back. What the heck? I wonder why it keeps disconnecting me like that.
What the heck? Ho ho. Bot Rix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty.
Yeah, 200's
A
pretty
crew
low.
of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results. Bot Rix, 1,999,999,899. I was busy with one person. Lol. In the 90s. Exclamation mark
So-
gamble 777,777. Roll 26. At Bubble Boots 777 won 8,555,547 points and now has 1,010,747,826,901 points.
Get the fuck out! You're hurting me, dude.
That's it, you gotta go to the hospital with him.
You're too heavy, bro.
Hard shoes. We're gonna make us like sit separately and shit.
Well, that's good.
We're all gonna be in the same fucking room. The same like, imagine. I dare.
We touch each other. We touch each other.
Stop!
It's too heavy, dude. Fine. My life is over.
Man, there's some pressure on boys out there. I'll tell you.
Like, come on, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
No, you're hurting me, dude. Stop. Stop, dude. Stop.
Cats in a box.
Cats in the box is right. How come? Hey, what the heck? What is that one? No. Why is there two cat in the boxes?
Exclamation mark high stall.
Oh, we need more of our emojis too. I wonder if we can make like.
Ahoy. Captain Bot Rix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
There's a Danny
Type.
on here.
Heist. Amount. To join. Ike.
You want some juice over there? Good morning. Yeah, I only remembered there being one and two.
I remember there being one cat in a box before.
chat?
What's that?
I think he's like unsure about everything.
Well, everybody's unsure.
Are you guys ready to go where we're going today?
No.
Are you
Oh,
kidding
me
me?
and you guys do. You gotta do it because we gotta get.
Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
I think you did.
I ate your pussy. I mean,
Whew. Tiggy said hi, by the way. Why? Wipe your lens, you fucking greasy prick.
Nobody's like looking at my foot. No, I don't. After you said you were with fucking 200 bitches.
200 bitches.
That's what you said.
I was not.
Jesus.
My body counts four.
Probably about like 200.
Four. That includes Melissa and.
I'd say it's more, honestly. So,
Wow.
well,
Good morning, Tiger.
You hear that?
fucking exude.
Oh, he ran away.
Life
I'll let
is
him know.
When
exuding.
Shannon was around,
We're exuding life.
I was getting more ass than the toilet seat.
We're exuding life liver. Yes.
Exclamation mark high stall.
When Shannon was around, I was getting more ass than the toilet seats, man.
You cheated on your wife?
No.
What the fuck did you just say?
When Shannon was around. Okay, buddy.
Well, he was being responsible.
No, he was being with her.
That's what I said. That's what
It
I'm
was non.
saying.
The dude was non-stop. It was just fucking insane.
He had so much pussy flying in, dude. He was like, I'm married.
20 years times that, dude. Probably like 3,000 times, maybe more than that. And definitely in the upper thousand.
Well, clearly, I don't even know who even counts. Idiot. What a moron.
20K?
Would never even try to count that number.
You're the one who said it, not me.
I thought that's what you meant by debauchery, dude.
Dude,
I was trying to think about a fucking fancy word.
A billion?
That's a pretty good definition. I'll tell you that. You want to do a little debauchery?
When you find a real one, fucking, you know.
What?
Is it the Lord's Day still or no?
It's the Lord's. No, it's not. It's Monday. It's Monday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I gotta dig that out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what we should make? Lemon drops. You don't need any sugar? Yeah, lemon. Stop. Let's go find a fucking lemon tree, dude.
There's no lemon tree. I have one in my backyard.
Oh my god, we're making fucking lemon drops.
There's no.
All you gotta do is pour it in there, put some sugar around there, and just use a little bit of lemon. You don't need chaser.
The fuck?
They're amazing.
What are they drinking?
You want a fucking lemon drop?
Do you want a lemon drop?
Stop drinking it with vodka.
Bummed.
Drink it with vodka.
She's an alcoholic just like Mike, except.
Fuck up right now. Some country, man. Some country. Should we go to the hospital?
Should we go to the hospital so I don't die?
Should we go to the hospital? I think we should go to the hospital.
I think it'd be fun. Should we do lemon drops first?
Yeah. I think we should just do lemon drops.
Lemon drop? It's good. It sounds really fucking weird. No, but it's good.
Dude, he's so scruffy. He's so
Me?
scruffy.
Just
He's so scruffy.
Did you drink anything?
Would you say
I have a Gatorade in the car.
Kara? Is she from Michigan?
Stop! The dog's gonna fucking bite you, bro.
Car? Car?
Nah, dude, we talked.
Get in the car.
Sometimes it catches up with me. Cause I haven't been.
Car. I can't even say how they do it, how they say it.
Yeah. Remember the last day I've gone without it. I drink every day. I drink every day. I drink every day. You know, people say
Whatever.
when I party, like every time, like when I'm in Riverside, I didn't realize it. I tell people, oh, I'm partying, like they like, oh, you're on. They think you're on coke. Like no, I just drink. No, not like that. Like I just drink all the time. I don't know where, when.
We're gonna go to the hospital.
That's true. RV flies.
I didn't realize that. When you tell people like you party, it automatically means like you're on coke and shit.
There's people tell me all the time, I don't party. What do you mean? Shut up. I'm not talking about cocaine.
Yeah.
I don't do cocaine either, stupid.
Oh, you do? Where's the coke at? I'm like, I just drank, dude. They're like, yeah, he just, when he says that, he just means he's drinking.
It means he's partying.
I can get any.
Not only is he drinking, he's destroying the planet as much as possible.
People that I know in Riverside, dude, fuck, man. They're on deck.
They're on deck, yo.
On deck with so much shit, it's crazy.
I knew this kid once. I didn't really know him. I met him. He tried to sell me drugs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's like, yeah, I got everything on deck. About a half hour later, the fucking police were at his door.
That was a fun night. I forgot you did Riverside with us. Who was with us that night?
So about a half hour after that, I went over there to see what was up. His mom said he was in jail.
Yeah, that was before the falling out. That's right. I forgot about that.
Pretty funny.
That was a fun night. Yeah, like my homegirl was coming.
I don't trust nobody that says they got nothing on deck.
I know, I walked in and
What's up? Hello. You know? No. No. No? No. Cereal? No. No cereal? No. Okay.
Unfortunately,
Man, you are
I mean,
growing.
You already know.
Hey?
You saw the clip
Stand
that
up for a
talks
second.
shit about
Let's
Shannon.
see this.
Dude, you can't be doing shit like
Yeah,
that.
dude.
It's so
Wowzers. You're getting there. That's crazy. Well.
Stop, guys, fucking, this is not my arm to fuck with, dude.
Well. He's like my height now. That's scary now.
Good thing you didn't show up sooner.
He won't bite anybody. This guy's too nice. No?
Who, me?
He never bites. Molly bites. Does he? Molly's never bit me. She never bit you. Well, guess what? Molly! Molly! Come here. Come here, Molly. She doesn't like anybody.
Oh, dear.
She won't even come if I call her Molly. She won't come.
Oh, at the mall? At the mall? Yeah, dude.
There she is.
She ran all the way in your bedroom and was like, I'm gonna tell Dad. There's a stranger in the house.
Yep. She knows. She came and woke me up.
Pull it on me.
She did. I did.
I'm trying to run it out.
Dude, she came in there, she's like barking. She's at the bottom of the bed and she's barking. Molly,
Dude, right here.
Molly, come here. Molly, come here. There she comes.
Hi, Molly, baby.
Yeah, oh.
That,
yeah.
at the mall.
No, well, it was
But at
right.
her on-deck friend's place, too.
My on-deck friend. I love it. I only knew who he was because we lived in these townhouses, and when I looked out my back window, there's like a dumpster here, and then his house was like right there in like these townhouses that were at a right angle to ours. So I looked out my window, and I was looking right at his back, like the side of his back door. So I seen the cops going right into his house. It's fucked up. But yeah, no, there's no chance of that one. I don't know if you know this, but I'm super, super paranoid. I keep an eye on everything that's going on.
She's actually being really good.
Stop!
Man, now I'm thinking about the mall again. That was fucked up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah.
You still showed up at his house.
Once they left.
Like, what's going on?
Well, I'm like, I wanted to know we got busted or what.
After seeing the cops go in.
You gotta know. Man, Bubble Boots. my neighbor 2 houses down, just about everybody in this neighborhood was a drug dealer. But neighbor like 2 houses down was a dealer, and there's a fucking car sitting out front, in front of, between my house and her house, and they're either watching my house or her house or our friend in between. We all have kids, right? And it's this guy, this dirty looking, I thought it was a cop. But he looked like an undercover, like, he wasn't in his outfit or anything. It wasn't an official car. And he's just sitting there in front of our houses for like hours. So I found out that he was out there. And I'm like, well, how long has he been out there? Like, oh, a couple hours. I'm like, well, what do you mean he's been out? You guys just let a guy sit in front of our house for a couple hours? I fucking walked out there. I walked up to his car and I fucking punched the window. And the guy's like, what? And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, don't you worry about it. I said, don't fucking worry about it, buddy. We got fucking kids in this house. There's kids over here. I'm gonna rip you out of this fucking car and kill you right now. And he fucking pulled out his badge and showed it to me. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. Have a good day. I was about to just fucking fool this cop. Thank God I didn't. Didn't knock, hey? Like, walked up and fucking punched the window like I was trying to go through it. I'm like, fuck you, buddy. The fuck you doing waiting in front of my house? I figured he had to come clean or, could be AM. I hate this word. No, why would I do that? I know that there's an E in it,
Exclamation
not
mark
an M.
X
Retard.
demos.
Smarten up, hate. Buddy.
Exclamation mark
Knock
X
it off.
hater.
Okay, so the E goes either at the start or at that one. I don't even care right now.
Entertaining, chill, fucking.
Do you want to have fucking sex?
No.
Brenda, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Fuck you, bitch. No one cares about you.
They want me to have sex.
Well, fucking.
If I had to have sex.
I can take you to Pomona. You get like a $20 blowjob off there, dude.
Oh, fucking $3.93 from your bitch ass.
Free?
$3.93, dude. We're gonna get fucking paid, dude.
I was planning, dude.
Today,
This was my plan.
today, I'm sorry.
I was gonna sneak back in here. I wanted to get after it. That was my plan.
Well,
can't be.
You little shitbox.
The fucking door, dude. There's no fucking limbs out there?
You're a dork.
That was the quickest blowjob I ever got, dude. Bleep that fast. Bam. Bye.
She just sucks your cock right now.
Done.
Okay, what the fuck? Okay, there's an S in here.
Everyone fucking menace more and just fucking walk in there with your door this time.
Yeah.
It's like S M. No, it's not.
Fuck.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's life.
And one day we're all gonna have a job wishing that we were drinking. One day. But not too late.
One day. One day. One day.
Is there enough for 3 shots? Fresh? Fresh shot? Only
Shut up, you fucking dingbat. No one gives a fuck about what you're saying, dude.
Is there enough for 2 shots?
I don't give a
Cause
flying
you just got out of the
fuck.
fucking rotation. You just got out of the fucking rotation.
So what did I do?
Fucking enter, dude.
Take my bottle, bitch.
I found 4 of my diamond color paint jewel packets mixed.
Oh no! Who would have done such a thing? You did it.
I was doing it in the dark with the light board.
Are you washing the bottle? Oh, just fucking drink the bottle.
And I noticed one of the shades seemed different.
Ooh. Oh wait, shades.
I'm not sure how much of the wrong colors went on the art.
Prestige worldwide.
Oh.
I spent like an hour sorting them.
Oh no. You think you put them on? Oh shoot. That's not good. Oh.
I didn't even know where to go. Lemon drops.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is now. I'm not peeling them off now.
Good. That's kind of ridiculous.
Just thought I'd share some of the ridiculousness.
I've got Man, I don't even know why I've got them. You know what I've got here? Oh, you'd love it. Hold on.
I can't do a bucket plant right now.
You, okay.
Woo! You know what's my problem these last couple of days?
You fucking have one. What are you touching me?
Exclamation mark high stall.
Touching the constant thing you touch it.
I don't ever touch
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
So I'll show them to you in order of what I think is the coolestness of them.
No, just wait.
No, maybe not.
Yeah, dude. Get Motley out of here, dude. I need a lamb Brittany's
So,
pussy.
here's two of them first, eh? Ah, whatever.
Pussy.
I found these. I don't even remember where I got them.
Share the fuck. Just share the fuck. Does this woman have
You.
bigger than both of ours?
Oh, I hope you realize how much I just do not like this.
Go look at the fucking patio at fucking things.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
See who that is?
Are you? Are you? I bet you're waiting for that fucking goddamn fart bag.
He has his other job.
Hey,
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made
Who
it
even
back
makes
from
black
Blackheart
glitter?
Island with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix 1,999,999,899. Glitter?
Big, chunky, fat ass, big ass glitter, yeah. Like the kind you could use for, like, I don't know what you use them for.
I have a lighter in my pocket. You have to grab it.
They're not humongous. They're circles, too.
You can smoke inside.
Oh, they're pretty little. But they're not like that dust glitter. They're like...
Shannon used to smoke inside.
Exclamation
I
mark
don't know.
high stall.
But yeah, glitter.
Don't fucking wet me.
Like lilac and something kind of blue. And black, dude.
Horrible.
What am I horrible at? Smelling
Like,
myself?
like,
I think I'm pretty fucking good at it.
really?
Fuck yeah, I'm fucking good at it.
When you watched your fucking debit card last night.
Alright.
It's the same stuff, yeah.
Hey,
Was I really, hey chat, was I really fucking talking to someone in jail? Fuck.
you weren't on chat. You wouldn't
I'm
nobody,
asking that
nobody
they
saw you.
said it.
Yeah, well, they know.
Because maybe you had your shit on.
I didn't have my shit. Whoa, I was just following you around Cabazon, dude. Fucking
No, before I left the Cabazon, you dickhead, drink another one.
Fuck off, dude. You fucking dingbat.
Oh, wow.
God
Well,
damn.
she's talking shit about him drinking. That's good.
Was I though? Cause I'm
You
gonna
wanna
fuck
have a challenge? Let's do a challenge.
Someone said it's music, I have to count it. What it do? What it do, boo?
What it do, boo?
Someone said go to the casino.
I was gonna do the challenge last night, but
What's the challenge?
fuck you. The hell you doing? I'm trying to eat your toe, dude.
Hates cooking with a broken spatula. But don't worry, he's got glitter.
I got this fixed spatula now. It's all good.
John's toe. The challenge, dude. The challenge. Anybody wanna do a challenge?
I still haven't thrown out the broken one. I'm gonna now, I guess. Thank God I didn't try to fix it. That was gonna just be an era of disappointment. Over and over and over. Until I went and cut a stick off a tree.
I'm a cheap date.
There, I already solved it. That's what I was gonna do.
You paid for me?
I'm not, I don't like being like that. You know what I mean? Tired of being that person.
Congratulations.
For getting the new one? I wanted to make shepherd's pie today. I don't know why though.
Getting laid's whack though. I don't even fucking want it. I don't even want it.
Yeah.
That's just, I don't know. Do we not do okay? Do we do bad? Do we do bad?
I think 100%.
Do we do good?
100%.
I think we do.
Fuck, Mike's annoying.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
We met God.
You wouldn't fuck you.
We got the best fucking croissant ever. Did you ever eat yours?
It was a very good.
It was super good.
Where are all the real ones at? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right here, bitch.
Maybe this is me. I don't know.
I just want someone that
Maybe
when I go to sleep at night, I have someone like to lay next to and.
Oh, shut up, you gay ass fucking bitch.
Stop it with your
Punch John in his head.
motion.
What a pussy.
This is fully emotion right here, dude.
I
This
had
is full emotion.
LA County boy that I used to lay down next to at night when we did lay down.
Shut up.
And then I had to wonder what were we gonna get into the next day. You have
Fuck up, dude.
always
Shut the fuck up.
I'm fucking speaking, bitch. Adults are having a conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
Bitch. Well, shouldn't the kids table be?
Kids table.
Yeah, adults are talking right now. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
really?
What happened? I'm saying like.
I think everyone just needs some cuddling.
I don't.
Human contact.
I want to fight somebody though.
But it was always like.
Contact, yeah. I don't care. I'll fight people all day. I'm good with like beating the piss out of people. Beating them? I think it would.
Maybe that would fix them.
I think the majority of people just need a fucking punch in the head these days.
You know, people told me, and it's kind of fucking true. I guess you can't fucking force it. You can't.
Like a good one. I was saying before, man, if we could all just agree to punch each other once, everybody goes around and punches everybody else on earth one time, I think we'd all be okay.
Such opposites, lol.
I know, right? But they're not really. It's still human contact, right? Some energy exchange, some reality that's another human being. I think the punches at the end of the day would turn into hugs anyway. You'd stop punching people. Be like, I don't even want to punch everybody in Iran. Fuck, here, where's some of them though? This guy, I remember this guy. You'd be more careful about what you were doing for sure.
Bopped into reality, lol.
Yeah. And then no retaliation from anybody or anything. Once your punches are done, that's it. Call the slate clean, and nobody else does anything bad to anybody for the rest of our time here. I'd be willing to try it.
Let me just get this straight. You don't like the tip, huh?
I don't tip because society says.
Fuck, there's some people who haul off and deck me though. That's okay.
Something extra, but I mean, just tipping automatically, it's for the birds. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're just doing their job. Hey, this girl was kind
I'll let them go first.
Hey, she wasn't anything special. What's special? Taking the back inside your dick.
I'd go over 12% for that.
Look, I ordered coffee, right? Now we've been here a long fucking time. She's only filled my cup 3 times. I mean, when I order coffee, I want it filled 6 times.
6 times.
Wow, that's gonna get somebody to strike.
Work's too fucking busy. Shouldn't be in a wait.
That's fucking not a good movie to be. Quentin Tarantino's a goof. I feel like it's a word that I really should really know, and my brain's just not fucking feeling it. I've known for like I knew it was SAMER fucking however many guesses ago. Annoying. Well, I mean, I've been at least considering it. I want another one of those pepperonis though. The dill ones, they're pretty good. They're addictive, is what they are. This pepperoni?
No, we're going to the hospital, dude. She's going to the hospital. Oh, man. What she mean?
Why is she going to the hospital?
Mike's getting me home now. We need to go to the hospital. We need to go. Why?
Yes, you do have to go to the hospital. This is the plan.
The plan is let's go to the hospital. It's a very proper spot. Let's go to the hospital.
Initiated.
What do you need to go to the hospital?
I miss my wife.
You have nothing wrong with me there, buddy.
Right. You should get a mail order bread.
No, dude. Fuck
I
that.
keep catching myself with
He's got the fat arm, bitch.
mindless habit to like try to fall into
You my boy, Blue.
old behaviors, I think. Like I get what you mean about the cuddling thing, but
Oh, man. Who's that Blue did you get about that?
They're still saying that. He didn't get laid. I was joking around. Shit, he did not get laid. He got laid like a mother.
I don't think I want to trust anybody like that.
Went to a kid too immature for kids table.
I don't feel comfortable with the idea. That's for damn sure.
It was a kid's table and they just went to talking. Fucker.
Melissa did hit me up last night though.
Not on like a living basis. Fuck no.
You have a nice car. You have a nice car. Very fucking nice.
Oh, because she wants to go to KMK next week.
Well, that was 2-3 days.
All the
That was
expectations and shit that people bring along with them to a fucking any kind of relationship is not anything I'm could see myself being interested in anytime soon. Hey, little pupper.
dumbass bitch.
Just to clear up the speculation.
Fuck you, cunt.
Compromise and all that shit.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, fucking bitch.
Yes, me and Melissa hooked up, for the record. We did.
I don't know.
Holy fuck the fucking fat Mexican bitch. She lives a flying fuck. Hey.
That's racist. It sounds like you're about ready to build a wall.
I think people have a potential beyond what we limit ourselves to once we get tied up with other people. You have to. I mean, that's what the whole thing is about, is compromise or whatever, right? But compromising
Fuck you. I'm sorry.
lowers your potential.
You fucking bar back fucking bender. You bar back bender, you fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck off.
Hey, Barback, we've been making our drinks all night, though.
Maybe to succeed, some of us just need all of our potential.
You weren't making my drinks, bitch.
I'm gonna suck your Shut the fuck up.
Don't keep blowing it, dude. $20 make a pallet.
$20 make
I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude.
You
I don't know what
ain't,
you're
you
gonna
ain't
make it.
nothing hard.
Is it 20?
Not gonna make anything hard.
Really?
No, we give you
Crackhead.
five. We give you
For the crackheads.
$5. $5.
No, the price.
You're only worth
The
$5.
prices also gone up. I mean,
Inflation hasn't hit the fucking stupid corona or what?
I don't know. It's been years, but I'm sure that like.
What do you mean it's been years?
Shit, you're still 20. When we used to go back in the day, like we
What
would
do
go.
you mean?
We would
Which
go to
one?
Zone
What did he say?
fuck around. Like not hook up, but then we'd
What
go.
do you mean?
Shit, you're still 20. When we used to go back and shit.
I don't know what you're
You
gonna make
ain't
it.
nothing hard.
Is it 20?
Not gonna make anything
Yeah,
hard.
what? Really?
No, we
The
give you for
crackheads.
five. We give you
For the
for
crackheads.
$5. $5.
Oh, for that? Yeah, that's what he's
You're
saying.
only worth five.
It's been years. It's fucking, dude, crazy. Bro, some of them would drop the price to like $5, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, like.
Oh, yeah, that's
Desperate
true,
to
too.
fucking get any money they can.
If that's what you're asking, yeah.
They're cracked out.
Ha ha ha
Oh,
ha.
suck yo dick.
In the blind date. Blind date, fucking, I don't know, blind date some, crackhead. He gives her flowers.
Is that what he said?
Oh, she was it. I can't smoke it.
Oh, man.
I know what you're talking about.
She's all fucking mad.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Wish I could find it. That shit was so funny. I'll suck yo dick for $1 with a crackhead dude on the fucking.
Yeah, that would make sense.
My life is over. It is, dude. My life is over, bro. Chad's fucking out of control.
Mona. Where do you find the clips at?
The smallest line out playing just for the waitresses.
I know.
So I was working at McDonald's. All right, Ramos, let's get right to the top.
I know.
No, we're going to the hospital, dude.
Oh. The plan.
The plan is let's go to the hospital. We're drunk as fuck. Let's go to the hospital.
Initiated.
John.
Why don't you get a mail order bride? You should get a mail order bride.
No, dude. Fuck that. Let's hug him right now. Come here.
Hey, stop with the fat arm, bitch.
Oh shit, it's your bad one. She's good. Nice hug.
You my boy, Blue. Who's Blue? Your ass will cry me, you fucking bitch.
Oh, man.
It was like, who did DiCaprio last night?
They're still saying it? Nobody. I didn't get laid. I was joking around.
Shit, he did not get laid. He got laid like a motherfucker. Yeah.
Someone said a kid too immature for kids table. Go to the kids table. Adults are talking.
Melissa did hit me up last night, though.
Fucker.
Melissa did what?
Did hit me up last night, though. She texted me.
She texted me?
Back to my messages.
You have a nice cough. You have a nice cough, bro. Your cough is nice.
Oh, because she wants to go to KMK next week.
Well, that was,
It is that Melissa.
That was
I
two,
told her
3
next
days ago,
weekend. She
dude.
said she
That
was
was
down.
fun. That was fun. We did that. We did that. We did that fucking couple enough times.
Is it tonight, KMK?
Shut up, you fucking dumbass bitch.
Just to clear up the speculation.
Fuck you, cunt. Fucking whore.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, you fucking
Clear up the
bitch.
speculation.
Me and Melissa hooked up for the record.
You fucked a fucking fat Mexican bitch. Who gives a flying fuck?
Whoa.
Hey.
That's racist. It sounds like you got ready to build a wall.
Is
Retard.
it? Is it?
Julie, man, just say hi.
Hey, fuck you. She's a wild one. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking throw her out there right now. Fuck you, fucking cunt. She's a wild one. Fuck you, fucking bitch.
Fuck you, you fucking
No one
retard.
cares
Should I
about
clip
what you
it?
have to say, you
Fuck
fucking
you.
stupid
I'm
slut.
sorry. Are you
Fuck
talking in front of
you,
that
fucking cut this fuck.
Yeah, that's racist.
Fucking for the record. Fuck cunt. You fucking.
Fuck you, bitch.
Shut up, you fucking dumbass bitch. Bender, you fucking. Shut up, you fucking dumbass bitch. Just to clear up the speculation. Fuck you, cunt. You fucking.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, you fucking bitch. Yeah, me and Melissa hooked up, dude, for the record. We did. Cool, you fucked a fucking fat Mexican bitch. Who gives a flying fuck? Hey.
That's racist. It sounds like you got ready to build a wall.
Is
Retard.
it? Is it?
Julie, man, just say hi.
Hey, fuck you, you fucking. She's a wild one, dude. Let me tell you. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking throw her out there right now. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. She's a wild one. Fuck you, you fucking bitch.
Fuck you, you fucking retard.
No one cares about what you have to say, you fucking
You.
stupid slut.
I'm sorry. Are you
Fuck
talking in
you,
front of that
fucking
treat
far
table?
back, fuck.
How much further does it go?
Shit. Fucking dumbass bitch. Well, fucking dumbass bitch.
Is that really it?
Just to clear up the speculation. Fuck you, cunt. You fucking.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, you fucking bitch. Yeah, me and Melissa hooked up, dude, for the record.
Uh-oh. Can't create a clip.
Cool, you
Why?
fucked a dumbass bitch.
Why?
Dumbass bitch. Just to clear up the speculation. Fuck you.
Can't clip it? Oh.
Fucking.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, you fucking bitch.
We can clip mine though.
Melissa hooked up, dude, for the record. We did. Cool, you fucked a fucking fat Mexican bitch. Who gives a flying fuck? Hey.
That's racist. It sounds like you got ready to build a wall.
Is
Retard.
it? Is it?
Julie, man, just say hi.
Hey, fuck you, you fucking. She's a wild one, dude. Let me tell you. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking throw her out there right now. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. She's a wild one. Fuck you, you fucking bitch.
Fuck you, you fucking retard.
No one cares about what you have to say, you fucking stupid slut.
I'm sorry. Are you
Fuck
talking in front of
you,
that
fucking
treat
far
table?
back fucking bender. You far back bender, you fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck off.
Hey, Barb.
Bitch. Just
Well,
again.
can't clip it, but we got that.
I don't know the address. If you can ping my number.
Gregory Walk.
Uh,
Oh, you stupid.
what cross street are we at? I don't know. This girl's got a giant
Uh-oh.
fucking cruise on her arm, dude.
Softball.
And I'm pretty fucked up.
Now the cops are coming. Thank you.
Alcohol.
No.
Did we get in a fight? No, we didn't get in a fight. I don't have bruises on me. The girl that is next to me has bruises
I
all
got beat
over
up
her.
by my boyfriend.
You got beat up by your boyfriend?
He's in jail.
He's in jail?
Oh man.
Jail.
God damn it, dude. Fuck.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, your guys' fucking production is pretty good, dude. All you have to do is ping the number. No, I'm not gonna look at the address of my fucking house. I don't even know who the fuck I am, dude. Well, yes, I am gonna cuss at you. I don't even know what the fuck I am, dude.
Is that really 911?
I'm talking to 911 right now. I don't know what the fuck I am, dude.
Oh my god.
Don't do that, Mike.
I fucking swear.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm just trying to get some help with a friend, dude. She
Mike,
gets
come
a
on, man.
bruise on her arm, dude. Gigantic. It's fucking softball.
What an idiot. He just called the police on himself. What a dummy.
Yes, yes.
How is he so stupid?
Ambulance right now, please. That is what I'm calling for. That is why I called, right? No, no, no. Just drink a bunch of alcohol.
Stop.
Yes, alcohol is a drug. Is alcohol a drug? Alcohol?
Holy fuck.
According to rehab, it is.
No, just drinking a bunch of booze.
Mike's getting himself put in jail right
I
now.
want to get looked at, dude. She has a giant softball on her fucking forearm, dude. What the fuck are you, bro?
The police are gonna show up. They think that Mike is the boyfriend that beat her up. Man.
Are we just analyzing this whole situation right now? 17. She said 20. I said 17. No, of course not.
For lip tarts.
Damn, we're getting swatted, dude.
Stop.
My name?
Robert.
It's
Mike,
irrelevant.
stop, man.
Keep playing, Mike.
I have a hole in my back. So you can stab me last night.
Yeah, you guys, bro.
No, it's not. It's fucking real, dude.
He is so not smart right now. I bet they will.
You figured out where I was. You figured out where I was. She hung up on me, dude. What the fuck? She just hung
The
up on me.
fucking cops are coming, bro. I'm gonna go hide.
No, you have
I
to
don't
fucking
wanna
talk
see
to
the
the
fucking
cops, dude. I
Just-
called the cops for you.
Yeah, but I got stuck.
I called the cops for you, dude.
What are you recording?
Well, we're gonna go out and talk to the cops.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are talking to the cops.
Content. Ambulance on the way.
Wambulance? Wambulance, dude? It's not a wambulance, dude. It's like...
Have you seen the call of ambulance?
I don't even think
Call
they...
of ambulance.
What a cop caller.
We need your address. I was like, we figured it out, bitch. Figure it out. Figure out where I am.
I would have fucking drove us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now I got one for free.
No, it's not for free.
Yes, it is, dude. Through my insurance, it's for free.
I don't have insurance.
And you don't have to have insurance.
Yeah, she does.
Maybe they can drive in jail. Man, you're really gonna send me to county where the fucking other fool's at, for real?
It's fine, dude. You
At
want to go
least
to
it's
county?
in
I'll go to county. I don't give a fuck.
At least it's in a different county, though.
San Bernardino is not a good county to be in.
I mean, it's way better than LA.
Well, we're fucked.
Haha.
I'm gonna go fucking hide.
Dude, don't hide. Let's
Hide.
Someone said SWAT team incoming. How many people are there? 17.
You are right.
17.
Hide.
20, I said 17. I don't believe it's 20.
They all dipped out. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe you fucking... Do you still have a warrant?
He does.
Do you?
Yeah.
I have court on Wednesday. No.
Shit, whatever. We're about to deal with it right now. Stop wiggling your foot, dude.
I got fucking...
Stop wiggling your
Calm
foot.
down the police and shit. Now they're gonna think that me and him are fighting.
It's okay. We can tell them we're not.
No, that's what they're gonna fucking think.
No, but it's okay. You said that Muttley is being too nice. What's up with him? Muttley is just chilling on the table right now. Well, we're gonna
Oh yeah. Oh, am I under arrest?
What is this neighbor's fucking beef, bro?
Well, whatever.
Like, I'm embarrassed to see my fucking neighbors. I can't even imagine.
It's okay.
Can we have 2 ambulances?
Welcome back.
Can we get separate rides? Can we get separate rides, please?
Wow.
Well, that's what happened.
I can't believe he's wasting resources on this.
Somebody stabbed me last night.
Yeah, and I heard people.
Yeah, I like that you said that to the 911 lady. That was really smart.
No, you better not.
I'm gonna say, this bitch stabbed me last night.
You better not.
She is gonna. Did this man touch you? Oh, the police were out here yesterday.
They're gonna come rolling at the fucking gate. You're gonna kick his door in.
Oh yeah.
They did kick mine in the other day. They kicked the shit out of me.
It's okay.
Well, apparently she loves IP2. I don't know. I can't remember what her name was, but apparently she was like I don't know who she was. Oh wait, isn't her name Melissa? What's her name? Maybe he was talking about his wife.
Well, close the other door then.
No, he wasn't.
Shit, close the wooden one.
Never mind.
Close it.
Yeah, you're right.
I love you.
Close the fucking door.
One of my other exes. John Cena. I hope, man.
Why did I call that movie?
Ooh, boy. I don't have any cocaine, guys. I
She
lost
doesn't have
it.
any cocaine.
Okay.
The cocaine is gone.
Someone said, watch when they answer IDs, nice refuses.
I will refuse. I will refuse. I'll tell them, fuck off. What do you mean my name? What is your name? Are you fucking Papa Giorgio?
Someone said, fucking Looney Bin.
It's okay. Whatever.
Hey, my fucking accounting dude thinks he doesn't owe Looney Bin.
Oh, shit. We're getting handcuffed now.
No, we're fucking not, bro. I'm going to the fucking spare room, dude.
Haha. Oh.
Fucking hell.
You have a giant fucking swollen arm, dude.
Well,
You
I'm
need
not
to get
picking up like
seen.
that.
You have a giant swollen arm. You need to get seen. What a dork.
What? I know, but I'd rather grab my belt. John just fucking left. He left
We're
us
gonna
to
get free
ourselves.
insurance right now.
No.
Let us take advantage of the situation.
Oh my god.
Well.
Yep.
Life as it happens, right? Life as it happens.
That's all good. At least I should smoke a cigarette if I ripped it
John
off.
left. John left. Woohoo!
They're gonna think that we beat each other up.
So what? Not,
You did beat each other up.
we're not gonna think anything if we don't talk about it. We didn't beat each other up.
You did.
What the fuck?
We saw it.
When Megan didn't show the fucking calls from the other county.
You have a fucking giant ball in your
I
arm.
know, dude. Fuck.
You have a giant ball in your arm.
Let me get it outside.
Well, I'm sorry that you have a ball in your arm.
They're fucking cute.
This is what I want.
They watch a stream. They're like, "Oh, he's Dig House house."
Ambulance for sore elbows. Stop with my fucking elbows. Yep.
That's fucking Mike again.
I told her ping my number. She's like, we can't ping your number, sir. I was like, yeah, you can.
He's like checking the blinds.
When she's fucking first 48, bitch, you know what she's talking to.
I'm a fucking retard. Of course you can ping my number. They're gonna show up right to our doorstep, dude. Right to our doorstep.
Fucking VIP, dude.
Yeah,
We're getting
very dark.
right.
They're like cracking out on the blinds. Go stare out the window some more.
You want to talk about blinds, Steven?
Really, what is wrong with Mike? They're just fine. Things are going good or whatever. Why do they need an ambulance? Because Mike's stupid. And he thinks it'll help him. The girl has a bump on her arm from days ago when her boyfriend beat her up before he went to jail. And Mike's like, you need to see a doctor. So he called 911. Because he's an idiot. The degrees of absolutely fucking useless that these kids are. Calling an ambulance for somebody's bruised elbow from 2 days ago? Are you fucked? I'm calling 911 of all things? Come on. She's got a fucking car. She can drive to that fucking hospital. He was saying all kinds of crazy shit. He's like, oh, I got stabbed last night. I got a hole in my back. Exactly. Yeah, she needs to go to, like, the hospital. But she doesn't, it's not bugging her. It's bugging Mike. He's like, I don't think it should be big like that. Yeah, hey, yeah, he did. At Wild? Yes. He did. Yeah, regular doctor, any medi center. Ask a medic. My phone police on himself, yeah. Fuck the police. Oh, is he? Wait, no, I'm not. I'm all the way live. Oops. Man, Mike is so screwed up. Well, that Mike says he don't worry about the insurance. He'll pay for it. His he's got insurance. He's gonna somehow put her call on his insurance.
Someone said check at the blinds, like someone who doesn't do coke. Fuck you guys.
I know, right? So crazy. So Mike called 911. They're just waiting for the police to show up now. He called and said all kinds of crazy shit to 911 because he's not smart. Yeah, a huge drama queen. We swatted ourselves. He's right. It's not we, it's you, dude. What a moron.
Hey, one time I called 911, dude.
Like, oh, how'd that work for you? Star 67 does not work to call block you from 911, by the way. It totally does not work, and they get a warning that you did it. Eric, I just got here.
Can I send $4 highlight?
Oh my god, that's funny.
That's not a song. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, is that why? Is that why the Christmas tree's there? Oh, shit. I was making fun of that too. She died around Christmas? Really? Is this whole house a shrine to her? That's scary. My word. Holy crap. Claire. Yeah, right? I don't... Oh, man. I don't get people. if your husband or wife dies, there's no amount of sitting around and moping that's gonna make it better. It sucks, but I would say it's best to get moving on things immediately. Or never.
You anonymous. I ain't coming to get you. No.
I don't know what it is. Oh, come on.
Just stop laughing.
Yeah, everything I'm saying is hilarious.
Stop laughing.
Oh man.
Okay, fine. S. Okay, fine. E-S... A... No. E-S-M-A-R? That's not a word either, is it?
Yeah, but they're gonna think that we both did to each other.
It's fine.
Now I'm gonna go through
E-M-S-A-R? Get out of here, dude.
Stop. I'm not pressing charges.
That's what they're gonna think though.
Then I want to press charges on you? No, they're
Really
not.
are.
No, they're not. They're gonna look at your arm and they're gonna be like, oh my god, this bitch's arm is
Window shutters on the wall next to his fireplace.
2 days ago. And it works.
fucked.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you checked out.
I think I got pictures of the dead on them.
Do they? Oh!
They're gonna look at that. I don't know.
It breaks up the symmetry of that room, hey? As what fucking word is this, bro? Stamer? No?
Oh man.
Ah, shit. Someone's calling me.
What's 911?
What do you want, dude? What?
I'm in second.
What?
Can I talk to that girl?
Yeah, you can talk to her.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Yep.
listen.
Thank
You
you.
hear me?
Yeah.
It's driving me nuts.
You don't say anything. You say absolutely nothing.
Hey, honey.
You're fine. Nothing's wrong. This guy's drunk. He's stupid.
It's not my first rodeo.
Dude, what do you mean drunk, dude? She's got a giant fucking swollen arm, dude.
Who was that?
This is the most retarded thing I've ever seen you do so far out of your whole entire fucking live streaming fucking bullshit, bro. So stupid to say you ever fucking lied to the cops, bro. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
How they gonna prove it?
What did I
How
lie
they gonna
about?
prove it?
What did I lie
You
about?
didn't. You didn't.
What did I lie about?
You didn't lie. I do have a good
Oh,
one.
man.
You do have a
He's so fucked.
That is a, he's got a good point. No, it's not.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Well, she's got a big giant bruise on her arm, and I do have a stab in my back.
I know. It's my first rodeo.
Ain't no cops around here.
Bullshit, bro. You fucking just said girl got beat up, 20 people here, I got stabbed in the back, said ambulance, said fire engine, you just fucking said to the lady, bro. You might know her, your guys' production is good. Like what the fuck are you talking about, Mike? You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Yeah.
He is not very smart. Okay, I have to take one of these pills. This can be really not comfortable.
I don't know.
Fuck. Maybe I should wait till I get back.
Fuck you, Mike. I swear to fucking God, bro.
What a moron.
Are they coming or not? Oh, you know what I should? I'm gonna download this app from Will's house now. Or Will's house until they get here, bro. We just won't answer this thing.
How you doing? You good up there?
Yeah, they fucking kicked the fuck out of my door.
That's good.
Jonathan. Jonathan, you gotta have our back, dog.
You're dog.
Jonathan, stay, bro. I'm gonna text that bitch and tell her to watch.
Okay, so when we go, right? I'll just do what we usually do.
Okay. I got pictures of like when it happened and dated. And I got fucking his
No, don't date. Like he said, don't say anything.
and I have his fucking
Don't say anything.
I know, but they're gonna fucking look.
Well, once they see it, don't look.
So I'm gonna show him a picture that I took of it that's dated 2 days
We're gonna
ago.
get you. We're gonna get you handled up.
No, I'm fine. I could have drove myself. Honestly. I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Listen, they're not gonna give a shit. They're not gonna, oh, look, they don't care. They're gonna follow answers. Don't worry. That's just the way it is. I have done this. I keep following them. They will not care. Don't say anything.
Sweet.
Yeah, Shannon's sweet. What am I being? Just be honest.
Did you say not?
I'm on what it's live right now. There was a girlfriend down the street from us on Friday. Jonathan! You should, dude. Dude, guys, donate. I don't have a debit card. Jonathan. What's your brother? Yeah, we should probably give it to him. Yeah. I'm home and shit already. Yeah. You know those county calls they can get in? We should do it. I'm gonna jump in my car. Jonathan! I'm gonna tell him about it. Freaking. Come up. Mm-hmm.
Deliberate.
Jonathan.
Oh, for God's sake.
Fuck that boy. He's getting fucking stabbed.
You did get stabbed.
No, you didn't. You fell
You
on the
got
fucking
fucking
chair.
your ass beat.
No, yeah, but fucking a while ago. Fucking dude. She made me sick.
You didn't even do a touch, did you?
No, I'm fine. No. Just start walking fucking.
Pain? Oh, fuck. What?
Oh, it's not an A though.
Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter.
Jonathan.
Quick, get your hugs in before you're in jail.
No, they're not.
Someone said Timu, Bonnie, and Clyde.
Well, good.
Oh my god.
Hey, production is happening right now. They're existing. They're existing. I don't want your arm to be looked at, dude. I don't want your arm to be looked at. My back has a hole in it.
All we need right now is the county to call us.
Okay.
Is that them?
Man. Is the ambulance out there? Is there a fire engine? Is it?
I just came here to take a fucking nap, dude. I was just gonna take a fucking nap and go home. No. Should we DoorDash now?
What the fuck?
DoorDash.
What is there a dog there? Holy fuck. There's a dog just sitting on my fucking neck. I fucking.
So bougie. Look, I like how everyone's talking about, oh, find them, fucking prank call 911. When fucking it's cool to fucking squat.
Like,
Right?
what are you talking
I don't want to
about,
talk
dude?
about that.
I absolutely
Not
want
you.
911 to.
No, but like, remember when they came here the other night? Nobody talks about that.
I do want 911 to come here.
No,
Yeah.
we don't want 911 to come here.
Guys,
There's
I
no one to
do.
call.
You have a giant bruise on your arm, and I have a fucking hole in
I
my
know
back
that.
that
Show
I got
proof.
stabbed. I got
You look
stabbed.
like a fucking zombie. Shut fucking shit. Jonathan!
Jonathan!
He's in the bed dying too.
Well, yeah, every time, dude. I'm not touching you.
Oh, I thought you fucking broke me. Yep, there they are.
Where? Who's that?
Yeah, right. They're not there.
His pocket's 20 people.
What?
There's 20 people.
Oh my fucking god.
17. We're 17.
They've been going door to door. Oh shit, that's funny.
He opened the door.
No, no.
This is the fucking slowest because my shit, I found something.
Well, you're a fucking vixen. Fucking king, James. You're ageless king.
Oh, you think you're tough over there, Heisty? Hey. Okay, so it's gotta be CRE. I guess it could be CRO or something else too. But.
Because I wouldn't have did that.
What? Because I'm more gangster than you?
I would have fucking blown it.
Shut up. Yeah, I'm not really insurance.
I know.
I'm gonna get you hooked up for free right now.
There's something to go on. Now you believe it's me. Fuck this.
Fuck you, fucking face. Hey.
This is French.
You were the most fucking like calm for somebody who was like stabbed. At a fucking morning house party.
I got stabbed.
22.
I got stabbed in the morning house party for 22. I got stabbed in the back.
That shit makes
Okay.
I don't remember it happening. The fuck? I don't remember it happening. Weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. She hung up on me, dude. She literally hung up on me, dude. She's like, fuck this guy. Fuck David.
Dude, calm as a man with a pigment.
John did too. Fuck this. He was
Excuse me. Again. I guess get in CRY too.
Should we get married? Should we get married?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you know what the sad part is? That that's an actual attempt.
Hell no. Hell fucking no.
Hey.
I'm sorry, you're gonna get a fucking bruise.
Hey.
What?
Hey, let's get married. Let's get married.
No.
Let's get married.
No.
Well, that's gonna be an expensive bus ride. Wouldn't it?
You're gonna go to the fucking bed and
We're
breakfast
gonna have to
surgery, dude.
you gonna give me a
That's
fucking
funny.
goddamn buffet.
Can you?
You're gonna go to the little fucking. I don't even know.
Yeah, eligible for welfare. Yeah. He just wants to marry her to fucking. Do you know why?
We're gonna get married.
Well,
Mike thinks wives can't say no.
bro. Sean is fucking dying too. Hey, Rich, we're gonna need 3 evidences.
Oh, it's fucked up, man. I know people like that too. This, I don't know.
Oh my god, dude.
It's fucked up.
It's so funny. No, never.
Oh, he's definitely one of those guys.
He'd be like, oh, I can't get fucking shit from this guy. I can't marry him.
There.
It'd be fun. This is good. This is good.
Yeah.
Let's just
I'm actually happy that
simple as simple.
that law kind of changed,
Just
or the way they apply it at least.
Let's just
Because I guess that is the way that it was like in the 60s or whatever. Yeah. What a fucking crybabies. Crybabies. Man. Mm-hmm. So when I was growing up, I'd seen people do that to my mom and shit, and act like that. And she like literally said to me, if somebody doesn't ever want to sleep with you, don't you ever try to like lean on them or fucking manipulate them in any way to get them to go ahead and do it. It's like it was the same. It's the same as rape, and I was like, okay. I see that, so I don't lie to women to get them to sleep with me or fuck all. And I think that it should certainly be against the law.
You know, what if it really was?
This guy's dying on the side of the road right now, and he called for help, and he just said, "Fuck this guy, dude. Fuck him."
What do you mean you can't pay me?
I said, "You can't pay my phone."
So I wouldn't lie to a woman to stay with her or get her to be with me or any of that shit. It's all dishonesty. If you're using dishonesty to get somebody, they don't want to be with you in the first place. I.e., it is against their will. It sounds like a roundabout way, but it kind of isn't. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the shit that people are okay with on the streets is what people have just been doing to each other forever. And if we're going to do that, then we might as well go back to where we're letting 40-year-old men marry our fucking grandchildren. Or whatever the fuck. Oh. Kids can be hard to talk to. Mm. But I think what I appreciated the most is that most of the adults that I knew talked to that B again, hey? I was calling Brad B for a while. Most of the adults that I met when I was a kid respected my intelligence enough to treat me like I was an adult. Or they just didn't know how to deal with me, so they talked to me like I was the other person. Whatever it was, I got lots of real talk. Like, look, kid, I'm not gonna bullshit you. People are fucked up. Like, oh, okay. I've heard this before. Ah, damn it.
Nah, that's Mike. That's fucking Mike, dude. Okay, but we're not gonna pick Mike on this. Mike can suck it.
Oh, it's not an N either.
People being held hostage. He's fucked. 17 people being held hostage. Mike's got 17 people held hostage right now.
Sean, I'm digging a hole out back.
Get off of me, Nutley.
Oh,
What the fuck are you doing, Nutley? You little shit. Big fuck Mike, dude. Fucking Mike. Who's Mike? My third person in this whole thing?
Fuck. Okay. So he's playing. He is worthless and retarded. I mean, stupid. But he's fucking. He's not slow. He's stupid.
I'm going to blow. I'm going to blow.
Let me be clear.
The fucking the Iranian race is not safe with me around. Oh,
So, yeah. I think Mike's calculator is broken. I think he's probably born a mostly normal kid. Maybe he's a twin though. Twins are pretty weird. But that's a developmental thing, I think. But if souls are in some way a reflection of our genetic or expression of our genetic individuality, then these two idiots might share a soul. Well, this one and his idiot brother that's not here. That's just playing with the theory that's not mine though. Well, it looks like there's not police.
must be nice. What? He doesn't even care. He's a fucking wow. Like you should be in public sitting down.
Hey Melissa, did you did you hear about these fucking guys earlier? John DeGaff in particular. I tried to clip it, but I couldn't. Not really sure why. What the hell is that noise? Like a game she's playing or something? Did you? What? How was it? I. Okay. Good. Is that a dog? John and Mike were talking about you. Well, I would prefer not to repeat it. Yeah, just wait. Hold up a second. So, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to try and find more of them Shack gummies. If there's no shooter at the mall today. It wasn't supposed to be one yesterday, but whatever. I still haven't seen anything in the news about it. So I'm on the side of it being an exercise. That guns out and vests on though, I don't know. Running around with people. She got GERD or something?
Wake me up when the fucking tower gets here.
Was that snoring?
Yep.
That was
I was just trying to do all fucking.
Yeah.
No. 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 I think we escaped fucking jail, bro. Let's just fucking take it back.
International Women's Day, whenever that was, there is.
No, it's not.
Like, we know this guy's going on with this.
Probably says your fucking name, dude. You know?
This guy, dude.
Duh.
We're not going to fuck with this guy. Oh my god, dude, everybody's crushed muffins too. Okay, I like muffins. When's my best friend? So do you, but you don't fucking let me want it sexually.
I don't know anybody, bro.
I don't want you either, dude.
My fucking camera's
Fuck,
good, bro.
can we just fucking make out and have a good time?
I don't even want to fuck.
You don't want to fuck, you asexual bitch. I don't want to put it in you either.
Whatever.
Fuck it.
You're trying hard for somebody who's not that's not interested.
I am trying hard.
Bitch.
He keeps trying. He's not successful.
Well, really though, Mike, you don't know that you're a fucking loser or what, buddy? That's got to be hard. Why would you? Yeah, I don't know. Is he just got no awareness that he's fucking such a failure? Fucking stop. Holy shit. It's fucked up. So it's him taught. You know what? Eric doing what Eric does is like Eric making fun of Mike.
Exclamation mark X decry.
Yay.
Results. Bot Rix, 1,999,999,899. Ho ho. Bot Rix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Exclamation mark X drift. Exclamation mark X split.
Why does he not just stop trying like that? I'm serious. It can't make him feel better to be such a
Exclamation mark X split.
I'm not sure that I know anybody that would like just keep hitting on a girl over and over and over again after she's already been like, hey, you fucking idiot, I don't want anything to do with you. Like, give up, bro. This may very well be a waste of a guess, but I want it to at least give me one. Fuck. Why gotta rip me off? I feel like there's another word, like spigot or something. Parrot.
Exclamation mark
Perot.
X pivot.
Oh, you
Exclamation mark X pivot.
Come on, dude. So it starts with an I. I blank P. Maybe. Or two. P. Okay. Inept. Inept. It's inept. Fucking make me so mad. Yeah. Maybe it just doesn't like capitals. It was liking them before. Fuck you, you thing. Input. Fuck you, it could be. Okay, good. How many bars do you take? Zero, I bet.
Exclamation mark explain. Exclamation mark X waste. Exclamation mark X table. Exclamation mark X bathe. Exclamation mark high stall.
Here we go.
Bastards. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join. Whip whip.
Or based. No.
Exclamation mark X bathe.
Wow.
Exclamation mark X bathe.
Woo! Show 'em.
Results. Botrix. 1,999,999,899. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. A crew of pirates and raiders checked their flintlocks and sharpened their cutlasses as they disembarked for Black Heart
Nice.
Island. Exclamation mark X crime. Exclamation mark high stall.
Okay. Let's get it in two.
Exclamation mark X rhyme.
Felt it coming, that one. I knew we were getting it in two. How about that, eh?
Why does she not want to bring the live stream? She wants to not be on camera.
Crime rhymes with rhyme with a crime.
Hell yeah.
Up on her phone, you couldn't hear your fucking shit. Yes, it was. There goes the police officer.
Where?
There goes the police officer.
$2 help me. I am trapped under the bed in cage. Please help me.
All that fucking workout for nothing?
All that workout for nothing.
I can't believe they leave that's like that.
Exclamation mark X sword.
Oh man, D got some trouble.
This was a great time. I told you, the cops don't do shit, they don't care. Cops don't give a flying fuck around. Elena told him my back. I did, I told her that.
She didn't even ask if there was 20 people here.
No, she didn't.
Dude, how did they find you?
I told you that. Pin your phone, dude.
No,
They pin your phone.
your fucking street.
They know my street. They know my street. It's okay. Hang on 1 second. That was a great fucking interaction with the police officers. We did. There's a female cop. She was actually pretty cute. She was very cute. Yes, I thought she was very cute. We just had a great interaction with the fucking San Bernardino County Police Department. I'm sorry.
Exclamation mark X paint.
I really wanted us both to go to the hospital, dude. Like, let's go. She's like, she doesn't have insurance? I was like, no, she doesn't have any insurance. Whoop, whoop. Sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. Well, we gave it our all. Did she tell you though? She's like, you need to go to the hospital.
Oh wow.
Well, I know she asked you if you
She's like,
wanted.
you were ambulance captain now.
Exclamation mark X table.
Nice.
Hello, barking dogs. Hello, barking dogs. Hello, barking dogs. The barking dogs. The dogs are barking right now. Arf, 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 arf. Arf, 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 arf.
That was luck lol.
That took a long time, dude. That is a very long time. What am I talking about? We had a long fucking extravagant.
I feel like the internet
Very
girl got shot
extravagant.
in Ontario with Victoria Day.
So TV's Fred.
So buttons on your shirt, dude. Sew buttons on your shirt, dude. Don't fucking tell me to sew. Sew.
Sew buttons on your fucking mouth.
My mouth is not. My mouth is fine.
Alright, go back to your nap.
Alright, did we just make that happen?
You did.
We did make that happen, didn't we?
What's that, bro? You fell asleep next to me now? It was like, yep. You only said one person too? A female? Of all people?
Hello.
What do you mean who called? Mike did, you guys.
Molly, you fucking little bitch.
It was cold out there today or nice?
John, don't even fucking come out.
Okay. Everything's okay. Everything is okay. God damn it, I wanted to go to the hospital. I wanted to go to the
I'll see
goddamn
you after a
hospital.
nap, yeah?
You want to take me to the hospital?
We'll go after a nap.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Sounds great.
See that? I don't even know what day it is.
Need an IV.
You don't have one.
Need an IV.
Need a what?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
cops showed up. Poor cops. Poor cops. Stop with your legs spreading, dude.
They're not.
Fuck, your legs are so
What is wrong with Mike?
Well, that
Like, oh no, you're a whore.
was unsuccessful. But we could have made it more successful.
It just went?
Yeah, dude. He's like, do you need
Dude, you
English?
don't have to check
Should have
your
said
card.
yes. You
It's
should have
just
said
like
yes.
gonna be like 5 racks.
And she looked in that hole in my back. She's like, yeah, it sucks to be you. Well, thanks, bud. That's a hole in your back. Yes, that's a hole in my back. I got a fucking stab.
You gotta fight with fucking chairs.
I got a fight with the chair.
You
I got a
did.
fight with the chair. Is that what had happened?
You did.
How is this so
Well,
impossibly
fuck,
clogged?
dude. The medical attention did not happen. We did not get our medical attention that we needed. We needed some medical attention, dude. She showed your arm. She was like, "Ow, that looks like it hurts."
Yeah, it does.
What did she say?
She goes, is it itchy?
Is it itchy? Is it itchy?
Oh man, yeah.
Is it itchy?
Yeah, if you get a fucking.
Someone
Do you,
said,
do you have any sepsis?
if you're still watching Coffee Dog Porn, it's fucked up.
She had my screen pulled up. Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, she walked up and I could hear it in her pocket. I was literally watching her right now.
Oh man.
I know, that's what they do.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's life.
Okay, so Q-tip's not gonna fit in here.
Everything is fine.
Not in a million years.
I still think we should have.
I'll put a little.
It's a fucking.
Use this one.
I mean, we could have had them just come
Look, they don't come off these little hearts.
swoop this up real quick, took us in.
Then how are we getting back?
Yeah, exactly. That is true, dude. That is true. That is true, dude. When I got taken to the hospital, I was like, "Are you gonna pay for my Uber back, dude? I don't know how I'm gonna get back. There's no buses running at this time."
It was nighttime.
Yeah, when I got picked up, it was midnight.
Holy shit.
This is the morning, but even
Whew.
it's still the same scenario.
What do I do? Put a toothpick in there when I stop using it?
God damn it. God damn it. Hey,
How do I keep it from getting clogged up?
should we go? Let's Uber back. I'll Uber it. It's fine. I'll release us.
No.
Like, dude, this guy's got a hole in his back and she has a fucking septic arm.
It's not septic.
It's septic, dude. You need to fucking get looked at, dude.
They're gonna be like,
You need to
fucking
get
ice it.
looked at,
That's
dude.
all they're gonna tell me to do.
They're not gonna tell you to ice it. They're gonna give you some drugs. You're gonna get some
You wanna see
drugs.
what it looks like the first day? I'll send it to you right
I
now.
don't want to see it.
I'll show you. Because you're gonna be like, yeah, but that's bad.
Send it to me.
Yeah.
Do you have regular alcohol?
I've also got vodka and gin. It's one that I have to suck on for it to fire, so I can't.
Maybe get a little on that toothpick thing and put a little drop in.
Okay. Is there... What do I store it, like... I don't know.
To loosen up the gunk. Carefully.
I think it's just moisture in the chamber, maybe.
Or maybe not a drop but wet the pick thing.
Yeah. It could be the The
Exclamation mark
like.
weather Edmonton.
Did you hear what our wind was yesterday?
Weather for Edmonton. Conditions are partly cloudy with a temperature of 34 F, 1C. The wind is blowing from the WNW at 10 miles per hour, 16 kilometers per hour, and the current humidity is 44%. I keep mine standing in a little coffee mug. They always fall over and I feel they get clogged faster. Exclamation mark high
If they lay on their side, they get clogged up really
Captain
bad.
Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
For these ones, the only way that I found to unclog them is to put like a cup of warm water, like boiling water, and then put it so that it's just submerged to here.
Exclamation mark heist 77,777.
Doesn't seem to help.
Ahoy. At Bubble Boots 777 has joined the treasure hunt. Exclamation mark heist all. Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt. Results. Hate Hose here, 109,899,999,989. Bubble Boots 777, 7,855,477. Botrix, 1,09,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum.
Yay. Belly full of rum, Bubble Boots, way to go. Hey, way to go.
Finally. Exclamation mark X April.
Wow, Mike, that's not rapey at all, bro. Come on, please.
Exclamation mark
please.
X April.
Come on, you know you want to. Come on, bitch, I'll punch you in the face.
I just found my lost Mr. Fog pineapple ice vape.
Those Mr. Fogs are good shit.
Exclamation mark X March.
What kind of question was that? Does it fucking itch? Does it itch?
Exclamation mark X Stone.
Yeah, it's a zombie bump. I think it's too late for stopping drinking to help that guy, to be honest, if we're being real.
She was watching the live stream.
Whew.
It's going to be 83 here tomorrow, 25 degrees above normal.
Holy fucking hell.
70 kilometers
per hour. The wind here was. We have these insane gusts of wind that come down out of the Rocky Mountains and do that shit. Can you imagine? You're like walking outside, all of a sudden you get hit with a highway gust of wind.
Exclamation mark X weather Kansas City.
Sucks the breath right out of you.
Oh. Exclamation mark high stall.
I just realized what you did there.
Whoa. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
Yeah,
to
70K is pretty serious.
Exclamation mark weather Kansas City. Weather for Kansas City. Conditions are fair with a temperature of 76 F, 24 C. The wind is blowing from the SSW at 15 miles per hour, 24 kilometers per hour, and the current humidity is 42%. Our weather is no longer similar. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. We get 70s then Thursday up to 94 degrees. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Spring has sprung! Exclamation mark high stall.
I love it. Cloak Gangster came in the chat. It's like, what the fuck's going on? Who called the cops, you pussies? Mike's such an idiot. Hey, what happened? Did Melissa ever come back? Did she come back from Clipland? I hope. Is she alright? Oh, is that where DGAF went?
What happened to 6 weeks, you lying groundhog?
Is it spring where you are already? It's still cold here, -1. Woo. I just want to know about Scribble's dumb train. Did he really get the Wonka train? And who did it?
Looks
Nice.
like it's gonna be summer starting Thursday. I'm fine, that whole thing will always be the story.
I I was just concerned about the language Mike was using more than anything else. Cause yeah, I remember when all that shit was going down. Whatever. Nick's new girlfriend. Nick who?
We got 2 inches of rain over the weekend.
Oh yeah, somebody said IBL got a $2,000 dono. Was it from a woman?
Doesn't bother me one bit. The story is Malaysia gives bomb dome.
I guess so. I don't know, that build a wall shit was a little ridiculous. Mike's a piece of shit. I think this is the story at the end of the day.
Lots of practice on popsicles.
Right?
As. She's practiced on 100s of popsicles. Here. I love popsicles. Kale, stop.
As long as she's not practicing on the SpongeBob popsicles. For little SpongeBob.
Brad's in for some bomb dome.
I guess so. Do you know popsicles? Invented
Me
in
too.
1895?
Oh, I like those me berry ones we found.
SpongeBob popsicles were invented in like
It has
68 or something. A kid just froze some fizzy drink or something.
New.
Was it?
The bomb pop was invented in Kansas City.
Well, popsicle was invented by a guy named, I can't remember his name now, like Ed or something. It used to be called Edsicles. And this kid's like, call it popsicle. I can't remember the name though. Pizzicle? What was his damn name? It might have been Edsicle.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist, amount, to join.
Man, are the real police in the chat though? Oh yeah, nice snoring he's got there. Grandpopsicle?
Grandpopsicle, but everyone called him Pop.
Franksicle? Oh no, it was called an Epsicle. His last name's Epperson. It's Frank Epperson. It was called an Epsicle.
We found bomb pop colored popsicles too.
Sick. I've got some in the fridge right now. got him back when somebody was...
Results. Botrix, 1,999,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
The blue
Ho
is a
ho.
little bit faded,
Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. The berry popsicles are. We need to come out with a popsicle.
A penguin-sicle? We were kind of working on that.
I like the peach flavor ones
A
that
little
come
bit.
in the onion bag.
It'd have to be like blackberry and then Sprite or something. Peach flavored popsicles that come in an onion bag. What? Thank God I don't know what that is. Why do they come in an onion bag? It's like that plastic shitty bag. Like an orange bag. Hey, who is that? Oh, that's Eric. That's Eric. Atmospherics.
I didn't think I've seen those yet. https://share.google/bbb.t6jw3 keywell 9h6 son.
I
Me
was gonna say,
either.
why is Eric spamming? Why is Eric Brokoff spamming, or Eggleston even? No doxing.
Oh, those are bomb-ass.
The police, the pigs are watching.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Eric, come on, buddy.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist, amount, to join. Oh. Yeah,
Wait,
they
what
are
are?
good too.
Hey, what is that? There, now we're all doxed. That'll teach us. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's go. Oh, freezies. What? Those are not called freezies where you live? Are you serious right now? You know what sucks about those things? Cutting your lips open. Hello, Aussie girl.
Good morning, all.
Eric's trying to get the police to show up.
I call them Otter Pops. Results. Botrix. 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black
Ho ho.
Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of
Have
plenty.
you seen the Kisco
Good morning,
things?
Aussie
Oh.
girl. Aussie girl. But the cheaper ones. Morning at Aussie.
Girl. There was an Aussie chick.
Otter Pops have otters on
888.
them.
Do you know her?
They are good and cheap.
Nothing cheap is good.
All my faves are here.
If it was good and cheap, somebody would have hoarded it all by now. Like sugar. Just wait till fuel goes up to $85 a gallon or whatever it's gonna be. I don't even know why I'm looking at this. Oh, this is in Edmonton. 108.9 cash.
Great for teething babies
Cash
too. I
only.
used to give them to my son to gnaw on without opening them cause teething toys were expensive. Lol.
Why are those guys only doing cash? Can you imagine how much money they're gonna have there? Oh wow. That's a place to rob right there. Yep. Cash only, why would you even say that? You ready, sir? Yes. Yeah? I'm about ready. I gotta put on my hoodie. And I'm ready to go. We're gonna go to the mall, right? Yes. Do you know where your hoodie is?
Exclamation mark exponed.
What the heck? I guess that would work, eh? Give him a block of wood. Frozen pickle.
I'm currently teething. Don't do drugs.
I don't know. What's up? I don't know. You want your hoodie? Yes. You need your hoodie or what? Yes. So
Geez, that are super affordable. 3.99 for 36 freezer bars.
is that pretty good? We got them at the dollar store here. I think they're one of the only things that is a dollar. Where's your hood? Your hood. Oh, fix your pants. Do you want to change your pants?
No.
Come on.
No.
Yeah, come on.
Sweatpants? These golfers are careful to objects get wrong.
tonight, shepherd's pie? Or burgers, or what fits your pants?
Burgers.
Fits your fucking pants.
You want burgers
You
tonight?
want eating?
You want burgers tonight?
Okay. You want burgers?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, I like that you said that. Thank you. You good? Getting a little attitude, huh? Yeah? Tough guy? This little fella here is getting tough. Did you hear him? Holy chat.
W Burgers.
Don't F around. Yeah. W Burgers is right. Holy cow. Right? You think that's funny?
No.
Oh, no? Oh, okay. It's not funny. What the hell was that? What was that? Did you hear it?
Yes.
What the hell?
This word is frustrating.
I don't think frustrating will fit. What was that? What was that? Is it your cup?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, me and Az had some weird ghosty
Exclamation mark
here
Exolden.
that one day.
Ha ha ha.
What is it? Let's say Wolfson.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
Hey, buddy. Eat that for right now, okay? And then we'll get out of here.
No fucking way.
No way, what? That it was Olden? Hell yeah.
I didn't think that was a word NGL.
In the olden days. Come on now.
Exclamation mark X-Waynes.
That's where your mom is from, buddy. My mom used to live there too.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Bot Riggs made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Bot Riggs, 1,999,999,899. I thought that was slang.
I thought I had this hallucination that Shailene was in here yesterday. I might have died at the mall, maybe.
Exclamation mark X-Liner.
What do you think happens when you die at the mall? You die in real life?
Shailene was her. E.
She was here? Really? For what, like 10 seconds? Might as well have been a hallucination, man. Trying to swing it through to pick up some information for Space Trace, probably. Oh, my eye. Excuse me.
Exclamation mark X Hones. Secret Agent Man.
Yeah, what if Shailene's a dude? I think Shailene is a dude. From now on, Shailene's a dude. Named Shailene.
No S, you suck, dude.
Yeah. Oh, there's no S, you're right.
Exclamation mark X Money.
Well, that makes it a real pain in the ass, though. Oh, maybe money. Money's a good one. There you go. I guess it doesn't make it a pain in the ass. It makes it EY. Moni. Hey Ty, you excited about the pistachio chocolate? Whoa, hey, there you are. Yeah, you are? What are you doing? What are you looking for? I don't know. You putting something in the garbage? That garbage in the garbage? Yeah? Yes. You okay? Yes. Why do you look so scared? Are you nervous? No. Do you think you're gonna be in trouble? No. No? Okay, hold up. Okay.
I had some luck on scratch-offs yesterday.
Can you keep standing on the mat here? Oh. Right there? Okay, let me see your thumbnails. You shoot that one off? Or what? No. How'd it come off?
I don't know.
Junior is taller than SR. Tiger, don't take any shit. I'm sitting here listening to Miguel snore on my TV.
Did you hear that?
Changing it.
Don't take any shit. Other hand, please.
Same bubble boots, lol. Heck no. And he takes his burgers seriously.
Does he ever? You like burgers?
Yes.
Do you want tacos tonight?
No.
What do you want to have?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You want burgers, don't you?
Yes.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Isn't a taco just a Mexican burger, though? No?
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join. NGL Mike snoring is kind of relaxing.
Yeah, it was bumming me out a lot. I had to listen to here, can I see that? Let me film? Okay. I listened to this one lady. No joke. If I were to count up all the time that I listened to her snore.
I was just thinking. His burgers are like the burritos I make.
What's up?
You don't know.
Wanna fight?
No.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna smoke this and we'll go, okay? Okay.
Results. Bot Rix. 1,09,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Bot Rix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Made with love.
Does it matter if a thermometer is upside down? No, right? It just works? Because it's like a sealed thing or whatever. Gravity has no, So we have to go to Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay?
Yes.
And if you want to go to Walmart, we'll go there too. You want to go to the dollar store?
Yes.
Yeah? Take care. Let me fix your hair.
Hate. My algorithm is now suggesting me that tortilla breakfast wrap thing. A CRT might have a mercury switch. Exclamation mark high stall.
Yay. You guys, seriously, look at this. Come here, little guy. That's pretty close, eh?
Yes.
Here, sit down for a minute. Thanks.
Wow, check it out, Harry. It looks like the circus.
Ready? Yes. You're making me go all crazy over here. Okay, come on, get up.
Wow, check it out, Harry. It looks like a...
Let me fix that. That looks crazy.
Dude,
Oh,
you are looking up to chin his hair.
What? I know, right?
Comb.
That's good.
I'm jealous of your hair, Tiger. Very nice, dude.
Who's that? He does have really nice hair. Not the same color as his dad, but he picked up the thickness from me. Eh?
Yes.
Sure not the same as your mom's hair.
We're working out wow, dude.
You're gonna be a fun kid. So, thankfully, he's a really good kid. Because, what do you think, dude?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
It's getting big, dude. It's gonna be hard to, like... When he's smaller than me, it's easy for me to be like, that's my kid, I'll fucking knock you out if you keep looking at him like that.
We're working out wow, dude.
But anybody that's tried to pick a fight with us has understands that they're at least picking a fight with me first, right? As soon as he's taller than me, I think I become like his little buddy or some shit, and it's not gonna be good. I'm gonna have to kill somebody. That guy at McDonald's the other day that yelled at us just so we got punched out. People say some crazy shit. Like, I know that guy, he's the guy that stole my car. Shit like that. Like, oh yeah, I bet he is. Right? You steal a lot of cars?
No.
No, I didn't think so. He won't even pretend. I'm pretty sure there's camphor in this shit. Kajipuri oil? I don't know what the fuck that is. Camphor, mentha, haplocalix, something. Holy shit, what? Cinnamon, cinnamomum? Cinnamomum? Hey! That's where my kid got her name from. That same cinnamon plant. Cinnamomum cassia. And... Huh, Eugenia is also a... I didn't know that. Well, that stuff looks weird. Why is that weird? What do you want them to do? And Boots, we brush hair around here. Combs are for, I don't know who. Dudes with short hair. Oh, it was Az that said that. What is wrong with me? I can't read, you guys. How different though? Your hand should be like the one hand's looking at the other one in the mirror, right? A little bit? I don't know. Fuck off. No. Where is it? That's not the kid. That's not the kid. Oh well. Do you know how this works? One of you?
Does the mirror see what I'm doing when I'm blocking the reflection? Well, this illusion has gone extremely viral, leaving millions of people confused. So
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, that is neat. Okay, explain it as simply as possible. The only way that I know how to explain this is mirrors don't actually know anything. They don't store any data. But besides that, how does the stuff the mirror can't see show up in the mirror?
You can stare yourself in the eyes, but when you block your reflection, you have to remember that everything we see is giving off light in all directions. So even though your direct line of view is blocked, it's still reflecting off the mirror and visible at all times.
No, it's not. Shut up.
How does the mirror see?
I hate this shit. You can explain that all you want. It doesn't make sense. My kids' hands look just like mine too. 3 of my kids have the same hands as me. I think he's one of them. What's this? Super Mario Galaxy movie. 3/9/2026. March 9th? Is that today? That's right now? Where is it? Oh, it's a trailer. Get out of here, you dicks.
Hello, communication enthusiasts. Just wanted to do a little check-in here. I know all of us are salivating, waiting on bated breath for our
Oh, that's weird, Az.
ship. And about 2 months ago, on January 12th, I did my first little check-in to see what's going on because the T1 device was supposed to ship.
That's incredibly strange.
2025 in
Are
the
your
summer of
fingerprints
2025.
opposites too?
But when they missed that
Probably not, eh?
initial promise, they then said, as a result of the government shutdown and stuff, we had to put the kibosh on it for a little while. I had to pump the brakes. So
Kibosh.
it's coming any day now. Well, any day was not 2026 either, it seems, because January they still had no idea. I was talking to customer support, they had no clue. And I just started thinking, well, it's been 2 months since the last time I called. Might as well get a little status report, see if anything's changed over there. Shocker, nothing's changed, but they're saying any day now. And you'll get to hear on the phone call, the representative did kind of give like a tentative release date idea, kind of like the concept of a release, which obviously inspires confidence. So mark your calendar for the nebulous idea of any day now for the delivery of the Trump phone. Which, by the way, it's not like pre-orders were free or anything to reserve.
Nice. How's the
People
plant
worked
going?
over 100 clams for a phone that they were told they'd be receiving in the summer of 2025, or even still on their website, the end of 2025. I feel like that might need a little.
What's a Trump phone?
It is not accurate unless they hit it somewhere at the end of 2025, and you gotta find it like the fucking One Piece or something. And again, this was $100 flushed down the shitter here for this. And according to data, like the available numbers, thousands upon thousands of people paid $100 to reserve this device that they were supposed to be having in their hands in 2025. And now it's still not, no one's got it, no one's even...
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing more of the Epstein files. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content.
Do you know why we have to go to shop?
We're going to be analyzing today is a list that Jeffrey Epstein sent himself a few weeks before he died. This is a long list of names. We're going to go through who those names are. We're going to talk about what it might mean, but this was an email he sent to himself. In addition to that, we're going to be looking at other strange emails that I found in the Epstein files, as well as some pictures. But first, we're going to watch a brief clip of former President Clinton reacting to some of the Epstein files. Now, I did a previous analysis where I talked about the fact that he shows a lot of deception.
I'm sticking to that thing I said, Bubble Boots, about not going back after I escaped or whatever.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the behavior of body language that we see, and then we're going to move on to the list. All right, let's just jump right in.
Why did you write this letter?
Why did I?
Was it a free phone?
Contribute a nice letter for his birthday.
And who asked you to?
What we're looking at now is he's going to be reading a letter from Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book, and then we're going to look at some pictures from the Epstein files.
Can you please read the letter for the record?
Yes. It's reassuring, isn't it?
Is that Parkinson's?
So long across all the years of learning and
Man, poor Bill Clinton.
And still to have your childlike curiosity to drive to make a difference and to suck.
Now that was very interesting.
Mono Kilovinsky won't be sleeping with that guy.
It was the wording, but immediately he starts stroking his forehead. We do that when we feel very, very stressed. When you think about something you're concerned about, and it's extreme concern, that's about the only time you start doing this. So watch the timing when he starts touching his forehead.
And still to have your childlike curiosity.
Focusing on American values.
And then you see him close up afterward.
You appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo, and you disagree with that characterization?
You are creating a characterization. Please already respond to your question.
Oh. Oh, that would be brutal. It's like a Huawei.
See, this is one of the things that's so interesting about Bill Clinton. I know he's joking, but he says, I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable, with a big smile on his face. He is able to hide how he actually feels with that big smile.
And my conscience is clear, that helps.
Interesting body language to close up after you say my conscience is clear.
He's a politician, he knows he's got a smile. Jeez.
now he seems to have his guard down.
Ooh.
As he's looking at the pictures with Jeffrey Epstein, it seems to evoke genuine...
I think that Elon Musk is gonna do that with I think he's just gonna give out a device that gives us all, well, gives everybody, in probably just in the U.S. to begin with, free internet. Maybe everybody on Earth free internet, and they'll then also be able to use that to do voice over IP, and it's just gonna replace the phone system. It won't even compete with phones anymore.
Joyful memories for him.
Okay.
Now, the way this smile appeared looked quite different than what we saw a minute ago. This looks like a genuine smile right here. You can tell by the wrinkles next to his eyes. You can tell by the corners of his mouth. This looks like a real smile. What's so strange about this is, for the majority of us, if we knew somebody like Jeffrey Epstein and later found out that he was this terrible guy, it would contaminate the pictures for us. We would look at it, we might feel disgust, we might feel shame, we would likely not immediately feel good reflecting on whatever memories you have with this person. So his involuntary reaction is notable because of that.
Okay.
Mr. President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to the crimes committed by Mr. Epstein and
Oh,
Ms.
the reason I said
Maxwell.
that is because, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that Trump was trying to do something similar.
Body language-wise, just because I think this is very interesting. He just mentioned that he's going to ask about the crimes of Epstein and Maxwell. Watch what he does right here.
By Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell.
He withdraws.
But Elon Musk, I think, has the
consciously to remind ourselves to not say certain things. So he's reminding himself.
Whatever the hell I'm looking to say here. I think he knows enough about technology to pull it off.
On the news right now, it feels chaotic. It feels overwhelming. And the worst thing we can do right now is to narrow our informational diet.
Okay.
Because that's when blind
Got
spots
the
appear, and those can
joint.
be
This
dangerous
is
for our
shit.
information.
Right?
And that's why I
You
want
ready?
to show you Ground News.
You ready? I'm ready.
Sponsor of today's video.
Okay, we're ready.
Comparison
Holy crap.
that it aggregates over 50,000 different news sources. It shows you bias, fact.
Okay. That is about enough of that. So, chat. The youngster here and I will be right. Oh, you know what? We're going to have to end this. I don't know what to do. I just going to end this. I'll start a new one and I'll walk out the door. And then we're also going to start one from the phone at some point here. Okay. Well, we shall be back. Because I probably won't be here in 2 hours. Maybe. Not an hour and a half. Yeah. I don't want to be in a hurry.